Chapter 301. At this time, the little diamond crystal sea snake was still lying on the crystal cover of the crystal sea view box, suppressing the high-pressure porcupine that was tumbling in the water from time to time. It was basically motionless except for eating. When Zhou looked at the little diamond crystal sea snake, the little diamond crystal sea snake also looked at Zhou, as if it realized something, and immediately raised its head high, spitting out its snake tongue, and climbed down from the crystal cover, winding in front of Zhou. The little diamond crystal sea snake thought that Zhou was going to give it blood crystal of Abyssal Leviathan, so it twisted its head and looked for Zhou's hands, but did not see blood crystal of Abyssal Leviathan, but saw a 1-meter-long syringe instead. "Come, open your mouth, let me draw some blood." Zhou waved to the little diamond sea snake and asked it to come closer. The little diamond sea snake had hard scales, like lenses all over its body, and the needle of the blood-drawing syringe could not penetrate it at all, so blood could only be drawn from the mouth of the little diamond sea snake. The little diamond sea snake was confused. Seeing Zhou asking it to come closer and prying its mouth open, its eyes lit up. It thought that he was going to feed it blood crystal of Abyssal Leviathan, but in the end, a needle was inserted into its mouth and began to draw its blood. A few minutes later, the blood-drawing needle was already filled with 1/3 of the snake's blood, which was enough for Zhou, Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian to share. The little diamond sea snake whose blood was drawn had already hidden in the corner of the stomach wall space, trembling, its body shrunken into a ball, its head sandwiched between the coiled snake bodies, and its eyes looked at Zhou with some fear. "Look how scared you are, this is for you." Zhou looked at the frightened little diamond sea snake, smiled helplessly, and took out the Leviathan blood crystal from the locker. The little diamond crystal sea snake, after seeing the blood crystal, trembled, slowly raised its head from its coiled body, and then carefully crawled in front of Zhou. First took a look at the blood crystal, and then looked at the blood-drawing needle in Zhou's other hand with some fear. After hesitating for a while, the little diamond crystal sea snake opened its mouth, slowly stretched out its head, gently bit the blood crystal, and then immediately swallowed the blood crystal into its stomach, quickly turned around and crawled back to the corner, and huddled up again, continuing to look at Zhou with fearful eyes. "Nerve, go press on it, don't stand in the stomach wall space, there is not much room for movement." The sneaky look of the little diamond crystal sea snake made Zhou laugh and cry. He pointed to the top of the crystal sea view box, and asked it to continue pressing on it. Although the little diamond crystal sea snake didn't understand what Zhou was saying, it understood Zhou's instructions, so it obediently climbed onto the crystal cover of the crystal sea view box, and continued to be its pressure stone. Zhou squeezed some of the snake blood and the blood-drawing needle into the wooden cup, then raised his head and drank it, and then the system prompt sound came to his mind. "Ding, eat the blood of the diamond crystal sea snake, strength +7, constitution +12, speed +8. So many attributes added." Hearing the system prompt, Zhou's face showed a look of surprise. After such a long time, this was the first time he encountered a biological food that could increase strength by more than 5 points. Afterwards, Zhou gave the blood of the small diamond crystal sea snake to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. After hearing the system prompt, they were both shocked. There was nothing they could do. The attribute increase was really too strong. Thus, Zhou's strength reached 135.5 points, Jiang Haitao's strength reached 110 points, and Shen Xian's strength reached 106 points. The strength attributes of the three people all reached more than 100. Before going to bed, Zhou also gave each of them a meteorite burst injection, which was used as a life-saving trump card for the trial tomorrow. "I don't know how long it will take for this blood vein vine to bear fruit." Zhou was lying on the bed. Just now, he took another look at the blood vein fruit seeds. Many roots had grown, and a 2 or 3 centimeter thin blood-colored vine had grown out of the flesh and blood. Among the items obtained from the body of the treading Leviathan, there is also a metal blood vein claw gloves blueprint. It has not been made because it requires a blood vein fruit seed, and he only has 1 seed, so he can't make it. According to the introduction of the blood vein characteristics, weapons with blood vein energy can break through all objects without energy protection. This reminds Zhou of the layer of meteorite shell wrapped outside the heart of the meteorite Leviathan. I wonder if the blood vein claw gloves and the blood vein energy attached can open the meteorite shell. Zhou was very curious about what kind of core was in the heart of the falling star Leviathan, but unfortunately, he couldn't find out in a short time. Zhou gradually fell asleep in this kind of crazy thinking. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the 60th day, and the world system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding! The deep sea escape trial is about to begin. All survivors, please be prepared." It will officially start in 10 minutes. Zhou got up from the bed, made the bed, and then simply inspected the stomach wall space. After confirming that there was no problem, he sat on a wooden chair and waited for the trial to begin. In front of him were 2 deep blue treasure chests. He had prepared everything he needed last night. But because of the experience of the last trial, Zhou felt that he might not be able to bring the 2 deep blue treasure chests in this time either. So he held 3 meteorite burst injections and a companion ticket in his mouth, as well as an oxygen crystal. These 3 items were must-have items. Soon 10 minutes passed. Zhou was wearing a set of iron scale armor, holding a steel weapon in his hand, and holding a deep blue treasure chest in each arm. Whether he could bring it in or not, he had to try. What if he succeeded? Finally, Zhou put on a bone armor mask on his face. Yesterday, when he was browsing the World Trading Channel, he found that the price of bone armor masks suddenly skyrocketed, and a large number of people were buying bone armor masks. Those who bought bone armor masks were obviously circumventing the rules set by the survivors, that they could not kill people without reason. Since you can only be convicted if 10 people see your face, why not just cover your face? Even if 100 people see me killing someone, what can they do to me if they don't know what I look like? You dare to come forward and pull off my mask or something? Are you not afraid of death? Zhou wears a mask mainly to hide his identity. As long as others don't take the initiative to cause trouble, he won't kill people at will, because he thinks it's a waste of effort to kill others with just a knife. Ding! The preparation time is over, and the deep sea escape trial officially begins. Just as the world system prompt sounded in his mind, Zhou's body turned into a blue light and disappeared into the stomach wall space. The 2 deep blue treasure chests in his hands fell to the ground again. The next second, Zhou appeared in a large bubble, just like the large bubble in the last underwater maze trial. Outside the large bubble was also full of sea water, but the difference was that he was now on the umbrella-shaped body of a jellyfish creature with a diameter of 10 meters. Chapter 302. Zhou first took the item in his mouth and opened the system interface to check whether he could send items or messages. The result was the same as the last trial. The system interface lost these functions here. Then, Zhou walked out of the big bubble and prepared to take a look at the current environment. However, as soon as he walked out of the big bubble began to float up slowly and disappeared into the darkness above. Doesn't this big bubble that supplies oxygen always exist? Zhou was just slightly puzzled. Anyway, he was carrying an oxygen crystal, which could supply an ordinary person with oxygen for 30 hours. He also had oxygen-rich bacteria in his body, which had a very high utilization rate of oxygen. 1 oxygen crystal was enough for him to use until the end of the trial. Afterwards, Zhou walked around the disc-shaped umbrella of the jellyfish creature and found that there was a hemispherical transparent membrane covering the entire umbrella at the edge of the umbrella. The umbrella as a whole emitted a soft white light, which illuminated everything within a diameter of 10 meters. But when Zhou looked beyond the transparent membrane, it was pitch black without a trace of light. He shone the strong headlight into the distance, but there was nothing, only the vast sea water flowing silently. Zhou raised his hand and was about to try whether he could pass through the transparent membrane. Suddenly, he remembered that this trial was called Deep Sea Escape Trial, so he took off the iron scale gloves on his hand and threw them out of the membrane. The iron scale gloves passed through the transparent membrane without any obstruction, but at the moment of passing through the transparent membrane, it was as if something was kneading it vigorously. The entire iron scale glove suddenly shrank inwards into a ball, becoming an irregular iron ball, and then fell towards the dark abyss below. The water pressure is so strong. How deep is this place? Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back a few steps, away from the edge of the umbrella-shaped body. If he accidentally fell out, he would be squeezed into meat paste in an instant. Huh? Just as Zhou was about to turn around and return to the center of the umbrella-shaped body, there was a sound of surging water in the dark sea outside, as if some giant creature had just swam past the transparent membrane. Zhou frowned and shone the strong headlight over according to the sound of the water flow, but suddenly, outside the transparent membrane above, a huge eye with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters suddenly opened, and the huge eyeball stared at Zhou under the membrane, but the next second. Haha, I found the villain. The voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind. The huge eyes outside the transparent membrane were exactly the Phantom Leviathan's. I was wondering why it looked familiar. Zhou heard the voice of the Phantom Leviathan and exhaled deeply. Zhou did feel a little uneasy just now, because he had no chance of escaping when he encountered a giant creature in the deep sea with such a high water pressure. In addition, the jellyfish-like creature under his feet was only 10 meters in size, and he could not rely on it when encountering a giant creature. Fortunately, the Phantom Leviathan was still with him in this trial. After finding Zhou, the transformed Leviathan tried to get close to him, but was blocked by the transparent membrane. Damn it! The transformed Leviathan's anger reached Zhou's mind, and then the outer transparent membrane was hit by a huge force. The transformed Leviathan's tail hit the transparent membrane, causing it to shake. No, no, no! Zhou was almost scared to death when he saw the transparent membrane was almost dissipated. The water pressure outside was so high that if the transparent membrane that resisted the water pressure was broken, he would be finished. The biological radar of the Phantom Leviathan detected Zhou's movements, so it immediately stopped beating the transparent membrane, and then continued to open its eyes wide, leaning outside the transparent membrane to look at Zhou inside. After looking for a while, it slowly opened its mouth and prepared to bite the transparent membrane. Don't mess around, the area here is so small, it's useless for you to come in. Zhou quickly made a move to stop the Phantom Leviathan from thinking about coming in. After calming the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou came to the center of the umbrella-shaped body, where there was a 1-meter round hole, and the hole was full of sharp fangs, which seemed to be the mouth of this jellyfish creature. I wonder if I can get the illustrated information of this jellyfish creature. Zhou squatted down and touched the umbrella-shaped body with his hand without the iron scale gloves. The umbrella-shaped body felt very soft, like jelly, and then the creature illustrated information was updated. Can I really get the illustrated information? Zhou didn't have much hope, because he had touched the giant creature of unknown length in the last trial at the beginning, but he didn't unlock the creature illustrated information. Abyssal tube jellyfish stage, unknown. Body length, unknown. Weight, unknown. Food type, unknown. Introduction, unknown. Why is it all unknown? In this case, it's better not to unlock the creature illustrated information. Zhou couldn't help but complain, but there was one thing that puzzled him, that is, this Abyssal Siphonophore actually had Leviathan exclusive stage information. The Abyssal Siphonophore under Zhou's feet was only 10 meters long, not at all at the level of Leviathan, and its name was not Leviathan, which meant it was not a natural Leviathan creature. What's going on? Zhou was also full of questions now. Forget it. Zhou no longer struggled. The most urgent task was how to get this Siphonophore to the surface of the sea. After all, the task of this trial was to reach the surface of the sea to be completed. Afterwards, Zhou asked the Phantom Leviathan to use its huge body to push the Abyssal tube jellyfish to the surface, or asked the Phantom Leviathan to swallow it and bring it up with it. But none of these methods worked. The Abyssal tube jellyfish was only 10 meters in diameter, and the Phantom Leviathan, which was 100 meters long, could hardly move at all. It seemed to be affected by the world system. Suddenly, the doubtful voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind, and then, in the dark sea water, silver lights flashed one after another. These silver lights formed a galaxy with a width of 10 meters, and a length of 100 meters in the sea water. This galaxy rushed towards the abyssal jellyfish where Zhou was at a very fast speed. Zhou felt familiar with the silver light. Silver arrowfish? Zhou had encountered silver arrowfish before in the underwater maze trial. Although this fish is not large in size, it has amazing lethality, especially when it rushes in groups. A whole group rushes over like 1,000 arrows. Leviathan, stop them! Zhou shouted immediately, and at the same time made gestures for Leviathan to quickly circle around the abyssal jellyfish and keep out the hundreds of silver arrowfish. It's not that Zhou is afraid of these silver arrowfish. With his current equipment, he doesn't need to take the silver arrowfish seriously. What he is afraid of is that these silver arrowfish will kill the abyssal jellyfish under his feet. Chapter 303. According to Zhou's instructions, the metamorphosis Leviathan began to quickly circle around the abyssal jellyfish. The group of silver arrowfish scattered from a galaxy-gathering shape and shot at the jellyfish from all directions. Bang bang bang. The metamorphosis Leviathan easily blocked most of the silver arrowfish with the help of its bone armor, but a small number of them still passed through the transparent membrane and entered the interior of the umbrella-shaped body. There were about 100 of them. Zhou immediately put on the black crystal armor, and then took the giant bone shield and tungsten bone shield, and laid them flat around the mouth of the jellyfish to play a certain protective role. However, what made Zhou relieved was that the primary target of these silver arrowfish was not the tube jellyfish, but him, so he only needed to kill these silver arrowfish on the giant bone shield, and it would not affect the tube jellyfish below. Swish swish swish. Zhou held a 2 steel long knife in his hand, facing hundreds of silver arrowfish rushing towards him, and directly turned into an emotionless knife-swinging machine. Between the two steel long knife, more than a dozen silver arrowfish were cut in half. It took only a few dozen seconds for Zhou Wen to kill all these hundreds of silver arrowfish, and a large number of corpses fell on the giant bone shield below. Although the head of the silver arrowfish was very sharp, it was difficult to hurt the tube jellyfish. The silver arrowfish that were blocked by the huge body of the Phantom Leviathan were basically beaten to death by the Phantom Leviathan's tail, or killed by the sound waves generated by the call. Only a few were lucky enough to survive and enter the transparent diaphragm, and were eventually killed by Zhou Wen with a single knife. The destructive power of these thousands of silver arrowfish was definitely not weak, but when they encountered the Phantom Leviathan covered in armor, it was difficult to cause damage to the Phantom Leviathan without being able to break through the defense. Bring back all those corpses. After all the silver arrowfish were cleaned up, Zhou Wen held a silver arrowfish corpse in his hand and gestured to the Phantom Leviathan outside the transparent membrane. At this time, the mouth full of sharp teeth in the middle of the siphonophore umbrella-shaped body seemed to have sensed the blood in the sea water, and the round mouth was opening and closing to swallow the blood in the sea water. Gudong! After swallowing some blood, a group of bubbles with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters slowly came out of the mouth. Zhou Wen looked at this group of air bubbles and immediately realized that the gas in it might be the oxygen for the survivors to breathe, because in this umbrella-shaped body full of sea water and no air, if there is no oxygen for breathing, ordinary survivors will not be able to hold on for long and will suffocate to death. Although Zhou Wen had oxygen crystals in his mouth and didn't need to absorb the gas in the bubbles, he put his head into the air mass to verify his guess. He breathed in oxygen, but the oxygen inside was only enough for one person to breathe once. If I feed it, will it float up? Zhou Wen said, throwing the half-silver arrowfish corpse in his hand into the mouth of the jellyfish. As soon as the silver arrowfish corpse entered the mouth, the whole mouth of the jellyfish began to move rapidly, and the sharp fangs intertwined with each other, chewing the corpse into pieces in a few breaths, and then a transparent liquid similar to digestive fluid filled the mouth, and the chewed corpse was instantly dissolved by the digestive fluid, turning into energy and spreading throughout the body of the jellyfish. The next second, the entire abyssal jellyfish moved, but it only rose slowly a little, really only a little. Zhou Wen felt the umbrella-shaped body under his feet tremble, and then it stopped moving again. The height of the rise was probably less than 1 centimeter. Zhou Wen naturally knew that the food he gave was too little, so he threw hundreds of silver arrowfish corpses scattered around into the jellyfish's mouth in one breath. The jellyfish's mouth was like a crusher at this time. The fish meat thrown in was quickly chewed, dissolved and absorbed. The jellyfish obtained the energy of the Sin domain, and its body began to rise slowly. This abyssal siphonophore is indeed not simple. The body of the silver arrowfish is very hard, especially the fish bones. Otherwise, Zhou Wen would not have used its fish bones to pierce the flying fish in the sky on the island of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. But this siphonophore, which is only 10 meters in diameter and has a body as soft as jelly, can easily crush the fish bones of the silver arrowfish with its teeth, and can also digest it in an instant. This is definitely not something that an ordinary 10-meter-long creature can do. It's just that the floating height is a little too low. Hundreds of silver arrowfish were fed, but Zhou Wen only rose 1 meter in height, and the speed of rising was extremely slow. At this time, the illusionary Leviathan had already taken back the bodies of the silver arrowfish killed by it with its mouth, and then, under Zhou Wen's instructions, spit out the silver arrowfish bodies in its mouth from above the jellyfish. A large number of fish corpses fell from above, like falling leaves. Zhou Wen held up a 3-meter-long giant bone shield, caught these fish corpses, and then poured them into the mouth of the jellyfish in batches. Soon, the corpses of 1,000 silver arrowfish were absorbed by the siphonophore, which swam slowly upwards again, but the direction of its movement was not completely straight, but diagonally, as if it was approaching something. After the siphonophore swam 5 or 6 meters, a white light suddenly lit up in the dark sea water in front of it. The diameter of the white light was 10 meters, and its shape was exactly the same as the siphonophore under Zhou Wen's feet. It was obviously a new abyssal siphonophore. The siphonophore where Zhou Wen was gradually swam above the newly discovered siphonophore, and then stretched out its dozen tentacles, scattered and grasped the umbrella-shaped body of the new siphonophore. Under the strong pull of the tentacles, the two siphonophores approached little by little, and after contacting each other, the two siphonophores directly merged together. The umbrella-shaped body, which was originally only 1 meter thick, reached 2 meters after fusion, and the number of tentacles also doubled, but the diameter did not change, still 10 meters. Fused? Because Zhou stayed above the umbrella-shaped body, he could not see the changes below, but only made guesses based on the vibrations of the umbrella-shaped body. But soon, his guess was confirmed because the depth of the siphonophore's mouth became longer. Boom! Just as the two siphonophores had merged, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the transparent membrane. Zhou immediately looked over and saw a creature glowing red in the dark sea water, being slapped away by the tail of the Metamorphosis Leviathan. Zhou was very familiar with the creature glowing red. It was an abyss dragonfish. The abyss dragonfish was hit by the tail of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, but it was not seriously injured. After stabilizing the fish, it began to attack the Metamorphosis Leviathan, opened its mouth to reveal black fangs like comb teeth, and approached the Metamorphosis Leviathan, and was about to bite it. But the Metamorphosis Leviathan had experienced many battles along the way. In a one-on-one situation, how could it give the abyss dragonfish a chance to bite it? It turned its body to avoid the attack, and then another tail was slapped, slapping the abyss dragonfish to Zhou position. Chapter 304. And Zhou had already prepared himself. He raised the tungsten bone broadsword with both hands and swung it vigorously. At the moment when the body of the abyss dragonfish entered the transparent membrane, he slashed fiercely on the crystal-like scales of the abyss dragonfish. The 3-meter blade sank into the body of the abyss dragonfish without any hindrance. Zhou did not need to move his body. He only needed to stand still and wait for the abyss dragonfish to fly over the umbrella-shaped body under the huge power of the Leviathan. The blade of the tungsten bone broadsword slid through the flesh of the abyss dragonfish extremely smoothly, cutting a huge wound as long as 30 meters. A large amount of hot blood, like lava, quickly cooled down when it encountered the cold sea water, and a layer of blood crystals condensed on the wound to seal the wound. Although not much blood flowed out, the pain of the flesh being cut still made the abyss dragonfish twist its body in pain. It wanted to escape at the first moment, but how could the transformed Leviathan let it run away? It swam quickly in front of the abyss dragonfish, and then slapped the abyss dragonfish's body with its tail again, just like slapping a balloon. The abyss dragonfish's body flew over Zhou head again, and then Zhou caught another wound with the tungsten bone broadsword. This went back and forth many times, and the abyss dragonfish's body was cut with more than a dozen wounds as long as 20 to 30 meters. No matter how strong the vitality of the abyss dragonfish was, it could not withstand such torture. In the end, it completely lost its ability to move, and was killed by Zhou's knife piercing its brain. Is this abyss dragonfish so hard to kill? Zhou was a little surprised. The abyss dragonfish he encountered in the Crimson Sea before did not have such strong vitality. It died of excessive blood loss not long after Zhou opened a hole in it. Is it because of the different water depths? The two abyss dragonfish were the same length and species. The only difference was the depth they were in, which resulted in a great difference in water pressure and temperature from the 300-meter deep Crimson Sea. The trial time was limited, so Zhou didn't think about it anymore. He asked the transformed Leviathan to hold the tail of the abyss dragonfish in its mouth, and then came to the top of the transparent membrane and hung the whole fish vertically. Zhou used a long steel knife to quickly decompose the body of the abyss dragonfish. Every time a part was decomposed, the transformed Leviathan would lower a part until the whole abyss dragonfish was cut into 1-meter-long pieces of meat, which was considered to be the initial processing of the abyss dragonfish's body. Then, Zhou began to further cut the 1-meter-long piece of meat into small pieces, and threw them into the mouth of the siphonophore. The teeth of the siphonophore are still fierce. After the blood crystal solidifies, the abyssal dragonfish meat, which is like a crystal stone, can still be easily bitten and digested. The siphonophore rises slowly again. It may be because it has merged with a similar one, and its volume has increased a little. The siphonophore rises much faster than before, almost twice as fast. Of course, it may also be because the abyssal dragonfish meat provides more energy. Not bad, I got another burning core. When Zhou decomposed the heart of the abyssal dragonfish, he took out the burning core from it. This is a good thing. It can be used as a trading item in the future, or given to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Zhou fed the blood and flesh of the abyss dragonfish to the siphonophore, and he used the blueprint to make the skeleton into honeycomb bone pieces. Because the skeleton of the abyss dragonfish is black crystal shaped, the honeycomb bone pieces made are also black crystal shaped. Moreover, the hardness of the abyss dragonfish skeleton reaches the standard of the general 80-meter biological skeleton. 1 meter can make one piece. For a 40-meter long skeleton, 40 black crystal honeycomb bone pieces are made. However, he currently has no material boxes for storage, so he can only pile them on the umbrella-shaped body of the siphonophore for the time being. Originally, Zhou wanted to let the transformed Leviathan spit out these black crystal honeycomb bone pieces directly into the stomach wall space, but considering that if the bone pieces were left alone for a long time, the lively transformed Leviathan might eventually cause the bone pieces to fall into the digestive pool, wouldn't these black crystal honeycomb bone pieces be wasted, after a while? The tube jellyfish that digested the entire abyss dragonfish meat rose 100 meters, and during this period, it encountered 10 tube jellyfish of the same size. These tube jellyfish were all fused by the tube jellyfish under Zhou feet, and the originally flat umbrella-shaped body became a cylinder with a length and width of 10 meters. Zhou had no idea what these abyssal siphonophores were doing. He looked at the biological illustrations again, but it was still full of question marks, and the information had not changed at all. The siphonophores continued to rise about 20 meters, and Zhou saw another creature emitting white light. It looked the same as the siphonophores, but was much larger. Not counting the tentacles below, the diameter of the umbrella-shaped body was 50 meters. And there was a 10-meter creature in the center, and this 10-meter creature was guarding an ordinary supply box. The tube jellyfish under Zhou's feet rose to the same level as the 50-meter tube jellyfish, then slowly floated to its side and leaned its body against it. The two transparent membranes merged with each other at the moment of contact, opening a hole large enough for Zhou to enter. If there is no direct fusion, do we need to kill the 10-meter creature? Seeing that the two tube jellyfish had no tendency to merge, and the transparent membrane between them had opened, Zhou roughly guessed the reason. The 10-meter creature posed no threat to Zhou. He wore an iron scale armor to hide his strength, held a 2-steel long knife, and entered the umbrella-shaped body of the 50-meter tube jellyfish. This 10-meter creature was a fish with yellow and black patterns all over its body. When it saw Zhou entering its territory, it swung its fins and tail vigorously a few times and quickly attacked Zhou. Zhou instantly had a 6-sided fish scale shield in his hand and took the impact of the 10-meter creature head-on. Then he swung the long steel knife in his hand and easily cut open the head of the 10-meter creature, killing it with one blow. Then, Zhou touched the creature's body with his hand and checked the information in the creature's illustration book. Tiger stripe body length, 10 meters. Weight, 4 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A small fish that lives in the deep blue sea, with a strong sense of territory, and can be eaten. The information in the illustrations was ordinary. Zhou looked at the ordinary supply box in the center. He just needed a supply box for black crystal honeycomb bone pieces, and this supply box was just right. But just as he was about to take action, a 20-meter long and 10-meter wide tube jellyfish slowly approached the 50-meter tube jellyfish outside the transparent membrane. Then the membrane opened and 11 survivors swam in, 10 of whom were wearing iron scale armor, and 1 was wearing fish scale armor made of some large biological material. The 10 people wearing iron scale armor all wore bone armor masks, and the 1 wearing fish scale armor swam in the front, and seemed to be the leader of the 10 people behind. "Hey boy, these things are all ours now. You roll aside and kneel down, wait for me to get the things, then I will deal with you." The survivor wearing fish scale armor saw that Zhou was only wearing an iron scale suit, and he was the only one there, so he immediately looked down on him and prepared to collect the 10-meter biological meat and the supply box first, and then slowly deal with him. Chapter 305. Boy, are you deaf? The leader in fish scale armor saw Zhou still swimming towards the supply box without paying any attention to him, and he was furious and swam faster. Zhou didn't even look at him. He swam to the supply box and opened it directly. Ding! Get stone X100. Fuck, looking for death. The man in fish scale armor swam to a position less than 2 meters away from Zhou and saw that Zhou dared to open the supply box directly. He shouted, flipped his palm, and a weapon, like a hammer, appeared in his hand. He swam it vigorously and smashed it towards Zhou without hesitation. Schwa! But just as the fish scale armored man was about to smash the sledgehammer down, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. He didn't see clearly what it was, but he felt a strong current of water hitting him. The next second, he felt a chill in his chest, as if cold sea water was pouring into his body. "Boss, you!" A younger brother who came from behind suddenly screamed, his eyes wide open with fear, because his boss' body was inexplicably broken into 2 pieces from the chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding sea water blood red. The fish scale armored man looked down and saw his body had been separated. His pupils were horrified, but then a feeling of powerlessness came over him. His body gradually became cold, and his eyes went dark, and he completely lost his vitality. Woo! Just as Zhou Wen killed the fish-scale armored man, the opponent's Phantom Leviathan let out a miserable hiss, and a terrifying sound wave passed through the transparent membrane and shot towards Zhou Wen rapidly. Zhou Wen exerted all his strength and rushed forward, grabbing the little brother who swam with him, and then swung his arm to the direction of the sound wave. The terrifying sound waves directly enveloped the younger brother. In an instant, blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and 7 orifices, and his internal organs were all ruptured. In a few seconds, the skin on his body was already blood red from the shock, and then his head exploded, bursting and shattering, and he died. Zhou Wen's current physical fitness has reached 235 points. Even without the black crystal armor to slow down the impact, he can still withstand it unscathed. Dare to attack a villain, damn it. Zhou Wen's Phantom Leviathan was very angry, and rushed to the Phantom Leviathan that attacked Zhou Wen with sound waves, and crashed into it head-on. Although the horn on the head was broken, it was still usable. Zhou Wen sharpened the broken surface before, relying on the terrifying impact force of the Phantom Leviathan. It can still cause good damage. Puff! The Phantom Leviathan that attacked Zhou Wen was stabbed with a bloody hole. Just as it was about to escape, another Phantom Leviathan attacked it from behind. This third Phantom Leviathan was the younger brother who was killed by the sound wave just now. Its own symbiote was dead, so it naturally wanted revenge. For a while, the 3 Phantom Leviathans started fighting, 2 against 1, and Zhou Wen's Phantom Leviathan was much larger in size. The gap between the 2 sides was huge. Zhou Wen's Phantom Leviathan quickly killed the hostile Phantom Leviathan with the horns on his head. The blood seeped into the seawater, passed through the transparent membrane, and floated into the 50-meter umbrella-shaped space. The remaining 8 people in the group were all standing there in a daze. Their boss and companions were killed instantly, and even the boss's transformed Leviathan was killed. How could they not know that they had hit a wall? Zhou Wen ignored those people for the time being, took the supply box, and returned to the previous 10-meter tube jellyfish umbrella-shaped body, put all the black crystal honeycomb bone pieces inside into the supply box, and then returned. After taking away the black crystal honeycomb bone pieces, the 10-meter tube jellyfish began to merge with the 50-meter tube jellyfish, and finally appeared under the 50-meter tube jellyfish umbrella-shaped body, just like turning into a tentacle. Come here. Zhou Wen waved to the remaining 8 people, and walked up to the tiger stripe, cut a piece of meat from the corpse with a long steel knife, and then ate it. Ding! Eat tiger stripe meat, strength +1, speed +1. When the 8 people heard Zhou Wen let them go, their bodies trembled, but they could only bite the bullet and go over. They knew that there was terrible water pressure outside the transparent diaphragm, and there was nowhere to escape. Brother, what do you want? A survivor wearing iron scale armor, and holding a steel knife asked cautiously. Are you 11 traveling together? Zhou Wen said, as he dissected the tiger-striped corpse in front of him. Yes. Yes, it was our old. That bastard who forced us to come together. If we didn't agree, he would challenge us to a duel after we got out. We could only do what he told us to do. The survivor said, pointing to the corpse of the fish-scale armored man, with an extremely angry tone. You guys came here together. Did you bring your own transformed Leviathan and the abyssal tube jellyfish with you? Zhou Wen had just seen that the tube jellyfish of these 11 people was 21 meters long, and he had some guesses in his mind. So he asked. Yes, those abyssal tube jellyfish also merged automatically, and the speed of floating up became much faster. The survivor nodded and replied quickly. Well, what's your name? Brother, my name is Bailon. Bailon, now you are the boss of your group. Go throw those 2 corpses into the mouth of the tube jellyfish, and then let those people decompose this tiger stripe. Zhou Wen said, and cut off another piece of meat from the tiger stripe's body and handed it to Bailon. Bailon excitedly took the meat and ate it in a few bites. After the attribute was improved, he immediately asked 2 of the 7 people behind him to throw the 2 bodies into the mouth of the siphonophore. The mouth of the 50-meter siphonophore is larger, with a diameter of 5 meters, and the teeth inside are more dense. The 2 bodies were crushed in an instant. Pay extra attention when feeding food, otherwise it is easy to accidentally fall in. The fish scale armor was damaged and could not be used, but the sledgehammer made of large biological materials was still in good condition. Zhou Wen directly rewarded Bailon and asked him to do a good job. There is strength in numbers. The 10-meter long tiger-striped corpse was quickly decomposed by 8 people. All the flesh and blood were put into the mouth, and the bones were made into a honeycomb bone piece by Zhou Wen. After dealing with the tiger-striped corpse, there was a 90-meter long Phantom Leviathan corpse, which was the Phantom Leviathan that attacked Zhou Wen just now. After the death of this phantom Leviathan, it can pass through the transparent diaphragm. The body of the phantom Leviathan was too big, and it would take a long time for the 8 white and blue people to decompose it. The trial lasted only 1 day, and Zhou Wen didn't know how far away from the sea surface it was. Time was precious, and could not be wasted. So he took out the 2 steel long knife, and quickly decomposed the phantom Leviathan's body into 3-meter-long pieces of meat, and then asked the 8 white and blue people to put these pieces of meat into the mouth of the jellyfish. Chapter 306. Nothing in the stomach wall space? When Zhou Wen decomposed the corpse of the metamorphosis Leviathan to the position of the stomach wall space, he found that the inside was empty. Zhou Wen thought about it, and thought that the items inside might have been temporarily collected by the world system, and would be given to him after the trial. After all, even if there was something in the stomach wall space, he couldn't take it away now. The flesh and blood of the metamorphosis Leviathan seemed to provide more energy to the siphonophore. After the siphonophore absorbed the flesh and blood energy of the metamorphosis Leviathan, its originally slow speed suddenly increased a lot, just like an old man who was staggering suddenly became a young man with fast steps. Can the flesh and blood of the metamorphosis Leviathan provide so much more energy than the flesh and blood of the creatures we encountered before? Zhou Wen was surprised, and then looked at the metamorphosis Leviathan of the dead younger brother. After the revenge, the metamorphosis Leviathan seemed to have lost its soul, just following the 50-meter tube jellyfish quietly, and the others could not command it at all. Let your metamorphosis Leviathan kill it. Zhou Wen pointed at the metamorphosis Leviathan, and said that since it had lost its symbiont, the final outcome of this metamorphosis Leviathan was also death, so it might as well be used to provide energy for the tube jellyfish to float up. Okay. The 8 white and blue people immediately commanded their own Leviathans to launch a siege. 1 fish cannot defeat 8 fishes. The Leviathan that lost its symbiont was besieged and died. Its body was decomposed by Zhou Wen, and put into the mouth of the jellyfish. The 2 90-meter Leviathan skeletons were made into 180 honeycomb bone pieces by Zhou Wen. However, the internal storage space of an ordinary material box can only hold 100 items. There are already 40 black crystal honeycomb bone pieces in it, so only 60 pieces can be put in. The remaining 120 pieces are temporarily placed outside. Bai Lan, have you ever encountered an abyss dragonfish before? The jellyfish rose at a steady speed, and there was nothing to do for the time being, so Zhou Wen called Bai Lan to ask. Abyss dragonfish? Is it the kind of fish that glows red all over its body? Bai Lan thought for a moment, and said uncertainly. Yeah. Zhou Wen nodded lightly. Judging from Bai Lan's reaction, they probably didn't kill the abyss dragonfish, otherwise they wouldn't even know the name of the abyss dragonfish. I have encountered it, a total of 5, but that kind of fish is particularly difficult to kill, and was finally driven away by our transformed Leviathan. Bai Lan answered. 11 people only encountered 5 abyssal dragonfish, and none of them were killed, but they were able to rise to the same height as me. Is it because more siphonophores merged, and the speed of floating up was faster? Zhou Wen thought to himself. He found that in this trial, using companion ticket to call companions seemed to greatly reduce the difficulty of the trial. There was a huge difference between 11 Leviathans protecting 1 siphonophore, and 1 Leviathan protecting 1 siphonophore. Zhou Wen glanced at the companion voucher in his hand, and hesitated whether to bring Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian along. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not appropriate, because it would easily expose the news that there was someone behind them. In the current survival world, there are definitely many strong people or old coins hiding in the dark. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian stand in the open, and he is behind the scenes. If someone wants to harm them, he can be brought along to help. But once others know that there is someone behind them, then those enemies hiding in the dark will also take Zhou Wen's strength into account. Although those people may not know Zhou Wen's specific strength, the Jedi will have many backups. Zhou Wen doesn't like the feeling of being calculated all the time. Hate it. At this time, the voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen immediately looked at his own Phantom Leviathan, and then found that the Phantom Leviathans of others also turned their heads to the darkness in the distance. After a while, white lights lit up in the dark sea water, like stars, and these white lights approached the tube jellyfish where Zhou Wen was at a very fast speed. Another tube jellyfish? Bai Lan and the others showed joy on their faces. They had experienced the fusion of tube jellyfish before, and knew that the larger the tube jellyfish, the faster it rose. Seeing the white light around them, they thought they could fuse tube jellyfish again to increase the floating speed. But gradually, these white lights became more and more, reaching 30 or 40 in number. Now Bai Lan and the others realized that something was wrong. These white lights were not tube jellyfish, but creatures that came to attack them. Several people asked their transformed leviathans to kill those creatures that emitted white light, but there were too many of them, and the 8 transformed leviathans could not kill all of them in a short time. Zhou Wen let his transformed leviathan continue to guard outside the transparent membrane, which was equivalent to the second line of defense, and intercepted a part of it again. But there were still a few creatures emitting white light that entered the transparent membrane. Under the illumination of the umbrella-shaped body, everyone could see the appearance of this creature emitting star-like white light. This is a large creature with a black body, a body shaped similar to that of a hair tail, and a body covered with frosted scales. The body length reached 20 meters. In the middle of the top of the head, there is a luminous organ, and the star-like white light is emitted from this organ. A 20-meter creature. What? What should we do? Bai Lan saw that the creature was 20 meters long, and his face turned pale. It was no problem for the 8 of them to kill a 10-meter creature together. But facing a 20-meter creature with defensive scales on its body, with the weapons in their hands, they could not hurt the creature at all. It's over. Bai Lan looked at Zhou Wen in despair. He didn't think Zhou Wen had the ability to kill a 20-meter large creature. Although Zhou Wen had killed his boss before, the strength required to kill a person and a 20-meter large creature was very different. Just when Bai Lan thought he could only wait for death, Zhou Wen had a huge tungsten knife in his hand. He raised his hand and chopped the black hairtail fish's head, cutting the black hairtail fish's head in half. You disassemble this body. As Zhou Wen spoke, a crystal scimitar appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Bai Lan. Bai Lan and the others didn't have any weapons that could break the scales of the black hairtail fish, so this crystal scimitar was for him to cut the scales. Okay, boss. Bai Lan was still in shock that Zhou Wen killed a 20-meter creature with one knife. When the crystal scimitar was thrown into his hand, he just subconsciously caught it. Who knew that the crystal scimitar was unexpectedly heavy? If he hadn't been in the water, he would have been weighed down and fell to the ground. Next, 3 more black hairtails rushed into the transparent membrane, but they were all killed by Zhou Wen's effortless slash, which made the 8 white and blue people almost drop their jaws. They thought that their previous boss was already amazing enough to kill a 10-meter creature by himself, but after seeing Zhou Wen kill a 20-meter creature with ease, they realized what it meant to be so terrifying. Chapter 307. Starry Night Hairtail Body Length, 20 meters. Weight, 5 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A small fish that lives in the Abyss Sea. It attracts prey with the starlight in the center of its head. It is edible, and its scales can be used to make armor. After Zhou Wen read the biological illustration information, he cut off a piece of fish meat and ate it in big mouthfuls. Ding, eat Starry Night Hairtail meat, strength +1, constitution +2, speed +2. This time, the number of Starry Night Hairtail is relatively large. Zhou Wen asked the 9 white and blue people to eat a piece of fish meat each to increase their attribute points. After all, if they are too weak, they can't help much and are more likely to be a drag. Just like Bai Lan, Zhou Wen gave him a crystal scimitar to decompose the fish corpses, but because the crystal scimitar was too heavy, every swing of the knife was like lifting weights, and the speed of decomposing the fish corpses was too slow. Zhou Wen found 9 people and asked about their strength attributes. They were all about 20 points, which was completely the level of ordinary survivors. Bai Lan and others had 2 low strength attributes, and could not help for the time being. Zhou Wen could only decompose the corpses himself and let them carry them. After dealing with the 4 corpses of Starry Night Hairtails, the battle of the Phantom Leviathans was over. The 20-meter creature was no match for the 90-meter Phantom Leviathan. There were a total of 36 Starry Night Hairtails, and 10 Phantom Leviathans were easily killed. Almost all of them were beaten to death. There are 40 star-like cutlass fish in total, and Zhou Wen made all their skeletons into honeycomb bone pieces. 8 meters of 20-meter biological skeletons can make a honeycomb bone piece. The star-like cutlass fish has a total of 800 meters of skeletons, and 100 honeycomb bone pieces were made. The 50-meter tube jellyfish is like a bottomless pit. The flesh and blood of 40 star-like cutlass fish were fed and digested quickly. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt that the light emitted by the umbrella of the 50-meter tube jellyfish seemed brighter. At first, it could only illuminate the entire umbrella range, but now the light can be emitted outside the transparent membrane. It can be clearly seen that there are 10 Phantom Leviathans following outside the transparent membrane. One of them was a fully armored Leviathan that was an exaggerated 120 meters long and had a metal horn on its head, which naturally attracted the attention of Bai Lan and the other 9 people. Is that your Leviathan, boss? It was the first time that Bai Lan saw the full picture of Zhou Wen's Leviathan. It was pitch black outside before, and it was impossible to see how big Zhou Wen's Leviathan was. After seeing Zhou Wen's Leviathan, Bai Lan felt that Zhou Wen was not simple. Their Leviathans were only 90 meters long, while Zhou Wen's had reached 120 meters, a full 30 meters long. How did he do it? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Ordinary survivors like Bai Lan have no chance to come into contact with food guide for accelerated growth of transformed Leviathan or energy crystal for instant growth of transformed Leviathan. In their opinion, transformed Leviathan grows 1 meter a day and 90 meters in 60 days. However, Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan exceeded their cognition. Not only did it reach 120 meters, but it was also covered with bone scales. This made Bai Lan suddenly think of something. Boss, has your transformed Leviathan entered the scale transformation period? Bai Lan asked carefully. Now most survivors know about the scale transformation period, because when passing through the area where the Sea of Birth and the Deep Blue Sea meet, they will encounter white jade shells. The biological illustrations of white jade shells will mention some information about the scale transformation period. Well, yes, it will enter the scale transformation period when the body length reaches 100 meters. This is not important news. Zhou Wen has nothing to hide and said it directly. After Bai Lan learned the news, his expression changed many times, because he thought of an opportunity to earn basic materials, that is, hoarding white jade shells. Although all survivors know that the next stage of the transformation of Leviathan is the scale transformation period, they don't know when they can really enter the scale transformation period. As time went by, no one deliberately stockpiled white jade shells. He could completely take advantage of this forward-looking news to create an information gap and make a fortune in 10 days, when everyone's transformed Leviathan entered the scale transformation period. What? Are you thinking about stockpiling white jade shells? Zhou Wen saw through Bai Lan's thoughts at a glance. I have this idea. Bai Lan smiled awkwardly. After all, this news came from Zhou Wen. In his opinion, Zhou Wen would definitely stockpile white jade shells, and if he also stockpiled, wouldn't he be stealing business from Zhou Wen? Stock up less and earn a few 100,000 basic materials. If you stock up too much, those guilds will not let you go. Zhou Wen looked down on these benefits, but it did not mean that ordinary survivors could get them. Guilds of all sizes, whether it was to grow scales on their transmogrified Leviathan or to earn basic materials, would not be able to take advantage of them by ordinary survivors. Yes, thank you for the reminder, boss. Bai Lan also reacted immediately, because he did not have the strength to stock up white jade shells, and the idea of getting rich was immediately extinguished by him. The siphonophore floated up almost 2,000 meters, and encountered many 10-meter siphonophores on the way. These small siphonophores automatically merged into tentacles. They also encountered 10 50-meter siphonophores, each with a 10-meter creature and a common supply box in the center of its umbrella. After Zhou Wen killed those 10-meter creatures, he obtained 10 common supply boxes, which contained 100 basic materials of various types, and the 10 50-meter siphonophores were also integrated into it. The tube jellyfish under Zhou Wen's feet became a giant creature with a diameter of 50 meters and a body length of about 180 meters, but the biological illustrations remained unchanged. After eating the meat of 10 kinds of 10-meter creatures, Zhou Wen's strength increased by 8 points, his physique increased by 15 points, and his speed increased by 9 points. This is the benefit of participating in the trial. As long as you are strong enough, your attributes can be improved rapidly. Fortunately, the attribute cap is not 250 points. Zhou Wen looked at his character attribute panel and found that his physique attribute had reached 252 points. Zhou Wen also let the 9 white and blue people eat some of the meat of these 10-meter creatures. Their strength was greatly improved, and the speed of carrying the meat was much faster. Zhou Wen didn't need to decompose the 10 10-meter creature corpses at all, just hand them over to them. Floating up another 1,000 meters, a tube jellyfish with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in front of several people. The tube jellyfish under Zhou Wen's feet, like before, gradually approached the umbrella-shaped body of the 100-meter tube jellyfish, and then the two transparent membranes met, opening a hole. 10 people passed through the hole and swam into the 100-meter-long tube jellyfish umbrella-shaped body. In the middle, there was a 20-meter-long creature that looked like a catfish. Zhou Wen didn't waste a moment, stepped forward and killed it with a knife, and then checked the biological illustration information. Black-skinned white catfish body length, 20 meters. Weight, 10 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish that lives on the seabed, edible. Chapter 308. Joan cut off a piece of meat and swam towards the supply box. The remaining body was decomposed by Bailon and others. This black-skinned white catfish had no scales on its body, so it was much easier to decompose. The supply box in the center was just an ordinary supply box. After Joan opened the box, he got 20 steel ingots. The trial is getting harder and harder. Only 20 steel ingots are given for 20-meter creatures. Joan sighed. In the underwater maze trial, 20-meter creatures were already daunting, but here they were just guarding 20 steel ingots. After taking the supply box, Joan returned to the corpse of the black-skinned white catfish, and then used the 20 steel ingots he had just obtained to make 7 steel weapons, plus a carbon bone knife, to replace the iron weapons of the 8 people except Bailon. Among them, the carbon bone knife was given to a younger brother named Tang Yuan. His strength attribute reached 30 points after eating the black-skinned white catfish. The carbon bone knife weighed 150 kilograms, and could barely be used with both hands. Suddenly, the umbrella-shaped body of the 100-meter tube jellyfish under his feet vibrated violently, and white light spread from the center of the mouth to the entire umbrella-shaped body. The white light circle was like ripples on the calm lake. What happened? Joan frowned and looked at the 50-meter diameter, 180-meter long siphonophore, which had merged with the 100-meter diameter siphonophore. The vibration lasted for about 3 minutes, and the umbrella-shaped body returned to calm. Except for the 2 siphonophores fused together, the umbrella-shaped body did not change much, except that there was a dazzling white halo around the central mouth. I don't know what it does. Although the surface of the siphonophore did not change much, when Joan checked the biological illustration information, he found that the name had changed from Abyssal Siphonophore to Abyssal Leviathan, but the biological information was still full of question marks. The world is so vast that there are so many strange things. There are even Leviathan creatures that merge with each other. Joan was a little surprised. Puff! Just then, something suddenly appeared in the dark sea water, piercing through the body of a phantom Leviathan in an instant, and then pulled it violently, pulling the pierced phantom Leviathan into the darkness. What is that? Joan's expression changed, and he immediately looked at his own phantom Leviathan, but found that the phantom Leviathans of others were all tightly attached to the transparent membrane, as if there was something very scary in the darkness. Villain. Joan's transformed Leviathan quickly found Joan's location, and then swam over quickly, obviously trying to get as close to Joan as possible, and his voice was filled with fear. Huh? Suddenly, there was a violent sound of sea water surging from above, and then a turbulent current suddenly hit Joan's body. The sudden huge pressure almost made him lie on the ground. Joan instantly changed into black crystal armor. The joints of the black crystal armor could support each other, just enough to help Joan resist the huge pressure from top to bottom. The 9 white and blue people were almost pressed into the umbrella by this impact force. If the umbrella was not soft, they might have been crushed to death by this impact force. Buzz! At this moment, the halo in the center of the Abyss Leviathan suddenly spread to the entire umbrella. When it reached the edge of the umbrella, it turned into a circle of white energy and instantly rushed upward. The circular white energy illuminated the darkness above. Countless tentacles, with black hook-shaped spikes at the ends, were seen surrounding the Abyss Leviathan in all directions. The visible length of these tentacles was 100 meters long and 20 to 30 meters thick. Because of the limited vision, Joan could not know how big the tentacles were, but judging from the length and number of tentacles, it was at least a 500-meter-long Leviathan creature. Boom! The white halo formed by the energy exploded the moment it came into contact with a tentacle, directly breaking off a tentacle and breaking the cage formed by these tentacles. The huge Leviathan creature also retracted its other tentacles immediately because it was injured, and disappeared into the dark sea water, as all the tentacles stretched and retracted. What is that? When the Abyss Leviathan released the white energy aura, the strong water pressure from above disappeared. Bailon and others got up from the ground, and saw the scene of being surrounded by countless huge tentacles. Joan did not speak, but looked at the reactions of the phantom Leviathans, and found that they had all recovered from their fear, indicating that the giant creature covered with tentacles had left and there would be no danger for the time being. So, Joan asked his phantom Leviathan and other phantom Leviathans to bring back the tentacle that was blown off by the white energy aura. After releasing the white energy halo just now, the dazzling white halo around the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan also disappeared, indicating that a circle of white halo represents an energy halo attack. Perhaps because of too much energy consumption, the floating speed of the Abyssal Leviathan also slowed down a lot, almost returning to the previous floating state. Fortunately, the transformed Leviathans have taken back the broken tentacle. Otherwise, if they encounter some large Leviathan creatures in this slow state, they may be wiped out. This broken tentacle is 100 meters long, and the surface of the tentacle is covered with a layer of metal thorny carapace, which is extremely hard and can only be cut with a 2-steel-long knife. In order to quickly decompose the tentacle, Zhou Wen directly chopped with a tungsten bone knife. Every time he cut off a piece of meat, he asked Bai Lan and the others to throw the meat into the mouth of the Abyss Leviathan. For their safety, they had to let the Abyss Leviathan condense a white energy halo as soon as possible. Just after decomposing 1/3 of the tentacles, the transformed Leviathans found that there were a large number of creatures attacking them. However, this time it was not a Leviathan-level creature, but a flat fish covered with a layer of black bone scales, with a body length of 30 meters. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the defense is extremely high. 9 transformed Leviathans blocked most of them, and the remaining 10 entered the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyss Leviathan. Zhou Wen used a tungsten bone broadsword to cut them all to death one by one. Zhou Wen didn't have time to waste on these 30-meter creatures. After killing the creatures that entered the transparent membrane, he continued to decompose the tentacles. After feeding half of the tentacle to the Abyss Leviathan finally condensed a circle of energy aura, so that they were safe. Zhou Wen temporarily stopped decomposing the tentacles, and looked at the illustrated information of the 30-meter creature covered with black scales. Black armored pine cone fish body length, 30 meters. Weight, 18 tons. Food type, carnivorous. Introduction. A fish with scales similar to pine cones. The scales are hard and edible, and the scales can be made into armor. Chapter 309. Because Zhou Wen forgot to eat the black-skinned white catfish meat before, he ate it directly with the black armored pine cone fish meat. Ding, eat the black-skinned white catfish meat, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. Ding, eat the black armored pine cone fish meat, strength +2, constitution +2, speed +2. The scales of the black armored pine cone fish are very hard, and steel weapons can't break through them at all. The crystal scimitar and the carbon bone knife are both special weapons. If the power is strong enough, they can cut through the scales, but Bai Lan and Tang Yuan definitely don't have this power. Zhou Wen could only cut the scales of the black armored pine cone fish himself, and let the 9 white and blue people cut the fish meat inside the scales. There was no other way. There were too many creatures to be decomposed. There were 30 black armored pine cone fish corpses in total, and Zhou Wen had to continue to decompose the remaining 50 meters of tentacles. He was simply too busy. The Abyss Leviathan absorbed enough energy, and returned to its previous floating speed. After a while, the group fed all the creature meat down, and the Abyss Leviathan absorbed it all, and 3 energy halos accumulated on its umbrella-shaped body. 30 sets of 30-meter long skeletons, 1 honeycomb bone piece every 6 meters, 900-meter skeletons, 150 honeycomb bone pieces. After decomposing the tentacles, Zhou Wen checked the illustration information of the giant Leviathan creature. Thorn Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 520 meters. Weight, 800,000 tons. Food type, meat, iron ore. Introduction. A small Leviathan living in the Abyss Sea, with hundreds of tentacles of various sizes wrapped in iron thorn shells, which can be used to make the transformed Leviathan iron thorn shell. After reading the illustrated information, Zhou Wen realized that the iron thorny carapace of the thorny Leviathan could be used to update the equipment of the transformed Leviathan, but he had already fed the entire tentacle, including the meat and carapace, to the Abyssal Leviathan. However, after thinking about it, Zhou Wen did not feel sorry, because he did not have the corresponding production drawings, and now even if he collected the materials, he could not make it at all. In the following time, the Abyssal Leviathan floated up nearly 5,000 meters again, and encountered many tube jellyfish on the way, all of which were automatically integrated. The Abyssal Leviathan, which was originally more than 200 meters, reached 300 meters after integrating these tube jellyfish. But there was one thing that made Zhou Wen feel bad, that is, when the Abyss Leviathan encountered those 50-meter and 100-meter siphonophores guarded by creatures, it no longer needed people to clear out the 10-meter and 20-meter creatures, but stretched out a large number of tentacles to strangle and absorb those creatures. This caused Zhou Wen to lose a lot of attribute points. Fortunately, the Abyss Leviathan also knew to roll up the supply boxes guarded by those creatures with its tentacles, and put them in its umbrella-shaped body, otherwise the loss would be great. By opening the supply box, Zhou Wen obtained a large amount of basic supplies and steel ingots. Among them, only the steel ingots were of some use to Zhou Wen, and the basic materials were a complete waste of storage box space. Zhou Wen made all the stones he obtained into stone foundations, and then tried to place them on the umbrella-shaped body. The result was very smooth and successful. Then he made some wooden chairs with wood, and placed them on the stone foundation. When he had nothing to do, he sat on the chairs to rest. After a while, a tube jellyfish with a diameter of 200 meters appeared above. This time, the Abyssal Leviathan did not merge directly, but as before, it approached flesh first, and then opened a hole in the transparent diaphragm to let Zhou Wen and his team go in to deal with the creatures inside. But as soon as Zhou Wen and his party passed through the hole and entered the umbrella-shaped body of the 200-meter tube jellyfish, they saw that the center was blood red, obviously stained red by a large amount of blood. Not long after, a man swam out of the blood-red seawater. This man was wearing a brown bone plate armor with a lot of black spots on the surface. He had no weapons in his hands, but held a silver-rimmed material box. When this man saw Zhou Wen and his party, he was also slightly stunned, and then he became alert. He flipped his palm, and a two-steel long knife appeared in his hand. The two sides confronted each other for a while. Zhou Wen saw that the other party had no intention of taking the initiative to attack, so he spoke first. After all, time was limited and could not be wasted. "Friend, how about we cooperate?" Although the other party came first, in order to surface as soon as possible, Zhou Wen would definitely not give up this 200-meter siphonophore, so he could only ask the other party if he was willing to cooperate. Cooperation? Isn't it just robbing? The black-spotted brown-armored man spoke frivolously, obviously not trusting Zhou Wen and his group. "I really want to cooperate sincerely. You can come here, so you should know the importance of the fusion tube jellyfish. Anyway, this trial is to surface, so there is no need for us to fight to the death," Zhou Wen said patiently. It was their first meeting, and they had the advantage in numbers, so it was normal for the other party to distrust them. The black-spotted brown-armored man fell into a brief silence, as if he was hesitating. Inadvertently, he saw a 120-meter-long phantom leviathan covered with bone armor outside the transparent membrane. He knew that the phantom leviathan was not his own, but the one on the opposite side. "There's no need for cooperation. We can divide the area on this tube jellyfish, and each of us can occupy half of the area." The black-spotted brown-armored man refused to cooperate, and then proposed. "No problem. What's your friend's name?" Zhou Wen swam to a distance of 5 meters from the black-spotted brown-armored man and asked. "Long Leong," the black-spotted brown-armored man said indifferently, and then looked at Zhou Wen briefly. "Wang Wen." Zhou Wen also gave his own name. In order to facilitate the decomposition of the biological corpse, Zhou Wen was wearing a light carbon scale armor at this time. "I wonder if we can share some of this 30-meter-long creature's meat with you to improve our character attributes?" Zhou Wen asked, looking at a crab creature corpse in the center. Long Leong didn't say anything, but swam to the crab creature's corpse, opened the corresponding equipment blueprint, and clicked to make it. The next second, the crab creature's shell turned into blue light, and was made into armor and weapons, which he put into the silver-rimmed supply box. "Don't take too much meat, it will be needed for the Abyssal Leviathan to surface." After saying this, Long Leong swam directly to the right side of the umbrella-shaped body, and then made a lot of wooden foundations, and placed a row in the center, roughly dividing the left and right sides. "Thank you." Zhou Wen thanked him, and then swam to the body of the crab creature, cut off a piece of meat and ate it. Ding, eat stone shell crab meat, strength +2, constitution +3, speed +1. Zhou Wen asked the 9 white and blue people to eat some of the remaining stone shell crab meat. After increasing a little attribute, he asked them to put the crab meat into the mouth hole of the Abyssal Leviathan. At this time, the Abyssal Leviathan had been fused, and the total length reached 500 meters, and the energy halo on the umbrella-shaped body also increased to 5. Chapter 310. Zhou Wen glanced at Long Leong with the corner of his eyes, and then asked Bai Lan and others to take the stone foundation and build a stone wall at the center of the Abyssal Leviathan. Long Leong was alone, and his ascent speed was faster than Zhou Wen's. This made no sense at all. There was only one possibility, that is, he killed a lot of people, and then fed their transformed leviathans to the Abyssal Leviathan. As for whether Long Leong killed people actively or passively, Zhou Wen was not sure, so he had to be on guard. Long Leong saw that Zhou Wen could actually make a stone foundation, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought that he was lucky enough to get a wood foundation blueprint, but he didn't expect that there were people who were luckier than him. The current price of wooden foundations is not bad, but he has never sold them because he is afraid of being discovered by the guild. However, he is not afraid that the guild will challenge him to a duel to snatch his blueprints, but he does not want to be exposed to the public and coveted by a group of hidden people. With his current strength, he is not inferior to any guild. Even Jiang Haitao, the current strongest leader of the Brother Jiang Guild, is comparable to him. And now, he knows that he must have encountered an old coin that is very hidden. In 60 days, the transformed Leviathan has grown to 120 meters, which is simply incredible. In fact, Long Leong is not a good person. Although he will not kill people at will, if the other party pushes too far, he will kill the other party without hesitation. Zhou Wen's behavior just now was actually pushing too far in Long Liang's eyes. Not only did he not leave, but he even wanted to cooperate with him. It was simply courting death. He was almost ready to take action, until he saw the 120-meter transformed Leviathan. He knew about the Leviathan instant growth energy crystal because he had also obtained one, which was a coincidence, but that experience almost cost him his life. Even so, his Leviathan was only 100 meters long, but the opponent's Leviathan was 120 meters long, 20 meters longer than his Leviathan, equivalent to 2 Leviathan instant growth energy crystal. Long Leong didn't know Zhou Wen's specific strength, but it was absolutely terrifying, so he proposed a method of dividing the boundaries, so that if the opponent had bad intentions, he could be prepared for a desperate fight in advance. Just as Zhou Wen and Long Leong were on guard against each other, colorful lines appeared in the dark seawater. These lines were extremely fast, and rushed into the transparent membrane in an instant. This was a fish with smooth skin like a mirror and colorful patterns all over its body. It had extremely long fins on both sides, which looked like 2 wings when opened. There was also a long colorful silk thread at the end of the fin, and 3 on the tail fin. The whole fish was 60 meters long, and its body was as slender as a shuttle. A colorful fish attacked Long Leong directly, so fast that his transformed Leviathan could not react, so he could not let the transformed Leviathan stop it, and could only take out a 6-sided fish scale shield from the equipment bar to resist the attack of the colorful fish. The moment the colorful fish was about to approach Long Leong, the fish fins suddenly opened. The colors were gorgeous, and the fin bones were sharp like knives, flashing cold light. Bang! The sharp fin bone knife, like a dazzling stream of light, passed through Long Liang's shield, leaving a deep scratch. At the moment when Long Leong blocked the attack, a long steel knife appeared in his hand, and he swung the knife quickly, slashing the fin of the colorful fish fiercely, cutting off the fin directly. The colorful fish felt pain and turned over violently to escape, but just as it rushed out of the transparent membrane, it was pulled back by a fish tail, which was the Phantom Leviathan. After Long Liang's Phantom Leviathan reacted, it had been guarding outside, waiting for this moment. The colorful fish hit by the Phantom Leviathan was severely injured, and was finally hacked to death by Long Leong with a long steel knife. Huh? Long Leong exhaled a foul breath. He didn't use too much strength to kill the colorful fish. I don't know if they have solved it over there. With their strength, one should be easy to solve. Long Leong thought to himself, cut off a large piece of fish meat, pretended to feed the fish meat into the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan, and approached the stone wall in the middle. The stone wall in the middle is not high, only 3 meters. If you swim up a little, you can see the situation on the other side. Long Leong casually threw the fish meat in his hand into the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan, then stepped hard with his legs a few times, and the upper half of his head easily passed the stone wall. Then he saw Zhou Wen still fighting with a colorful fish. Long Leong felt a little disdainful. It took so long to kill a colorful fish. He felt that he had thought too much and overestimated Zhou Wen's strength. However, after he put his head over the stone wall, his downward vision was no longer restricted by the stone wall. His pupil shrank suddenly, because the ground was full of colorful fish corpses. He quickly counted them, and found that there were 8, plus the one that was fighting with Zhou Wen, a total of 9. While Zhou Wen was still fighting with the colorful fish, his younger brother had already decomposed a corpse, leaving only a skeleton. Long Leong saw all this, slowly retracted his head into the stone wall, and then silently decomposed the corpse. Puff! Zhou Wen took the sword of the sailfish and stabbed the colorful fish in the head, killing it completely, and then looked at the other side of the stone wall with the corner of his eyes. The previous 8 colorful fish were all killed by Zhou Wen with 2 or 3 slashes of tungsten bone sword, but when Zhou Wen found that Long Leong was not moving, he immediately changed his weapon to the sword of the sailfish to hide the existence of the tungsten bone sword. Boss Wang, I found a ball in my heart. Is this the core you mentioned? When Bai Lan saw that Zhou Wen had finished fighting, he immediately swam over and handed a colorful ball in his hand to Zhou Wen. After getting the ball, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get 1 colorful core. Ding! Colorful core. After using, you can get the colorful feature. When the feature is turned on, The speed attribute increases by 100 points. The duration depends on the physical attribute. 1 point of physical attribute lasts for 1 second. It turns out to be an acceleration core, but it is a fixed increase of 100 points. It is not very useful. Although Zhou currently does not have the feature of increasing speed, he does not want to use this kind of core that adds fixed values. Of course, although Zhou will not use it, he can take it out as a bargaining chip. So Zhou personally dug all the remaining 8 cores and checked the biological illustration information of the colorful fish. Bone fin colorful barracuda, body length 60 meters. Weight 25 tons. Food type meat. Introduction: a very fast fish, the body surface emits colorful brilliance, which is edible, and the fish skin can be used to make diving suits. Another material for making diving suits, an upgraded version of the mirror skin barracuda? Finally, Zhou cut off a piece of fish meat and ate it. Ding! Eat bone fin colorful barracuda meat, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +7. Chapter 311. The body of the bone fin brilliant barracuda was handed over to Bai Lan, and the others for decomposition. Zhou came to the stone wall, swam up a few times, and saw Long Leong on the opposite side dealing with the body alone. Brother Long, this kind of fish has a core in its heart, so don't feed it to the Abyssal Leviathan by mistake. Zhou reminded. Is that it? Long Leong paused for a moment after hearing Zhou's words, and then took out a brilliant core from his supply box. Yes, this is a good thing. Zhou nodded. Yes, it is indeed a good thing. Long Leong simply responded and fell silent, because he felt that Zhou came here specifically to ask for this colorful core, but he didn't want to give away such a good speed-increasing core for nothing. He also felt that Zhou was too greedy. He had already obtained 9 cores, but he still wanted to take the one in his hand. By the way, I wonder if Brother Leng has encountered the abyss dragonfish before. Zhou had no interest in the colorful core in Long Leong's hand. He already had 9 of them, so why would he do that? However, he was very interested in the burning core. Long Leong's face darkened when he heard Zhou mention the abyss dragonfish. He was not only going to take the colorful core, but also the burning core, which had a more powerful effect. No! Long Leong didn't want to hand over the burning core, so he pretended not to know about the abyss dragonfish. However, he regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth, because he didn't get any information about the abyss dragonfish. So how did he know that the abyss dragonfish was called this name? In an instant, Long Leong tensed up all over, unconsciously tightening the serrated long knife in his hand. He stared at Zhou with a pair of eyes, and was highly focused. If Zhou attacked, he would be ready to fight to the death. Oh, that's a pity. The burning core in the abyss dragonfish is even better. I originally wanted to talk to Brother Lun about using a few colorful cores to see if we could exchange them. Since we haven't encountered them, forget it. Zhou would not rob others because there was no need. If he could exchange them, that would be the best. If he couldn't, forget it. Brother Lang, let our men decompose the corpses of large creatures in the future. Otherwise, you have to kill, decompose, and feed them yourself, which is too troublesome. Zhou saw that Long Leong had only decomposed half of the corpse of the bone-finned colorful barracuda, and the speed was too slow, so he suggested. Of course, if this kind of creature with a core appears again, whoever kills it will be the one who owns it. Brother Lang, don't worry. Zhou saw that Long Leong was a little hesitant, so he said quickly. Well, thank you, Brother Wang. Long Leong saw that Zhou did not seem to have the intention to rob him of his core, and that it was indeed very slow to deal with the corpses by himself, so he thought about it for a while, and agreed. No need to thank me, we are helping each other, Zhou said with a smile, and then asked Bai Lan to assign a few people to help decompose the corpses. After a while, all 10 corpses of bony-finned colorful barracudas were decomposed. Zhou had 9 skeletons, 60-meter-long skeletons, and 3 meters to make a honeycomb bone piece. A total of 540 meters, and 180 honeycomb bone pieces were made. Long Leong also had the drawings of honeycomb bone pieces, but there was only 1 skeleton, so he only made 20 honeycomb bone pieces, and pasted them all on his own Phantom Leviathan. Long Liang's Phantom Leviathan also had a lot of honeycomb bone pieces pasted on it, but it didn't cover the whole body. There were about 2,000 pieces, and the materials of the honeycomb bone pieces were different. There was also an area with black crystal honeycomb bone pieces, which were obviously made of the bones of the abyss dragonfish. Just when Zhou and his friends had nothing to do, and sat on the chairs to rest, the Phantom Leviathans fell into a state of fear again. It seemed that some giant creature appeared in the darkness, within the detection range of their biological radar. Buzz. After a while, the outermost energy aura on the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan suddenly spread towards the edge, and a strong white light spread horizontally from the edge of the umbrella-shaped body to the surroundings. As this energy aura spread outward, a layer of energy light shield with a diameter of 500 meters was formed around the Abyssal Leviathan, covering all the Phantom Leviathan outside the transparent membrane. Bang! 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 Suddenly, several tentacles like thorns sprang out from the darkness, targeting the Phantom Leviathan outside the transparent membrane. At the moment when this white energy light shield opened, several thorn tentacles were all bounced away by the energy light shield. But these thorn tentacles were not ready to give up. After being bounced off, more tentacles stretched out, constantly whipping the energy shield. The energy shield, which was originally materialized, became much dimmer after being whipped by huge forces many times, and even had a tendency to dissipate. At this time, another circle of energy aura on the umbrella-shaped body began to spread around, but this time it was not released from the edge of the umbrella-shaped body to form a light shield, but was transmitted to a tentacle under the umbrella-shaped body. The tentacles that received the white energy emitted dazzling white light throughout the body, and then began to change their shape, from a long strip to a hollow big-bellied cylinder, which looked like the upper half of a goblet, with a maximum diameter of 100 meters and a length of 100 meters. Then, two halos spread out from the umbrella-shaped body, and all the white energy was transferred to the tentacles of the cylinder. Energy began to gather inside the tentacles of the cylinder. The next second, a 50-meter diameter white energy beam rushed out, like a sharp blade of light, instantly cutting through the dark and deep-sea water. Under the illumination of the white energy beam, a squid-like creature with hundreds of tentacles appeared in front of everyone. It was the Thorn Leviathan that attacked Zhou and his companions before. The white beam of light carried terrifying energy, instantly cutting off more than a dozen tentacles of the Thorn Leviathan, and then piercing through its body. However, because the Thorn Leviathan was so huge, the energy beam, which was only 50 meters in diameter, only severely damaged it, but could not completely kill it. The Thorn Leviathan violently swung its remaining tentacles a few times, quickly fled into the distance, and disappeared into the darkness in a few seconds. It's so powerful. Zhou found that the Abyssal Leviathan under his feet was becoming more and more complicated. Go, have your Leviathans bring back the broken tentacles of the Thorn Leviathan. Zhou saw that the Leviathans were no longer afraid, so he asked Bai Lan and the others to tell their Leviathans to bring back the tentacles. Long Leong was in a state of confusion after everything that had just happened. He was a little confused. Why did such a big creature suddenly appear and attack them? Is this trial so difficult? Seeing that Zhou and the others seemed to know something, they asked Zhou about it. Have you seen that huge creature before? Yes, it attacked us once. It's called the Thorn Leviathan, and it's 520 meters long. Zhou told him what he knew, but he was also a little surprised. Brother Long, have you ever encountered a similar Leviathan creature before? No. Long Leong shook his head with certainty. What's going on? Is it a random encounter? Or is it because of the number of people? Zhou asked in a doubtful voice. Chapter 312. Hearing what Zhou muttered, Long Liang's face showed a strange emotion. He was alone before, and there was no Leviathan-level creature attacking him, but now he felt like he was on a pirate ship. What's wrong, Brother Ling? Zhou saw Long Leong suddenly silent, not knowing what he was thinking, so he asked. Nothing, I just think this Qianyuan Leviathan is quite powerful. Long Leong naturally would not say that he regretted acting with Zhou, so he turned the topic to Qianyuan Leviathan. Indeed, but considering the previous and just situations, the Abyss Leviathan itself is not very aggressive. If you want to fight against the Thorn Leviathan, you must accumulate energy auras. Zhou said, looking at the only remaining energy aura. There were 5 energy auras before, and 4 were used directly just now. Now there is only 1 left. Then we must accumulate energy auras quickly, otherwise if the Thorn Leviathan comes back, we will be in danger. Long Leong suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and his tone was no longer as distant as before. Don't worry, the energy aura is easy to accumulate. Zhou was not too worried. A dozen tentacles of the Thorn Leviathan were enough to accumulate energy for the Abyss Leviathan. Afterwards, the Transfiguration Leviathans brought back the broken tentacles, but there were only 5. Zhou learned from his Transfiguration Leviathan's voice that the Thorn Leviathan suddenly returned, but did not attack. It just kept wandering around, as if it was a little afraid. Seeing this situation, Zhou invited Long Leong to disassemble and sell together. Long Leong had a 2 steel long knife. If the two of them disassembled together, it would be faster. The faster the energy aura accumulated, the safer they would be. Long Leong naturally did not refuse. If he did not help him, he would be implicated in this matter related to life. Next, Zhou Wen and Long Leong cut the tentacles into pieces of meat, and Bai Lan and others carried the pieces of meat and put them into the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan. During this period, the Abyssal Leviathan kept floating up. When it encountered a 10-meter tube jellyfish, it directly merged with it. When it encountered a 50-meter, 100-meter, or 200-meter tube jellyfish, it first killed the creatures inside and then merged them. The silver-rimmed material box guarded by the 30-meter creature required exclusive biological materials for the drawings opened in it, but the biological materials were all eaten by the Abyssal Leviathan, so these drawings were currently useless. However, Zhou Wen still took half of the drawings. Long Leong took most of the remaining half, and each of the 9 people in white and blue took one. Zhou Wen used these drawings, which were useless now. After the trial, if he encountered corresponding biological materials outside, he could also make a few of them to enrich the style of the one-piece armor. About half an hour later, the 5 thorn tentacles were decomposed, but this time, they only provided the energy of 5 halos to the Abyssal Leviathan. Zhou Wen guessed that this should be caused by the increase in the length of the Abyssal Leviathan and the increase in energy consumption, because the length of the Abyssal Leviathan has now reached 800 meters. I don't know if it's because of the extra barrel-shaped tentacle. The speed of the Abyssal Leviathan is much faster than before. Even if it gathered 5 energy auras before, the speed of the Abyssal Leviathan did not increase significantly. After floating up about 2,000 meters, the Abyssal Leviathan seemed to be pulled by something and began to move horizontally in one direction. After a while, Abyssal Leviathan with a body length of perhaps 1,000 meters appeared in front. There were a lot of people standing on the umbrella-shaped body of the 1,000-meter Abyssal Leviathan. Zhou Wen roughly estimated that there might be hundreds of people. Soon, the 2 Abyssal Leviathans came into contact with each other, and the 2 transparent membranes collided, opening a hole. A group of people on the opposite side took the initiative to pass through the hole and enter the Abyssal Leviathan on Zhou Wen's side. Most of these people were ordinary survivors, and many of them even wore spike suits or white phosphorus suits, but the leader was not simple, wearing silver fish scale armor and holding a serrated sword. Zhou Wen had come into contact with a lot of large biological materials, and he could see at a glance that the materials used to make these equipment were not simple. The preliminary judgment was that they should be made of 70 to 80 meters of large biological materials. Who is the leader among you? Come out! A man wearing a set of white bone armor next to the man with silver fish scale armor came to the front and shouted in a very impolite tone. Zhou Wen winked at Bai Lan, who understood and swam forward for a distance and asked loudly, "What do you want to do? Get out! Let your leader come out and speak. You are not worthy." The man with white bone armor glanced at the iron scale armor on Bai Lan, his tone full of contempt, but his eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking at Long Leong, because Long Leong had the best equipment, so he thought Long Leong was the boss among the few people. "Humph, boss, these people are too arrogant. Do you want to teach them a lesson?" Bai Lan snorted coldly and immediately turned to his boss. However, the person he was looking at was not Zhou Wen, but Long Leong. Long Liang's expression changed, and he glared at Bai Lan. He thought Zhou Wen would personally take action this time, so he could take this opportunity to see Zhou Wen's true strength. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wen actually pushed him to the front. Old coin. Long Leong cursed inwardly, but still swam forward obediently. There was no other way. People had to bow their heads under the eaves. "What do you want?" Long Leong spoke in a cold tone, with the aura of a strong man. When the 2 Abyssal Leviathans touch each other, it is basically equivalent to fusion, because the fusion roar can float up faster. Unless the strength of the 2 parties is almost the same, there are only 2 choices, either merge together or fight to the death. The 2 Abyssal Leviathans merge, and you will be under our control. The man in white bone armor seemed to be intimidated by Long Liang's aura, and his tone was no longer so tough. Then stop talking nonsense. If you want to die, come forward. As soon as Long Leong finished speaking, a toothed steel long knife appeared in his hand. The man in silver fish scale armor frowned slightly after seeing the toothed steel long knife. Although he had never seen a toothed steel long knife, he could sense the extraordinariness of the toothed steel long knife, so he quickly swam to the front of the man in white bone armor. "Ha ha ha, my friend, don't be angry. I am just joking." As he said that, he glanced at the man in white bone armor and signaled him to retreat. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Long Leong. May I know your last name?" The man in silver fish scale armor introduced himself. My last name is Long. Long Leong said calmly. Brother Ling. Zhang Dongyang was about to get closer to the two of them, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed that outside the transparent membrane opposite, there was an extremely large phantom leviathan, and its body was covered with bone scales. Scale transformation period? Zhang Dongyang was shocked and secretly thanked himself for not starting a fight right away. Brother Ling, the purpose of this trial is to surface. There is no need for us survivors to fight to the death. I have more people and can decompose the bodies faster. How about we cooperate? Zhang Dongyang suggested. I don't. Long Leong wanted to refuse directly. He likes to be alone and is not used to being with a lot of strangers. But just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhou Wen. You are also worthy of cooperating with our boss? It's better to be a little brother. By Lan, they will be under your control from now on. Zhou Wen suddenly rushed forward and said arrogantly. Chapter 313. I really give in to this Lao Lu. Long Leong cursed in his heart. It would be fine if he was the one who was in the front, but now, he was also asking for hatred. Zhou Wen was just a little brother, wearing only some rubbish equipment, but he dared to be so arrogant. Zhang Dongyang was immediately furious, but for Long Liang's sake, he didn't say anything, just suppressed his anger. Originally, after the two bosses had drawn closer to each other, the atmosphere between the two sides had eased a lot, but after Zhou Wen said this arrogant word, there was a moment of deathly silence. The people on Zhang Dongyang's side all looked at their boss. The man in white armor glared at Zhou Wen, wishing he could kill him with a knife. What are you looking at? Do you believe that my boss will punch your eyes out? Zhou Wen was glared at by everyone, but he was not afraid at all, and his arrogance became even more arrogant. Zhang Dongyang suddenly took a deep breath. He really couldn't suppress his anger, but there was one thing that made him feel very strange, that is, Long Leong didn't show any expression at all, and just let his little brother shout, which was very abnormal. How dare a younger brother like him interrupt the conversation between the two bosses? Not only that, he even interrupted his boss directly. Zhang Dongyang thought about it for a while, and thought of a possibility, that is, Long Leong deliberately ordered his younger brother to do this. The purpose is to test whether they are sincere in cooperation. After all, if they turn against each other after being angered a few times, then it is not worth cooperating. And Long Leong is a strong man. He has the right to test and select partners. After figuring this out, Zhang Dongyang's anger suddenly disappeared, and then he turned around and said to Zhou Wen very politely, Haha, this brother is right. In this survival world, the strong are respected. What's more, Brother Lang is a top strongman who has the scale transformed Leviathan. It's okay for us to be his subordinates. When Zhang Dongyang said the word scale transformed Leviathan, his voice was particularly loud, just to tell his subordinates that the people on the other side are very strong, and your boss is just a wise man who knows the times. Be honest and don't do anything stupid. I can't protect you when the time comes. Humph, you are quite self-aware, kid. Do your job well. I have high hopes for you. Zhou Wen looked arrogant, as if he was a smug person. Okay. Zhang Dongyang nodded humbly on the surface, but in his heart, he was almost vomiting blood. It was too hateful. After that, Zhang Dongyang's people were led by Bai Lan to build the stone foundation. In order to let Long Leong hold out for a while longer in front of people, Zhou Wen still had to hide his strength a little, so he still used the stone foundation to divide the umbrella-shaped body of the merged Abyssal Leviathan into two halves. This time, there were more people and more stones, so the divided stone wall was piled higher, reaching a height of 5 meters. As long as you don't look here deliberately, you can't see anything. Everyone else was busy, leaving Zhou Wen and Long Leong idle. Long Leong looked at Zhou Wen, obviously dissatisfied with being forced to the front just now. How about it, Brother Ling? Do you feel good to be the boss? Zhou Wen directly ignored Long Liang's dissatisfaction and asked. Long Leong responded in silence. He didn't like standing in front of people, nor did he like to be a boss. He liked to improve his strength secretly. Moreover, he didn't feel the feeling of being a boss just now. Zhou Wen was the one who interrupted and made decisions. He was just a decoration. Did you deliberately anger them just now? Long Leong asked, changing the subject. Yes, if I don't anger them, I won't feel comfortable cooperating with them. If they turn hostile after just a few words, they will become a time bomb if we keep them. They might even stab us in the back. Zhou Wen nodded. Besides, we do have to prioritize, otherwise it will be difficult for us to command their people to do things. Only by coordinating and managing them can we play the advantage of numbers. Yes. Long Leong nodded and said nothing. Zhou Wen's actions, except for the fact that he attracted hatred, were indeed fine and in line with his personality. After the two Leviathans merged, they reached 1,800 meters, but the umbrella-shaped body did not change at all. The diameter was still only 200 meters, but the body length increased, and it looked extremely slender. Zhang Dongyang's people were piling up the stone foundation under Bai Lan's command, but they did not really let Zhang Dongyang pile up the stone foundation like his men. After all, he was the leader of a team of 100 people, so he still had to give some face, and just let him supervise his people to work. At this time, Zhang Dongyang was very glad that he did not act rashly, because he just saw another Leviathan with scales on its body. Although its body length was not as long as the 120-meter one, he estimated that it should also be 100 meters. A team with two scale-transformed Leviathans is so terrifying. If he had dared to make a move just now, he would have been thrown into the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan and absorbed without leaving any residue. Zhou Wen looked at the energy halo on the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan after the fusion. It did not increase and was still 6, which surprised Zhou Wen. The 1,000-meter Abyssal Leviathan on Zhang Dongyang's side seemed to be completely built up by the number of people, and not a single energy halo was accumulated. Afterwards, Zhou Wen asked Bai Lan to ask Zhang Dongyang if he had encountered Leviathan creatures before. After all, there were so many of them, but they didn't encounter any. This shows that encountering an attack by a Leviathan creature depends entirely on luck. If you are unlucky and encounter it, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. The Abyssal Leviathan continued to float up. Zhou Wen knew that the Thorn Leviathan had been hovering around through his own transformed Leviathan's voice. How dare you attack when the Abyssal Leviathan is 1,800 meters long? However, it's not a problem to think about it, because the Abyssal Leviathan's main body has no attack ability at all. It can only strangle some creatures of 10 to 30 meters. This killing power is also pitifully weak among Leviathan creatures. After floating up 1,000 meters, a tube jellyfish with a diameter of 500 meters appeared above, and there was a 40-meter creature in the center of its umbrella-shaped space. This creature is not simple just by looking at its appearance. Its whole body is shining with golden color. It looks like a scavenger. Its whole body is covered with golden bone plates, and there are a lot of sharp and short spines on these shells. Its head is triangular and flat. There is a bone shell on each side of the gills that looks like a bone knife extending forward. There is a bone that bends outward on the left and right fins, like two scimitars. The whole creature looks like a heavy killing machine from the outside. Chapter 314. After Leviathan was level with the tube jellyfish and opened the transparent membrane, Zhou Wen and Long Leong looked at each other. In the end, Zhou Wen swam into the umbrella-shaped body of the 500-meter tube jellyfish. Time was running out, and he had to kill it quickly. The thorny creature immediately entered combat mode when it saw Zhou Wen approaching. Its body was close to the ground, like a bulldozer, rushing towards Zhou Wen at the fastest speed. Zhou Wen was too lazy to hide in front of Long Leong. His whole body flashed, and black crystal armor appeared on his body. He held a huge tungsten bone sword as big as a door panel in one hand, and carried it on his shoulder. At the moment when the thorn-armored creature rushed over, Zhou Wen swung the tungsten bone knife and chopped the thorn-armored creature's head. With a click sound, a huge wound was cut on the head. However, the 40-meter creature was too big to be killed with one knife, so Zhou Wen chased it and chopped it several times. After completely chopping the head of the thorn-armored creature into pieces, he finally killed it. The thorn-armored creature was also guarding a rimmed supply box, which Zhou Wen opened without hesitation. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the thorny golden meat thorn armor. Ding! Obtained a characteristic steel stamp X1. Characteristic steel stamp, not bad. Zhou Wen was delighted and put it away directly, then used the blueprint to check the production requirements. Blueprint of the thorny golden meat thorn armor. Needs 10 thorny golden meat thorn bone plates, 100 silk. Huh? You actually need silk? After Zhou Wen looked at the materials required for the blueprint, he was puzzled, so he touched the body of the thorny golden meat and opened the biological illustration to check. Spiny armored golden bream body length, 180 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. Food type, meat gold ore. Introduction. A top predator on the seabed, with golden thorns all over its body that are indestructible and edible. Feeding its blood to the metamorphosis Leviathan can make it grow golden thorns and scales. Is this creature so powerful? Zhou Wen said with some surprise after reading the biological illustrations. After all, he just killed it with a few knives. But no matter what, he must keep the good stuff for himself. Zhou did not feed the corpse of the spiny-armored golden bream to the Abyssal Leviathan, but decomposed it and put it in his own supply box. While decomposing the corpse, Zhou also found a core in the heart of the thorny golden bream. Ding, obtained gold core X1. Ding, gold core. After use, you can obtain the gold characteristic. When the characteristic is activated, the physical fitness is increased by 3 times, and the duration is related to the gold element in the body. Huh? After reading the introduction of the gold core, Zhou was stunned for a moment, then opened the silver-rimmed supply box and checked the items inside again, but he didn't see the genetic medicine of the thorny golden bream at all. Without the relevant genetic medicine, what's the use of this golden core? Zhou was speechless. The world system didn't give him comprehensive things. At this time, Long Leong swam over and looked at the black crystal armor and tungsten bone sword on Zhou. Although Zhou's battle just now did not fully demonstrate the power of this equipment, just looking at the materials used to make it, you can tell that these 2 pieces of equipment are not simple. This creature is very special. I took it all. This piece of meat is for you. Zhou put away his equipment, put on the carbon scale armor again, and then handed Long Leong a piece of the meat of the thorny golden bream, and followed Zhou to eat a piece. Ding, eat the meat of the golden bream, strength +6, constitution +10, speed +5. When Zhou heard the attribute point bonus prompted by the system, his expression changed. This was too much, almost catching up with the small diamond sea snake. This kind of food is not suitable for outsiders to eat. Zhou thought to himself, and looked at Long Leong. Long Leong noticed something was wrong and quickly retreated a few meters to the back, and quickly swallowed the remaining meat in his mouth. I've finished eating it, and the attribute points have also been added. I can't spit it out, Long Leong said quickly. Why are you so nervous? We are all family. This piece of meat is for you. Go and share it with Bai Lan and Zhang Dongyang, Zhou said, taking out a large piece of meat from the supply box and handing it to Long Leong. You won't stab me in the back, will you? Long Leong took the meat suspiciously and said, Am I crazy? You are our boss now. Who will take the front if you die? Zhou said. Zhou's words made Long Leong feel relieved, but after he came to his senses, he felt something was wrong, because Zhou meant that if he was not in the front at that time, he would be stabbed now. However, Long Leong no longer hesitated and distributed the meat of the thorny golden bream to Bai Lan, and the other 9 people, and Zhang Dongyang. After eating the meat, and hearing the system prompt, they all showed a look of shock on their faces. It was the first time they had seen biological meat with so many attributes. Brother Leng is really generous. Zhang Dongyang hurriedly complimented him. If he got the biological meat with so many attributes, he would definitely not share it with others. Zhang Dongyang and his men were restricted by Bai Lan, and their vision was blocked by the stone wall, so they did not see the process of the battle, and thought that Long Leong killed the thorny golden bream. As for being restricted to the original place, Zhang Dongyang did not think there was anything wrong. After all, Long Leong wanted to hide his strength. Before participating in this trial, he had always been hiding his strength. It was just that this trial needed to gather people. In order to gain enough benefits, he had to expose his true strength. But he did not expect that there are people who are better than others. He thought he was very strong at first, but he did not expect that he would need a stronger person who could hide before the trial started. Long Leong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Dongyang. He turned around and told Bai Lan to organize people to move the stone foundation that had just been built to the umbrella of the 500-meter tube jellyfish, and then returned directly. Next, the Abyssal Leviathan merged with the 500-meter tube jellyfish, reaching a body length of 2 kilometers. The umbrella-shaped body also carried the diameter of the tube jellyfish, reaching 500 meters, and the energy halo on the umbrella-shaped body decreased by 1, leaving 5. Just after the Abyssal Leviathan merged, a large number of thorn tentacles rushed out from the darkness above, and more than a dozen phantom leviathans outside the transparent membrane were instantly swept away. Fuck, what is that? Zhang Dongyang exclaimed. The next second, the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan emitted a dazzling white light, directly illuminating the darkness above. A giant squid creature was casting its tentacles like a fishing net, and after catching the phantom Leviathan, it was ready to escape quickly. However, this time, the Abyssal Leviathan was obviously not going to let it escape again. The 5 energy halos on the umbrella-shaped body all gathered towards the center, and the white energy changed to form an energy light ball with a diameter of 200 meters. Then, a beam of energy light shot out, tearing open the dark sea water above, and instantly pierced through the body of the thorn Leviathan. The energy light column penetrated the whole body of the thorn leviathan vertically from bottom to top. Suffering such a fatal blow, the thorn leviathan died immediately, and the huge corpse slowly fell on the umbrella-shaped body of the abyssal leviathan. Chapter 315. The huge body of the thorn leviathan fell downwards, and everyone on the umbrella-shaped body of the abyss leviathan showed panic on their faces. If they were hit, they would definitely be crushed into slag. Long Leong, let your transformed leviathans form a team, and go up to push the body out of the umbrella. Zhou immediately asked Long Leong to give the order. The body length of the thorn leviathan is 520 meters, but this is the length of the tentacles. If the tentacles are removed and only the body is counted, it is only more than 300 meters, and the umbrella-shaped body of the abyss leviathan is 500 meters. Let those transformed leviathans move the falling thorn leviathan body outwards, and only let the body part fall on the umbrella-shaped body. At such a critical moment, Long Leong naturally followed the instructions and immediately asked his men to send their transformed leviathan to swim towards the thorn leviathan, and work together to shift the location where the thorn leviathan fell. In the end, only the 300-meter long body of the thorn leviathan fell on the umbrella-shaped body, and the tentacles drooped outside. Boom! At the moment when the body of the thorn leviathan fell on the umbrella-shaped body, the seawater was squeezed by the heavy object, and a turbulent current was immediately set off, which quickly spread to the surroundings in an instant. Zhou and his group were standing in the area of the umbrella-shaped body where the corpse would not hit them. This strong current swept them up and pushed them out of the transparent membrane. Once they were washed out of the transparent membrane by the current, they would be compressed into meatballs by the terrifying water pressure outside. Fortunately, Zhou had been prepared. He had asked his men to use stone foundations to build a stone wall in the back, and also placed a large number of wooden foundations on the surface of the umbrella-shaped body. Those who were washed away could try to grab the wooden stakes of these wooden foundations. If they were not strong enough to grab the wooden foundations, there was another stone wall behind them, and there were many wooden foundations on the stone wall, which they could grab with their hands to fix their bodies. Because they had prepared to resist the impact in advance, after the turbulent current disappeared, the team of hundreds of people only lost a few unlucky people. The thorn leviathan is a leviathan-level creature, and there must be a stomach wall space in its body. Zhou is naturally the best person to take care of the supply box in the thorn leviathan. Then, Zhou looked at Long Leong, indicating Long Leong to send him into the thorn leviathan to find the supply box. Long Leong rolled his eyes at Zhou in anger, saying, "If you want to go, just go directly. Why do you have to continue pretending to be a little brother? Leviathan-level creatures have supply boxes in their bodies. Go in and find the supply boxes, and then keep them for me for the time being," Long Leong said reluctantly. "Okay, boss." Zhou nodded and bowed, then turned and walked towards the body of the thorn leviathan. Zhou walked to the body of the thorn leviathan, and a long steel knife appeared in his hand. He chopped the thorn carapace on the surface of the body with one knife, then cut a long cut on the body, and then drilled into the body. But at the moment his palm touched the body, the whole body was wrapped in blue light, and then quickly shrank. In just a few seconds, the blue light turned into a glass ball the size of a bowling ball, and in this transparent glass ball, a palm-sized thorn leviathan body could be seen. Ding! Get thorn leviathan corpse X1. Ding! You can crush the outer glass shell to place the thorn leviathan corpse again. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhou was slightly stunned. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the leviathan corpse was directly shrunk. Based on his experience of killing 2 leviathan creatures before, the leviathan corpse would not be shrunk by the world system under normal circumstances. The thorn leviathan corpse was shrunk by the world system. Zhou speculated that it was because he was currently in the trial. It would be a waste of time to search for the supply box in the body of the leviathan during the trial, so this function that can shrink the corpse of the leviathan was added. When the trial is over, the person who obtains this glass sphere can release the corpse and slowly explore the stomach wall space. Zhou looked at the glass sphere in his hand, thought briefly, and then followed the prompt in his mind, crushed the outer glass shell with his palm, and the corpse of the thorn leviathan appeared again in the previous position. This corpse of the thorn leviathan must belong to Zhou, but it cannot be collected directly now. In order to kill the thorn leviathan, the abyss leviathan consumed all the energy aura. This corpse must be decomposed and fed to the abyss leviathan to replenish the energy aura. Afterwards, Zhou returned and told Long Leong about the situation, so the two of them took the 2 steel long knife and began to cut the thorn carapace on the surface of the thorn leviathan. The thorn carapace is very hard, and can only be cut open with a toothed steel long knife. After cutting open the outer shell, the work of decomposing the internal flesh and blood was handed over to Bai Lan, Tang Yuan, Zhang Dongyang, and the man in white armor. Although the flesh and blood of the thorn leviathan is not as hard as the thorn carapace, it is similar to rubber. The iron and steel weapons in the hands of ordinary survivors are very difficult to cut, while the weapons in the hands of Bai Lan and the other four are all made of large biological materials, which makes it much easier to cut. In this way, the group divided the work and cooperated. Zhou Wen and Long Leong were responsible for chopping the thorny shells. Bai Lan and the other four were responsible for cutting the flesh, and the remaining ordinary people were responsible for carrying the cut flesh and throwing it into the mouth of the Abyss Leviathan. After a busy day, 20 tentacles of the thorn leviathan were decomposed. The thorny shells on the tentacles were specially kept by Zhou Wen. This was the material for making the iron thorn armor of the transformed leviathan. Now that there were enough people, there was no need to discard it directly as before. After the Abyss Leviathan swallowed 20 thorn leviathan tentacles, 10 energy halos appeared on its umbrella-shaped body. As the size of the Abyss Leviathan increased, more and more food was needed to gather the energy halos. From the beginning, one tentacle had 2 energy halos, to one tentacle later, and now 2 tentacles have 1 energy halo. In the process of decomposing the thorn leviathan, no one took the opportunity to take away the thorn leviathan's body, which shows that there are no fools in the crowd, because there is nowhere to escape on the umbrella-shaped body. Once the body of the thorn leviathan is taken away, it will definitely be a dead end, so everyone is very disciplined. Afterwards, the crowd decomposed a few more thorn leviathan tentacles and fed them to the Abyss Leviathan, but the Abyss Leviathan no longer gathered energy halos, but transferred the excess energy to the tentacles below, turning the slender tentacles into a cavity-like tissue that looks like a goblet. These hollow tissues expanded and contracted like propellers, which greatly increased the speed of the Abyssal Leviathan's ascent. As Zhou Wen and his team decomposed the corpse, the Abyssal Leviathan was constantly floating up and constantly absorbing large and small jellyfish. All kinds of large creatures of 40 meters were strangled, and the silver-rimmed material boxes it was guarding were brought back, a total of 10. Zhou Wen opened these silver-rimmed material boxes one by one, and all he got from them were good things. Ding! Get characteristic steel stamp X3. Ding! Get the instant growth energy crystal of the transformed Leviathan X1. Ding! Get the stomach wall space expansion voucher X2. Ding! Get the plant instant growth liquid X1. Chapter 316. Ding! Instant plant growth liquid. Use it on any plant, and it will instantly make the plant bloom and bear fruit. Any plant. Can it be used on the blood vein fruit? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen was shocked. He is now in great need of blood vein fruit seeds. He has not been able to make the metal blood vein claw gloves blueprint he got from the gold rim supply box before, but he lacks blood vein fruit seeds. Now with this instant plant growth liquid, he can quickly make the blood vein vine bloom and bear fruit. In this way, he can not only obtain the attribute points of the wave-walking Leviathan, but also obtain some blood vein fruit seeds, and then use the seeds to make the metal blood vein claw gloves. After Zhou Wen put the instant plant growth liquid into his own supply box, he continued to open the remaining silver-rimmed supply boxes, but after opening them all, he did not get any good things, only some exclusive equipment drawings for 40-meter creatures. These drawings were of no value to Zhou Wen, and he had taken all the good things himself, so he gave these drawings directly to Long Leong for distribution. Long Leong, have you used characteristic stamp before? Zhou Wen asked Long Leong. No, I have never used it. Long Leong replied. You haven't used it. Why don't you ask what the characteristic stamp is for? Zhou Wen seized the loophole in Long Leong's words and asked. I can probably guess. Long Leong said stubbornly. Okay, this characteristic stamp is for you. Zhou Wen handed a thumb-sized transparent crystal to Long Leong. If your own characteristics are better than the burning core of the abyss dragonfish, then it's best to keep this characteristic stamp. The colorful core is too weak and not worth using. Of course, this is just my suggestion. It's up to you to decide whether to use it. Zhou Wen reminded. After all the experiences, Zhou Wen felt that Long Leong was a good person. He was cautious and decisive, but he had a certain bottom line. He liked to be alone and was very strong. He gave him a characteristic stamp to improve his strength. Maybe he would meet him again in the future. Thank you. Long Leong was a little surprised and took the characteristic stamp and thanked him. Zhou Wen did not give Bai Lan and Zhang Dongliang 2 people. There were not many characteristic stamps, and Bai Lan's strength was too weak. Giving him a characteristic stamp would not be of much use. Zhang Dongyang was not familiar with him at all, so it was impossible for him to give him a characteristic stamp. After that, everyone continued to decompose the tentacles of the Thorn Leviathan, feeding 20 of them to the Abyss Leviathan. All the energy generated was used by the Abyss Leviathan to transform tentacles, adding a total of 10 cavity-like tissues, and the speed of the Abyss Leviathan's buoyancy increased by almost 5 times. Because the buoyancy speed was too fast, everyone could clearly feel the impact of the water flow above them. The survivors with weak strength had a hard time even standing under the impact of the water flow. Zhou could only make some wooden houses for them to resist the impact of the water flow. It is not good to float up too fast, because ordinary survivors will not be able to participate in the work of decomposing the corpse, so Zhou collected the remaining Thorn Leviathan corpse. In an hour, the Abyssal Leviathan floated up 20,000 meters. By fusing a large number of siphonophores, its body length reached 5,000 meters, and its umbrella-shaped body diameter reached 500 meters. Another hour passed, but there were no more siphonophores in front, and Zhou and others were not attacked by creatures. There was only endless black sea water above. Is it about to surface? Zhou did a simple calculation. From the beginning to now, it has already surfaced 50,000 meters. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, the Abyss Leviathan, which was originally surfacing rapidly, suddenly changed direction and began to swim horizontally, just like when it met Zhang Dongyang and his group before. After a while, a 5,000-meter-long Abyss Leviathan appeared in front of the horizontal movement. Soon, the two 5,000-meter Abyss Leviathans met, and the two transparent membranes touched each other, opening a circular hole. The next second, 500 or 600 people swarmed into the hole, and the 5 leading people were all wearing armor made of large biological materials. Zhou observed that the armor materials of these 5 people should be made of large biological materials of at least 70 to 80 meters. One of them was wearing a crystal-like black armor, which was somewhat similar to Zhou's black crystal armor, but the other party's crystal was brighter under the light. My name is Lu Zhuang. How about cooperation? The leader of the other party asked without any nonsense, when he was less than 10 meters away from Long Leong. Yes. Long Leong nodded, which was also simple and clear. Zhou stood behind Long Leong, watching the hundreds of ordinary survivors following behind Lu Zhuang. For some reason, these ordinary survivors all had expressions of fear on their faces, and their bodies were in a very tense state. Many people would look into the dark sea water outside the transparent membrane from time to time, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Then, the two Abyssal Leviathans began to merge, but this time the movement was very large. Originally, 5 of the 10 energy halos disappeared in an instant, and then the entire umbrella-shaped body trembled violently, and then the umbrella-shaped body began to expand rapidly, from a diameter of 500 meters to 1,000 meters. At this time, the biological illustrations also changed. Zhou opened the biological illustrations in confusion, and found that the illustration information of the Abyss Leviathan was no longer a question mark, but specific information appeared. Abyss Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 10 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A sea-level Leviathan that lives in the Abyss Sea. It can convert biological energy into ion energy and release it, and can carry survivors to the Abyss Sea. Just when the Abyss Leviathan had just completed the fusion, the Abyss Leviathan suddenly used 2 energy halos in succession. The energy halos spread on the umbrella-shaped body, and were released from the edge, forming an energy light shield with a diameter of 2,000 meters outside. Boom! The next second, a loud noise came from above. The sound was deafening, and many ordinary survivors were dizzy from the noise. Zhou looked up. His pupil shrank suddenly, and a huge mouth with a diameter of 2,000 meters, with teeth like mountains, bit the energy shield fiercely. Crack! With just one blow, the energy shield formed by the 2 energy auras was bitten into cracks, and there was a risk of breaking at any time. The Abyss Leviathan also sensed the crisis, and immediately used another energy aura, released from the edge of the umbrella, to provide energy for the energy shield that was about to break, and repaired some of the cracks on the shield. The creature biting on the energy shield was too huge. Even with the illumination of the energy shield, only a huge mouth full of fangs could be seen. Judging from the fact that this huge mouth could completely bite the energy shield, the length of this giant creature might be 10,000 meters. Did you attract this creature? After seeing the giant creature above, Zhang Dongyang's expression was replaced by fear. He immediately looked at Lu Zhuang and asked loudly, Hee, what's the point of worrying about this now? Finding a way to provide energy for the Leviathan is the first priority. Lu Zhuang directly ignored Zhang Dongyang's words, and said to Long Leong, Chapter 317. Long Leong looked at Zhou. The only way to make the Abyss Leviathan quickly condense the energy aura was to continue to decompose the body of the Thorn Leviathan. However, the body of the Thorn Leviathan belonged to Zhou, so he couldn't make a decision directly. Let's decompose the body of the Thorn Leviathan first. Zhou directly placed the Thorn Leviathan out again. Time was urgent. The Abyss Leviathan only had 2 energy auras left, and the energy shield could not last long. He had to let the Abyss Leviathan quickly gather enough energy. This is the corpse of the Leviathan creature? Why can't it be collected directly? Lu Zhuang looked at the corpse of the Thorn Leviathan that suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked with surprise in his tone. Stop talking nonsense, and decompose your people together. Long Leong didn't want to waste time talking to Lu Zhuang, so he took the 2 steel-long knife and approached the corpse of the Thorn Leviathan, preparing to chop the thorn shell on the tentacles as before. But just as Long Leong was about to take action, the corpse of the Thorn Leviathan suddenly turned into blue light and shrank, forming a glass sphere, and the glass sphere was in Lu Zhuang's hand. So that's how it's put away. The world system is very thoughtful. Lu Zhuang looked at the shrunken Thorn Leviathan in the glass sphere curiously, and said with interest, "What do you want to do?" Long Liang's expression darkened, and he said in a cold tone, "Haha, sorry, I'm just a little curious." Lu Zhuang said sorry, but there was no apology in his tone. However, he still crushed the glass sphere and placed the body of the Thorn Leviathan inside. "All of you come and carry the meat," Lu Zhuang said to the ordinary survivors behind him. After hearing what Lu Zhuang said, hundreds of ordinary survivors showed fear and tension on their faces. It was unclear whether they were afraid of the giant creature outside the light shield or Lu Zhuang. There were still 40 tentacles left on the body of the Thorn Leviathan. The decomposition method was the same as before. Those with 2 steel-long knives cut open the thorn shell, those with weapons made of large biological materials cut the flesh, and the remaining ordinary people were responsible for carrying the meat to feed the Abyss Leviathan. Hundreds of people all started to move, and the decomposition speed was very fast. After a while, 40 tentacles were decomposed, and all fed to the Abyss Leviathan, but this time, the 40 tentacles only allowed the Abyss Leviathan to condense 4 energy auras. The previous 2 energy auras were consumed one after another during the period when everyone was decomposing the body of the Thorn Leviathan, because they needed to maintain the energy shield. At this time, there were only these 4. The Abyss Leviathan has been in a defensive state. It did not gather all the energy auras, like before, and release energy beams to attack the giant creature. It may be that it knows that the current 4 energy auras cannot kill the giant creature, so it has been defending and waiting for the survivors to provide it with more food and condense more energy. The tentacles have been decomposed. What should we do next? Long Leong turned to look at Zhou and asked. Let's continue to decompose the main body, Zhou said. I'm afraid the remaining parts of the Thorn Leviathan can't provide enough energy for the Abyss Leviathan? Long Leong said worriedly. Because the Abyss Leviathan has been consuming energy auras to resist the attacks of giant creatures, the main body of the Thorn Leviathan is only more than 300 meters, and it takes time to decompose it, and it is more difficult to decompose than the tentacles. Decompose it first, and then find a way if it's not enough. Zhou looked up at the giant creature above. The giant creature has been attacking the energy shield, but there are 4 energy rings on the umbrella body to provide energy. It should be no problem to hold on for a while. Then, Zhou turned his eyes away from the giant creature and looked at the trembling leviathans leaning against the transparent membrane. There were only more than 200 leviathans in total, while Lu Zhuang brought 400 or 500 survivors. Apart from Zhou's own nearly 100 phantom leviathans, Lu Zhuang only had more than 100 phantom leviathans. There were only more than 100 phantom leviathans for the 400 to 500 survivors. This means that Lu Zhuang and his group had been killing their own phantom leviathans to provide energy for the Abyss Leviathan. Are you sick? At this time, a curse came from the crowd that was decomposing the body of the Thorn Leviathan. The cursor was the man in white bone armor under Zhang Dongyang, and the target of his curse was Lu Zhuang, because Lu Zhuang had collected the body of the Thorn Leviathan again. Shua! Lu Zhuang suddenly swung the long steel sword in his hand without warning, and slashed the white bone armor man in half with a horizontal slash. The white bone armor man's curse stopped abruptly. Woo! The next second, the white bone armor man's phantom leviathan made a whine, and a sound wave rushed towards Lu Zhuang, obviously to avenge his symbiote. But because the distance was too far, when the sound wave was transmitted to Lu Zhuang, the power had been weakened by 90% by the seawater, and it could not cause any harm to Lu Zhuang at all. At this time, The diameter of the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan was 1,000 meters. Lu Zhuang was almost at the center of the umbrella-shaped body. The sonic attack of the transformed Leviathan needed to propagate 400 to 500 meters in the seawater, so the power of the sonic wave was naturally very limited. Lu Zhuang. Zhang Dongliang's voice was filled with anger. The man in white bone armor was his temporary subordinate. Although he had no feelings for him, Lu Zhuang suddenly killed someone for no reason, and he had to give him an explanation. Oh, it's too slow to continue to decompose the body of this thorn Leviathan bit by bit. I have a faster way. As Lu Zhuang was speaking, a dead Leviathan fell from above and landed right into the 100-meter diameter mouth of the Abyss Leviathan. Look, isn't it faster to feed the Leviathan directly to the Abyss Leviathan? Lu Zhuang pointed at the chewed-up Leviathan corpse in the mouth of the Abyss Leviathan and said with a smile, "Do you want to start a war?" Long Leong said in a deep voice, holding the long steel knife tightly in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Start a war? No, this is a massacre. Lu Zhuang said jokingly, and then raised his hand to point at Long Leong. Leave him to me, you go and kill all the remaining people. Lu Zhuang said to his 4 men. Just as Long Leong was about to rush towards Lu Zhuang, his body suddenly stagnated because his shoulder was held down by Zhou Wen. Leave him to me, you go deal with those 4 people. Zhou Wen said to Long Leong. Based on the equipment on Lu Zhuang, Zhou Wen felt that this person was not simple, and Long Leong might not be his opponent. As he spoke, Zhou Wen's carbon scale armor was replaced with black crystal armor. He held 2 weapons in his hands, a toothed steel long knife and a sword. He threw the sword towards Zhang Dongliang with a flick of his arm, and Zhang Dongliang quickly reached out to catch it. Zhang Dongliang had joined Zhou Wen's team for a while, so he had some guesses. Although Long Leong was the boss on the surface, Zhou Wen was the one who opened the supply box, and the 120-meter Phantom Leviathan also followed Zhou Wen. At this time, Zhou Wen showed his true strength, and Zhang Dongliang was not too surprised. The reason why he dared to challenge Lu Zhuang just now was because he had Zhou Wen, the hidden old coin, to rely on. Chapter 318. Hee, I thought you were going to hide forever. Lu Zhuang looked at Zhou Wen without any surprise. From the moment Zhou Wen placed the corpse of the Thorn Leviathan, Lu Zhuang became a little wary of Zhou Wen. Later, Long Leong would communicate with Zhou Wen before making some important decisions, which made him sure that Zhou Wen was the boss of their group. Because he didn't know Zhou Wen's specific strength, out of caution, Lu Zhuang was going to pretend not to know, kill Long Leong first, then let his men clean up the powerful people on Zhou Wen's side, and finally gather everyone to deal with Zhou Wen, which would be much safer, but now it seems impossible. Zhou Wen didn't say anything. He held the ivory steel long knife in his hand, and his legs burst with strength. He pushed the seawater in front of him and rushed towards Lu Zhuang. Lu Zhuang felt a fierce current rushing towards him, but he was not panicked at all. When Zhou Wen rushed in front of him, he immediately swung the ivory steel long knife horizontally. Clang! The 2 ivory steel long knives collided with each other, making a sharp sound of fine iron collision. The shock wave generated by the collision of the 2 huge forces turned into a rapid wave in the sea water and spread towards the surroundings. At the moment of the weapons' collision, Lu Zhuang's expression changed. He felt his arm go numb, and his tusk steel long sword was directly deflected by Zhou Wen's tusk steel long sword, leaving his chest wide open without any defense. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity and swung the tusk steel long sword in his hand. She! The blade of the tusk steel long sword flew across Lu Zhuang's armor. Even in the sea, under the huge force of the slash, a series of sparks were still aroused. However, the tusk steel long sword only left a slight scratch on the armor, and did not cut through the armor, which made Zhou Wen frown. He guessed that Lu Zhuang's armor might be very hard, but he didn't expect it to be so hard that the tusk steel long sword couldn't cut it. Lu Zhuang took advantage of Zhou Wen's power to retreat a few steps, then touched the place where he was hit with his hand. His armor was only slightly damaged. You have great strength, but unfortunately, it is useless if you can't break the defense. Lu Zhuang said sarcastically. Zhou Wen's strength at this time was 156.5 points. Through the previous fight with Lu Zhuang, he could roughly guess that Lu Zhuang's strength was around 130. The difference in strength between the two was 26.5 points, but Lu Zhuang's weapon did not fall out of his hand, indicating that his physical fitness was also very high, perhaps 200 points. After Lu Zhuang knew that Zhou Wen's weapon could not harm him, he began to attack actively. He gave up defense and rushed to Zhou Wen. He held the knife with both hands and slashed from top to bottom with all his strength. Zhou Wen immediately swung the two steel long knife upward to collide with it. But just as the two knives were about to collide, Lu Zhuang's two steel long knives suddenly disappeared. He quickly dropped one of his hands holding the knife, and then the two steel long knife appeared in his hand, slashing towards Zhou Wen's body from bottom to top. Clang! Just as the blade of the two steel long sword just cut into the black crystal armor, Zhou Wen also quickly transferred his two steel long sword to the other hand and blocked the fatal blow. Hee. Lu Zhuang sneered, and a crystal clear long sword suddenly appeared in his other hand, stabbing towards Zhou Wen's heart steadily and accurately. Zhou Wen instantly felt a sense of crisis rising, and with a thought, the tungsten bone shield appeared in his hand, protecting his whole body. Bang! The crystal clear long sword pierced the tungsten bone shield, sparking a spark, and then left a shallow scratch on the surface of the tungsten bone shield. Lu Zhuang's eyes widened suddenly. He thought that the attack was a sure thing, but it was blocked by a black shield. Moreover, this black shield was too hard, and even his diamond sword could not break it. Zhou Wen pushed the tungsten shield hard, and Lu Zhuang, who was holding the diamond sword, staggered. Then Zhou Wen took a step forward, and the tungsten knife in his hand appeared. The 3-meter-long huge blade swung down on his head, and the surrounding sea water moved with the blade and poured towards Lu Zhuang. Because Lu Zhuang was unstable at this time, he could not dodge the huge black knife that suddenly swung at him, so he could only hold the diamond sword with both hands and swing the sword upward to block it. Bang! There was another loud noise, and Lu Zhuang's hands trembled violently. He felt a huge force crushing down, and his body was directly pressed to half-kneel on the ground by this force. The tungsten bone sword weighed 500 pounds. With a wide blade, plus Zhou Wen's own strength, this attack was not comparable to the previous two steel sword. Asshole! Lu Zhuang cursed. This attack made him lose his relaxed state of mind. He thought he had a diamond sword as a backup. With a sneak attack, the battle could end easily. He didn't expect that the opponent also had a backup, and two of them. Boiling property, open! Lu Zhuang shouted. In an instant, a stream of energy was released from his body, and quickly spread throughout his body. Zhou Wen's arm holding the tungsten bone sword to suppress Lu Zhuang suddenly stagnated. Then, a force stronger than his own came from the diamond sword and directly pushed the tungsten bone sword away. Die! The surface of Lu Zhuang's armor was steaming. After he stood up, he immediately swung the diamond sword in his hand and slashed at Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen knew that Lu Zhuang had activated some kind of power-increasing feature, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. He held the tungsten bone sword with both hands and swung it with all his strength. Clang! The two weapons carrying terrifying power collided, and the huge sound was like the humming of a bronze bell. The air waves pushed the seawater and rushed towards the surroundings. The two parties fighting not far away were almost overturned by this impact. During this fight, Zhou Wen's arms trembled, and the tungsten bone broadsword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand, which frightened him so much that he quickly used the force to retreat. Lu Zhuang's strength at this time, with the blessing of the characteristics, had reached 180 points. Zhou Wen's strength was 156.5 points, and it was difficult for him to compete head-on. So, after retreating, Zhou Wen instantly put away the black crystal armor on his body, and then inserted a meteorite explosion injection into his thigh, pressed the piston handle behind the needle, and quickly injected the medicine inside into his body. Ding! Injection of meteorite blasting injection into the muscle, strength plus 20, duration 10 minutes. After 20 points of strength, Zhou Wen's strength reached 176.5 points, which was almost the same as Lu Zhuang's 180 points. Bang! 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 Next, a series of metal collisions sounded in the entire umbrella-shaped space. Zhou Wen and Lu Zhuang kept swinging their weapons. Every collision made the surrounding seawater tremble, and waves surge. Driven by the huge force, the surrounding seawater formed a vortex around the two people. At this time, Zhou Wen's men and Lu Zhuang's men had already moved away from the two men. There was no way. The strong water flow generated by the collision of the two weapons was like waves hitting their bodies. If they stood close, they could not bear it. What did you inject yourself with? After Lu Zhuang and Zhou Wen fought for 5 minutes, he was full of horror. He really couldn't figure out what Zhou Wen had injected into him that could increase his strength so much in an instant. Zhou Wen still didn't reply, but just kept swinging the tungsten bone broadsword to fight Lu Zhuang. Lu Zhuang's strength could be increased so much because the characteristics were turned on, and the duration of the characteristics was often not long. Now 5 minutes have passed. Seeing that Lu Zhuang was a little anxious, the duration should be about to end. You will die today. Lu Zhuang roared. Reef characteristics, turn on. Chapter 319. Reef feature on. Colorful feature on. Burning feature on. At this moment, Lu Zhuang's whole body was shining with brilliant light. At the moment of turning on the burning feature, a layer of fiery red background was rendered in the colorful light. Lu Zhuang turned on all the features. He was going to fight desperately. Originally, he was only going to use the boiling feature and the colorful feature in this battle with Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen did not follow his plan at all. His original plan was to use the boiling property to greatly increase his own strength attribute, so that Zhou Wen could not compete with him, thus forcing Zhou Wen to activate the burning property, and then he would activate the colorful property to speed up the distance and delay time. In this trial, basically everyone will encounter the abyss dragonfish and the bone-fin colorful barracuda, and Zhou Wen has the strength to kill these two creatures, so he must have obtained these two properties. In addition, Zhou Wen is the boss of their team, and the characteristic seal is definitely in his hands. Then, Zhou Wen must have burning property and brilliant property, and the burning property can only last for a short time. Even with 300 points of physical fitness, it can only last for 30 seconds. He only needs to use the speed increased by the brilliant property to delay for 30 seconds, and he will win the battle. But who would have thought that Zhou Wen actually had an injection that could increase his strength by 20 points? The most annoying thing is that Zhou Wen refused to activate the burning property, but he had already activated the property in advance, and he would fall into a weak state when the effect of the property ended. Originally, his attributes were much worse than Zhou Wen's. Once he fell into a weak state, even if he activated other characteristics, it would be difficult for him to compete with Zhou Wen, who also had characteristics. Therefore, before the boiling characteristics was about to end, he had to give it a try. After activating all the characteristic effects, Lu Zhuang's character attribute panel was improved to a terrifying level, with 260 points of strength, 300 points of physique, and 220 points of speed. Lu Zhuang moved his body, and the whole person turned into a colorful dazzling light, and rushed in front of Zhou Wen in an instant, so fast that Zhou Wen had no time to react. Lu Zhuang's face was filled with madness. He aimed the diamond sword in his hand at Zhou Wen's heart, and stabbed it out quickly. The diamond sword was so fast under the blessing of terrifying power, that it looked like a phantom. The crystal clear and sharp sword tip seemed to pierce the black crystal armor, and penetrate Zhou Wen's heart in the blink of an eye. Bang! But just as Lu Zhuang stabbed the diamond sword out, a black shield blocked Zhou Wen's way. The sword tip finally stabbed into the shield, leaving a shallow groove. Lu Zhuang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Zhou Wen to be able to react to such a fast attack. However, this attack was just a test, because Zhou Wen would most likely activate the brilliant feature and burning feature at the moment of his attack and burst out with all his strength to give him a fatal blow, so he didn't go all out. But after Lu Zhuang tried twice in a row, he found a strange problem. Zhou Wen had no intention of activating the feature at all, and every time before he attacked, Zhou Wen could move the black shield in his hand to the position where he launched the attack through the equipment bar in advance. After realizing this, Lu Zhuang unconsciously felt a sense of despair in his heart. The time of the characteristic was limited. If he did not kill Zhou Wen before the characteristic effect ended, he would be the one to die. Die! Lu Zhuang roared, no longer holding back. His body directly turned into a colorful light, surrounding Zhou Wen and attacking frantically. But what made him desperate was that no matter which direction he attacked from, Zhou Wen seemed to be able to predict and move the black shield in advance to resist his attack. Even if the black shield was not moved in time twice, a wide black broadsword would appear, and his diamond sword could not break through the broadsword's defense. In 5 seconds, Lu Zhuang attacked dozens of times like crazy, but Zhou Wen was like a turtle shell with extremely high defense. No matter how he attacked, he could not hurt him at all. At this time, Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with blue light. He focused his attention and activated the ability to slow down everything around him when he reached 15 points of intelligence. Lu Zhuang, who activated the brilliant feature, was really fast. He could hardly react to the attack launched by him, but he didn't need to fight with Lu Zhuang at all. He only needed to use the slow motion effect of vision to determine Lu Zhuang's attack position in advance and constantly transfer the tungsten bone shield through his mind. Relying on the shock absorption effect of the black crystal armor and tungsten bone shield, the attack of 260 points of strength could not make him move at all. He only needed to stand still and wait for the effect of Lu Zhuang's characteristics to end, and he would win the battle. In this battle, Lu Zhuang had already lost when Zhou Wen knew that Lu Zhuang's weapon could not destroy the tungsten bone shield, and Lu Zhuang used the characteristics in advance to trick him into turning on the burning characteristic. Just like what Lu Zhuang said before, no matter how strong the power is, it is useless if it cannot break the defense, and the side effects of turning on the characteristics are even more fatal, and he has turned on 4 characteristics. Bang! Lu Zhuang's attack was blocked by the black shield again. Just as he was about to attack again, his body suddenly seemed to be drained of all its strength. A feeling of weakness spread throughout his body, and he almost couldn't hold the diamond sword tightly. The time of burning property was over. The effect of doubling strength only lasted for 10 seconds, not 30 seconds. This was because he had previously activated the boiling property, which had consumed too much of his physical strength. Shwa! Zhou Wen noticed that the red energy on Lu Zhuang's body disappeared, and knew that his burning property had ended, so he swung the tungsten bone sword fiercely, and slashed at Lu Zhuang. Just as the blade was about to cut through Lu Zhuang's body, he turned into a colorful light again, instantly pulling away and avoiding this fatal blow. Zhou Wen knew that it was his turn now, so he hurried to chase, but just after rushing forward a few meters, a feeling of powerlessness came over him, and he lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. The amplification effect of meteorite explosion injection had expired. Seeing this, Lu Zhuang's tired face changed. After a moment's hesitation, he rushed over, stabbing Zhou Wen's head with a diamond sword in his hand, wanting to kill him with one blow. However, just when Lu Zhuang was less than 3 meters away from Zhou Wen, a black sword suddenly slashed upward at a diagonal speed. Lu Zhuang's pupil shrank suddenly, and he quickly shifted his body to barely avoid the attack. A layer of crystal shell was cut off from the armor at the head. Zhou Wen was naturally pretending. The effect of meteorite explosion injection had not ended yet, but it was almost over. After Lu Zhuang dodged the attack and distanced himself again, the amplification effect really ended, and a feeling of fatigue surged into his heart. Chapter 320. The tungsten bone sword became a little heavy. Zhou Wen put it away directly, and then half-crouched on the ground to rest. Lu Zhuang just watched from a distance. He didn't dare to get close to Zhou Wen. He has entered a weak state. You go and kill him. He has a lot of good things on him. Kill him. The things are all yours. Lu Zhuang shouted to his 4 men, who were fighting Long Leong and Zhang Dongyang in pairs at this time. Long Leong relied on his own equipment to suppress the 2 people. Zhang Dongyang's equipment was poor, and he relied on the swordfish sword given by Zhou Wen to barely survive the attack of the 2. After hearing what Lu Zhuang said, the 4 men wanted to leave the battle and kill Zhou Wen. They had clearly felt the fighting between Zhou Wen and Lu Zhuang. As long as they killed Zhou Wen, or even Lu Zhuang, they would instantly become the top strong men in this world. However, the 2 men fighting with Long Leong were unable to break away because they were being suppressed. Only the 2 men fighting with Zhang Dongyang broke away from Zhang Dongyang's pursuit and rushed to Zhou Wen. Shwa! He swept the black sword again, and the 2 people who were about to attack Zhou Wen were instantly cut in half and died. Unfortunately, only 2 came. Zhou Wen originally wanted to attract all 4 of Lu Zhuang's men in one go, and kill them all with one sword, but Long Leong was too powerful, and suppressed 2 of them. Okay, the battle is almost over. After that, Zhou Wen no longer paid attention to Lu Zhuang, but came to Long Liang's battlefield, and swung his sword twice, to kill the remaining 2 men of Lu Zhuang. Meteorite explosion injection. The amplification effect has indeed ended, and Zhou Wen has also fallen into a weak state, but with his 156.5 points of strength and 268 points of physical fitness, even if he is in a weak state, he still has no problem swinging the tungsten bone broadsword. Kill all the people in Lu Zhuang and feed them to the Abyssal Leviathan, as well as their more than 100 transformed Leviathans. Zhou Wen instructed Long Leong and Zhang Dongyang. The battle just now did not last long, and only one of the 4 energy halos on the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyss Leviathan was consumed. 4 of the 5 main fighters on Lu Zhuang's side died. The remaining Lu Zhuang was so weak that he was lying on the ground like a dead dog because his special effects had all ended. He posed no threat at all. After a while, almost all the people were killed. Zhang Dongyang and Bai Lan asked their own Leviathan to deal with the enemy's Leviathan. With the help of Zhou Wen's Leviathan, it was very fast to kill an enemy Leviathan. The corpse of the Leviathan was directly carried by their own Leviathan to the top of the mouth of the Abyss Leviathan and thrown down. There was no need for people to decompose the corpse. Dozens of Leviathan corpses were fed, and the halo on the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan began to condense quickly. Seeing that the situation was stable, Zhou Wen came to Lu Zhuang. Wang, Brother Wang, I was ignorant before. I apologize to you. This set of equipment was obtained by chance. I only have one. Let me go, and I will take it off for you directly. When Lu Zhuang saw Zhou Wen approaching, he no longer had the arrogance before, and begged for mercy in a very humble tone. If you are worried that I will seek revenge on you after letting me go, you can kill my Leviathan. Without the Leviathan, I will no longer be a threat to you. Lu Zhuang just wanted to survive at this time, and he didn't care about anything else. Hey, look at you, you are a strong man anyway, what's wrong with you lying on the ground? Get up and talk. Zhou Wen didn't stab Lu Zhuang directly, but squatted down and helped Lu Zhuang up. Thank you, Brother Wang, thank you, Brother Wang. I really didn't know how high the sky is before, and I am worse than a beast to offend Brother Wang. Lu Zhuang's face was happy, and he kept thanking him. With the help of Zhou Wen, his body trembled and stood up. He opened 4 characteristics in a row, and the side effects had made him no longer able to stand up, but in order to survive, he still followed Zhou Wen's instructions, and stood up forcibly. But just when Lu Zhuang just stood up, Zhou Wen suddenly swung the tungsten bone sword, and split Lu Zhuang's body from top to bottom. It all happened so suddenly that even Lu Zhuang didn't react. Before he died, he still had a smile on his face after escaping death. I thought you were going to let him go, Long Leong said with some surprise. He's lying on the ground. If I cut him with a sword, it's easy to hurt the Abyssal Leviathan. Zhou Wen left this sentence and returned to the area in the middle of the umbrella to rest. Next, as his men put the bodies of Lu Zhuang and his party, and their transformed Leviathan bodies into the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan, 10 energy halos condensed on the umbrella of the Abyssal Leviathan again. An unexpected thing happened. These 10 halos suddenly began to expand, and the white energy directly occupied the entire umbrella, making the entire umbrella emit an extremely dazzling light. But then, these white energies shrank instantly, and condensed into a white energy light ball above the mouth of the Abyssal Leviathan. The diameter of the light ball was 100 meters. After all the energy was shrunk into this light ball, the energy light ball was swallowed by the Abyssal Leviathan. The next second, the whole body of the Abyssal Leviathan began to emit white light, and then the soft ground of the umbrella-shaped body seemed to turn into water, and all the people standing on it entered the body of the Abyssal Leviathan. Then, the entire umbrella-shaped body emitted a strong white light, and within a few seconds, a 1,000-meter diameter energy light column was about to form. The giant creature above saw that the situation was not right and quickly fled. The Abyssal Leviathan deflected the attack direction of the umbrella-shaped body, and in an instant, a terrifying energy light column shot out, piercing the body of the 10,000-meter giant creature, and the 10,000-meter giant creature died directly. What a pity! It would have been better if it had been killed from above. The location where the giant creature died was too far from the Abyssal Leviathan, and its size was too huge. The transformed Leviathans could not drag it back even with their combined efforts, so they could not shrink it through the world system. Afterwards, the speed at which the Abyssal Leviathan rose suddenly increased, at least 10 times faster than before, and the sound of the rapids of the sea water outside could be heard. Buzz! Suddenly, the Abyssal Leviathan fired another 1,000-meter diameter energy beam, this time directed upwards. Just when Zhou Wen thought that another giant creature was blocking the way and was killed, and he was in a position right above him and could take advantage, the Abyssal Leviathan went directly into a narrow cave. Strangely, the cave was made of ice. A few seconds later, a ray of sunlight shone from the top of the huge ice cave, and the Abyssal Leviathan suddenly surfaced. The surroundings were endless, all made of ice and snow, like an ice and snow world. Zhou Wen and his party saw this scene, and they all showed surprised looks on their faces. Before they could figure out what was going on, a layer of bubble membrane appeared around their bodies, and then the party was wrapped in the bubble membrane, and slowly flew out of the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyssal Leviathan, and landed on the ice layer covered with snow. After putting everyone on the ice layer, the Abyssal Leviathan spit out a golden light from its mouth, and this golden light fell on everyone. After the light dissipated, it was a pure gold treasure chest. Chapter 321. The pure gold treasure chest appeared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Except for Zhou Wen, no one else had ever seen a pure gold treasure chest before. Everyone's face was filled with curiosity and doubt, but no one dared to open the pure gold treasure chest. Zhou Wen naturally walked to the pure gold treasure chest and opened it directly. The good stuff had to be put away quickly, so as not to continue to keep it and attract people's jealousy. Ding! Get Gold Order X1. Ding! Get Crystal Sponge Formula X1. Ding! Get the formula for breaking through the upper limit of Strength X1. Ding! Get the Diamond Foundation Blueprint. Ding! Get the White Light Factor X1 of the Abyssal Leviathan. After listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou Wen's expression kept changing. They were all some incredible good things, but there were so many people around, so he didn't check them carefully, but directly put them into his silver-rimmed supply box. After the Abyssal Leviathan spit out the pure gold treasure box, it dived directly into the water and disappeared, leaving behind a huge ice cave with a diameter of 1,000 meters, which was now filled with seawater. After a while, the phantom leviathans emerged from the seawater in the ice cave, and then swam to their symbionts. Little man, Zhou Wen's phantom leviathan was the largest and most lively. After surfacing, it rushed directly to where Zhou Wen was, then jumped onto the ice, ready to slide to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not stop the phantom leviathan's behavior. Anyway, the phantom leviathan could move on the shore, so there was no need to worry about it being stranded. But just as the phantom leviathan jumped onto the ice, a layer of ice crystals quickly condensed on the honeycomb bone plates on the surface of the body. In 1 second, the huge body of the phantom leviathan was almost frozen. The phantom leviathan, who had just landed, was frightened and immediately turned around and dived into the sea. "Don't look for the villain anymore, it's so cold." The voice of the phantom leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. This scene made Zhou Wen laugh and cry, and such a cold environment also attracted his attention. At present, he did not feel the cold. He guessed that it should be related to the bubble membrane around his body, so he took out the 2 steel-long knife and extended the blade out of the bubble membrane. The moment the blade left the bubble membrane, a layer of frost instantly condensed on the surface, directly wrapping up the entire blade, showing how cold this ice and snow world is. Just now, when the Abyss Leviathan entered the ice layer and floated up, Zhou Wen roughly calculated the thickness of the ice layer based on the speed of the Abyss Leviathan, which should be about 5 kilometers. Looking into the distance again, the whole world is covered with ice and snow, and the ocean is under this endless ice and snow, which means that the ocean is frozen. Combining this information, Zhou Wen has a bad guess in his mind. That Boss Wen. At this time, Zhang Dongyang came to Zhou Wen in a somewhat flattering tone. "What's the matter?" Zhou Wen paused to think, looked up at Zhang Dongyang in front of him and asked, "Hey, I want to ask Boss Wang if you have a guild, do you think I can join?" After everything that happened before, everyone present knew that Zhou Wen was a hidden thigh, and Zhang Dongyang would naturally not miss this opportunity to hug the thigh, so he came to ask with courage. "I don't have a guild." Zhou Wen shook his head. "Then, can I follow you? If you have any troublesome things, you can let me do it." Zhang Dongyang continued. "No, I'm fine on my own." Zhou Wen naturally saw Zhang Dongyang's thoughts. He just wanted to find a big thigh, but he didn't want to be a big thigh. Hiding in the dark corner is his character. However, you can set up a guild by yourself. There are more than 100 people. Zhou Wen's eyes swept through the group of people, and finally fixed on Long Leong. He is very powerful. If he becomes the president, under his leadership, you should be able to become a powerful guild soon. Zhou Wen pointed at Long Leong and said, "Ah?" Long Leong was still thinking about when the trial would end. He used to be alone, and now he was standing in this group of people, feeling a little uncomfortable, but he didn't expect that Zhou Wen would still want him to stand in front of the stage. "I don't want to be." Long Leong refused immediately, and there was absolutely no room for negotiation on this point. "Then, Zhang Dongyang, you take the position?" Seeing that Long Leong refused so straightforwardly, Zhou Wen did not force him, so he turned to Zhang Dongyang and said, I don't want to take the position either." Zhang Dongyang also has a personality that prefers to hide. It's okay for him to hug thighs. Thighs are considered trump cards, but it's not okay for him to stand in the open and be the president. It's too dangerous. If it weren't for this experience, maybe Zhang Dongyang would still consider it. At the beginning, he thought his strength was already very strong, but in this trial, he encountered 7 old coins with hidden strength at once, and was crushed all the way. This made him feel that the world was full of old 6s, and it was too risky to be the president. The 2 stronger ones didn't want to be the guild leader, and hundreds of people were looking at him. Most of them obviously wanted to establish a guild, because it would be easier to survive with someone to rely on. Finally, Zhou Wen looked at Bai Lan. "Bai Lan, you take the position, and let them be your subordinates." "Boss Wang, I will be the president." Bai Lan looked surprised, and secretly glanced at Long Leong and Zhang Dongyang. Seeing that they didn't react much, he felt relieved. He still wanted to form a guild. Now that he had 3 big legs, it was a good time to establish a guild. "Well, if you run into trouble, just ask them for help," Zhou Wen said, looking at Zhang Dongyang and Long Leong respectively. Seeing that they had no intention of objecting, he handed a traveling ticket to Bai Lan as a guarantee. After that, Bai Lan took off his bone armor mask and let everyone get to know him. They remembered his appearance so that they could contact him in the World Communication Channel. For convenience, they also agreed that Bai Lan would send a message in the World Communication Channel at noon tomorrow. If others wanted to join the guild, they could just send him a private message. These 4 weapons are also for you. After confirming that Bai Lan would be the president, Zhou Wen took out the weapons of Lu Zhuang's 4 subordinates and handed them to Bai Lan. These 4 weapons were almost all made of 70-meter large biological materials, and they were also the top batch of weapons outside. The armor of the 4 people was cut in half by Zhou Wen. Without the corresponding drawings and materials, it could not be repaired, so there was no way to give it to him. Then, Zhou Wen took back the swordfish sword in Zhang Dongliang's hand, and gave him a 2-steel long knife, which was regarded as a reward for helping to hold back 2 of Lu Zhuang's men. Soon after, the sun rose completely from the horizon. Today was the morning of the 61st day. Deep sea escape trial time was over, and everyone's body turned into blue light and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Wen returned to his stomach wall space, and the system interface returned to normal. Zhou Wen glanced at the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the system interface. Before the trial, there were more than 40 million people. Now that the trial is over, there are only more than 20 million people left, and almost half of them have died. Chapter 322. Zhou Wen first contacted Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and after confirming that they were fine, he asked them to count the number of deaths in the guild. While waiting, Zhou Wen began to count his gains. He first opened the system interface and extracted the 6 private messages sent by the world system. These 6 private messages were all the items of the 6 people Zhou Wen killed in the trial, among which Lu Zhuang's items were the most abundant. 3 2-steel long knives, 1 diamond sea snake fawn long sword, 1 2-steel long knife blueprint, 1 transform Leviathan honeycomb bone fragment blueprint, 10 equipment bars, and then various large biological exclusive material blueprints, and the rest were some messy biological meat or basic materials. These are. After Zhou Wen looked through all of Lu Zhuang's items, he found 4 finger-sized rectangular crystals at the end of the email. The colors of the 4 crystals were different, so he directly extracted them. Ding, obtained burning steel seal X1. Ding, obtained boiling steel seal X1. Ding, obtained reef steel seal X1. Ding, obtained colorful steel seal X1. Are these the 4 characteristics of Lu Zhuang? They have turned into characteristic steel seals again? Zhou Wen looked at the 4 characteristic stamps with different effects in his hand, and said with some surprise. Among these 4 characteristic stamps, Zhou Wen knew the effects of burning stamp and colorful stamp, so he mainly checked the effects of boiling stamp and reef stamp. Ding, boiling stamp. After use, you will gain the boiling characteristic. When the boiling characteristic is turned on, the strength increases by 50 points. The duration depends on the physique. 1 point of physique lasts for 2 seconds. Ding, reef stamp. After using, you will gain the reef characteristic. When the reef characteristic starts, the physical fitness increases by 100 points. The duration depends on the original physical fitness, and 1 point of physical fitness lasts for 1 second. This reef characteristic is the same as the stone statue characteristic. Both increase the physical fitness by 100 points. Zhou Wen said lightly, without too much joy on his face, because the effects of the 4 characteristics in his hand, except for the burning characteristic, are not very good. Zhou Wen temporarily put away the 4 characteristic stamps, and began to check Lu Zhuang's supply box in the deep sea escape trial. Ding, obtain thorn Leviathan corpse X1. Ding, obtain plant instant growth liquid X1. Ding, obtain transform Leviathan instant growth energy crystal X1. Ding, obtain characteristic steel seal X3. Ding, obtain stomach wall space expansion crystal X3. Ding, obtain colorful core X4. There were only so many valuable things in Lu Zhuang. The rest were some collected biological meat. Zhou Wen temporarily put all these things in the locker, and then began to clean up the biological meat. At this time, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian had already cleared out the guild members. The loss of people was not too great, only about 500 people, which was much stronger than other guilds. Some medium-sized guilds even lost their presidents, and the guilds were directly disbanded. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent Zhou Wen the various biological meats they collected during the trial. Zhou Wen put these biological meats together with the biological meats collected by Lu Zhuang, and then counted the ones he had not eaten. In the end, he found about 30 kinds of biological meats that he had not eaten, but most of them were 10-meter biological meats, which was normal. After all, after the abyssal tube jellyfish became the Abyssal Leviathan, it started to do it by itself, and basically could not collect too much large biological meat. After eating these creature meats, Zhou Wen's strength increased by 15 points, his physique increased by 20 points, and his speed increased by 16 points. Zhou Wen did not deliberately collect the meat of creatures this time, but only brought back the meat of a kind of thorny golden bream, and sent a portion to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. Through the conversation with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, it was learned that they were both leaders of a group in this trial, and naturally they collected all the good things they encountered, including transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, characteristic steel seal, stomach wall space expansion crystal, and so on. However, Zhou Wen did not ask them for these, but just asked if they had instant plant growth liquid, which he needed now, and the more the better. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian each checked their own gains, and only Shen Xian got one, and then sent it directly to Zhou Wen via private message. You can use the rest of the things yourself. As for the two cores, burning core can be used directly, and colorful core it depends on your own needs. Zhou Wen sent a private message and said, colorful core. After seeing Lu Zhuang use it, Zhou Wen felt that it was still very useful. If he hadn't been able to slow down everything in his field of vision, he really couldn't avoid Lu Zhuang's attack. After finishing the conversation with the two, Zhou Wen took out the golden order and used it directly, adding it to intelligence again. Ding! Use the golden order, intelligence +1. Zhou Wen's intelligence reached 17 points, and there was no obvious change, but he could release his mental power for a longer time. Before, he could only release it for 10 seconds, but now, he can release it for 10 minutes. Next, Zhou Wen took 3 portions of instant plant growth liquid and came to the corner of the stomach wall space. After a day, the blood vine in the small aquarium grew another rhizome. The length of the blood vine increased by about 5 centimeters, and the growth rate was very slow. Zhou Wen picked up a portion of instant plant growth liquid, which was a green liquid in a glass test tube. He opened the bottle, turned the glass test tube over, and poured the growth liquid on the roots of the blood vine. The next second, the roots of the blood vine began to spread wildly, and the vines also grew rapidly. The flesh and blood of the Leviathan in the small aquarium were absorbed and shriveled in a few seconds. Seeing this, Zhou Wen immediately added the flesh and blood of the treading wave Leviathan into the small aquarium. About 3 minutes later, the blood vein vine grew to the thickness of a finger, and a large number of vines were intertwined, like a pile of messy threads, and one of the blood-red fruits was quietly hanging on the vine. Is it only one blood vein fruit? Zhou Wen searched among the messy blood vein vines, and found that there was indeed only one blood vein fruit. This blood vein vine should not wither directly after bearing fruit once. Zhou Wen carefully checked the blood vein vine, and found that the blood vein vine had no signs of withering, so he was relieved and picked the blood vein fruit. Ding! Get Leviathan blood veins fruit X1. I don't know what attribute this Leviathan blood veins fruit adds. Zhou Wen took the Leviathan blood veins fruit in his hand and looked at it. It was the size of a fist, and its appearance was no different from the mountain sea clam Leviathan blood veins fruit he had eaten before. Zhou Wen brought the blood veins fruit to his mouth and took a bite. The familiar bloody smell filled his mouth. Because the blood veins fruit was not delicious, Zhou Wen did not slowly savor the taste. He took big bites and finished it quickly. Ding! Consume the blood veins fruit of the Leviathan of the waves, speed +11. 11 points? How come the attribute is increased a little more than the blood veins fruit of the Leviathan of the mountain sea clam? Last time, the blood veins fruit of the Leviathan of the mountain sea clam increased the physical fitness by 10 points. Logically, the Leviathan of the mountain sea clam belongs to a higher level Leviathan creature, and the blood veins fruit produced should increase more attributes. Chapter 323. Another possibility is that Zhou Wen used the blood vein worm gene potion. When he ate the mountain sea clam Leviathan blood vein fruit, he had not yet obtained the blood vein worm gene. The extra attribute bonus now may also be due to the blood vein worm gene. Zhou Wen no longer dwelled on this issue. He would know the specific reason after he used different Leviathan flesh and blood to grow a new blood vein fruit and ate it. Currently, Zhou Wen has 2 Leviathan creatures to choose from. One is the Transfiguration Leviathan, and the other is the Thorn Leviathan. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen chose the Transfiguration Leviathan, because the Transfiguration Leviathan flesh and blood are ready, while the Thorn Leviathan needs to be decomposed. Zhou Wen remade a small aquarium, filled it with the flesh and blood of the transformed Leviathan, and then placed it in another corner of the stomach wall space. Finally, he planted the blood vein fruit seeds, and poured a portion of instant plant growth liquid. The blood vein fruit seeds quickly took root and sprouted under the promotion of the growth liquid. The vines grew rapidly, and the roots continued to absorb the flesh and blood in this small aquarium. Zhou Wen also continued to add new flesh and blood to the inside. It still took 3 minutes for a blood-red blood vein fruit to hang on the vine. Ding! Obtained 1 transformed Leviathan blood vein fruit. Zhou Wen picked the blood vein fruit, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate and ate it directly. He ate the newly ripened blood vein fruit in one go, leaving only a black seed. Ding! Eat transformed Leviathan blood vein fruit, strength plus 11. Strength? This bonus surprised Zhou Wen. He thought that the transformed Leviathan blood vein fruit would increase acceleration or physique. But it's not wrong to think about it. Although the transformed Leviathan has no powerful attack means such as teeth or spikes, it is indeed very good at fighting, and is much stronger than ordinary creatures of the same size. And this time, after eating the second blood vein fruit, the increased attribute is still 11 points, which can almost prove that the increased attribute is indeed due to the blood vein worm gene. Plant instant growth liquid. There is still 1 portion left. Zhou Wen did not plant a new Leviathan blood vein fruit, but poured the last portion on the roots of the blood vein vine planted with the flesh and blood of the treading wave Leviathan. He wanted to confirm whether the blood vein vine can bear fruit repeatedly. The blood vein vines that were watered with growth fluid did not grow rapidly, but the rhizomes were still absorbing blood and flesh quickly. Zhou Wen added the blood and flesh of the Leviathan several times in succession. In about 2 minutes, a blood vein fruit successfully grew out. It's good that it can grow repeatedly. Zhou Wen was really worried that each blood vein fruit seed could only grow a blood vein fruit once. In that case, no matter how much he planted, he would only have 1 blood vein fruit seed in the end. He didn't know when he could make the metal blood vein claw gloves. Zhou Wen ate the blood vein fruit of the Leviathan, and there was no sound of attribute enhancement in his mind, which meant that the blood vein fruit of a Leviathan creature could only increase its attributes once, just like the flesh of those creatures. Although he wasted an opportunity to increase the attributes, Zhou Wen now had 2 blood vein fruit seeds, and he also confirmed that the blood vein vine could bear fruit repeatedly, so he could be bolder, and decided to plant one of the blood vein fruit seeds in the flesh of the meteorite Leviathan to see if there would be any different changes. Soon, a small aquarium was placed in the third corner of the stomach wall space, filled with the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan, and the blood vein fruit seeds were planted. Zhou Wen prepared to make the remaining blood vein fruit seed directly into a metal blood vein claw glove. Metal blood vein claw glove blueprint requires blood vein fruit seed X1, metal ingot X10, silk X10, bone through silk X100. Zhou Wen has collected all the materials for making it, and the metal ingot he used is the strongest metal he currently has, the bone through tungsten ingot. Click to make. All the materials turned into blue light and intertwined together. After a while, a pair of gloves with 5 cm long claws on the fingertips appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and touched it. The glove still had a certain weight, about 200 kilograms, but this weight was nothing for Zhou Wen, who had 182.5 points of strength now. The metal blood claw gloves were made of bone-penetrating tungsten ingots. The appearance was roughly black, with dark red lines. These lines were like meridians, spreading throughout the gloves, and finally leading to the 5 claws on the fingertips of the gloves. Zhou Wen thought about it, put the gloves into the equipment column, and then put them on his hands. After eating the flesh of 3 blood vein fruits, he felt that there were 3 more energies in his body, but these 3 energies were not under his control at all. But the moment he put on the blood vein claw gloves, these 3 energies seemed to be attracted and automatically gathered in his palms. As long as Zhou Wen's mental power hit, he could control one of the energies to pass through his palms and enter the blood vein claw gloves, and finally form a dark red energy attached to the surface of the metal claws. Zhou Wen had long wanted to use this blood energy to try to cut open the meteorite protective shell outside the heart of the meteorite Leviathan, so he immediately left the stomach wall space, came to the back of the transformed Leviathan, and took out the front half of the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan. Before, a channel leading directly to the heart had been opened on the body of the meteorite Leviathan, so Zhou Wen easily came to the meteorite protective shell, and then swung his arm violently, and grabbed the meteorite protective shell with one claw. Squeak! A string of fireworks flashed, accompanied by a sharp cutting sound, and a 5-centimeter deep claw mark was cut on the extremely hard meteorite protective shell. The metal claws attached with blood energy were indeed extremely sharp, but there was a fatal flaw, that is, the length of the claws was too short, only 5 centimeters long, while the meteorite protective shell was 3 meters thick. Afterwards, Zhou would also use the blood energy on the other claw, and in the end, only a 10 centimeter deep and 1 meter long claw mark was left on the meteorite protective shell. To make a hole in the meteorite's protective shell that allows one to enter, one needs to cut out at least an equilateral triangle with a side length of 1 meter. The energy provided by a blood vein fruit can only cut out a side length of 10 centimeters deep, which means that to make a triangular hole, 90 blood vein fruits are needed. This is still a low estimate. After all, the deeper the incision, the wider the outermost incision needs to be, otherwise the arm cannot reach the innermost part. Overall, at least 150 blood vein fruits are needed to make a hole in the meteorite's protective shell. Oh, forget it. Let's try to open it again when we get better weapons. Zhou didn't want to waste the blood energy in his body. There were only 3 of them. Now he had used one and kept the remaining 2 as a trump card. Afterwards, Zhou put away the body of the meteorite Leviathan and returned to the stomach wall space. This time, he used the blood energy to cut the meteorite protective shell, mainly to test the destructive power of the blood energy, and secondly to see if he could completely open the meteorite protective shell. After all, he couldn't use the tungsten bone shield to do the sharpness experiment. The number of bone-through tungsten ingots was limited, and it would be a waste to consume bone-through tungsten ingots to repair it if it was damaged. The metal blood claw gloves, in addition to the short claws, also have another disadvantage, which is that they cannot be worn on the one-piece armor and can only be worn together with the single-piece suit. Chapter 324. The metal blood claw gloves were also tested. Zhou felt that the name was too long, so he chose a simpler name, tungsten bone gloves. Next, Zhou began to check the items in the pure gold treasure chest in this trial. However, the strange thing was that the pure gold treasure chest did not surface, and the Abyssal Leviathan would take the initiative to deliver it. Zhou had asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian before, and they did not get the pure gold treasure chest. After a conversation, he learned that the 2 of them basically did not encounter any danger along the way. They only encountered some people who wanted to rob them, but they were all dealt with by them. They did not encounter any giant Leviathan creatures on the way. Zhou guessed that the reason why he was able to obtain the pure gold treasure chest was probably because he helped the Abyssal Leviathan condense a core. The white energy light ball, with a diameter of 100 meters at that time, was probably the core of the Abyssal Leviathan. Because Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian had not seen the Abyssal Leviathan condense a white energy light ball, which was the only difference between Zhou and the Abyssal Leviathan they were in. In the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou obtained 5 items, namely, Golden Order, Crystal Sponge Formula, Strength Limit Breakthrough Formula, Diamond Foundation Drawing, Abyssal Leviathan White Light Factor. Golden Order, nothing to say, Zhou has already used it. Crystal Sponge Formula, Zhou picked it up and took a quick look. Crystal Sponge Formula requires crystal or insulation sponge, blast furnace. The formula is just a simple formula, without mentioning the specific use of the crystal C. It should need to be made before it can be known through the world system prompt sound. Strength Limit Breakthrough Formula, Zhou was quite interested in this formula, because he already knew that the character attribute panel had a limit, and this formula recorded the materials for breaking through the strength limit, but after he finished reading the materials recorded in the formula, he directly put the formula into the locker. There is no way. The above materials are difficult to gather in a short time, because they all need to be obtained from large Leviathan-level organisms. Diamond Foundation Blueprint, Zhou used it directly to check the production requirements. Diamond Foundation Blueprint requires Diamond X100. Diamond Foundation is definitely a good thing. It is used to build walls. Ordinary weapons can basically not break it, but the problem is that Zhou does not have so many diamonds. Before finding a diamond mine, he can't afford to use this foundation. Leviathan White Light Factor. This is a white light ball with a diameter of 1 meter. It is very light, and you can hardly feel its weight when holding it in your hand. Ding! Leviathan White Light Factor. Used when the transformed Leviathan enters the food transformation stage, it allows the transformed Leviathan to gain the ability to convert bioenergy into ion energy. Food transformation stage? Is it the next stage of the transformed Leviathan? Zhou's transformed Leviathan is still in the scale transformation stage, but because the ultimate formula materials have not been collected, the transformed Leviathan has not really entered the scale transformation stage, and now he has obtained the materials for the food transformation stage. After looking at the items in the pure gold treasure chest, none of them could be used at the moment, so Zhou put them away and took out the 5 stomach wall space expansion crystals he had obtained this time. Stomach wall space expansion crystals, there is a limit on the number of uses. Zhou had used it once before, and could use it twice more, so he took out 2, and threw them directly into the digestion tank. 2 minutes later, the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan expanded by 2 meters as a whole, reaching 12 by 12 by 10 meters, with an area of 144 square meters. The stomach wall space suddenly became much wider, and the remaining 3 stomach wall space expansion crystals could not be used, and could only be saved for the next stage, which was the food transformation stage. Leviathan instant growth energy crystal Zhou had 2, but Zhou temporarily only used 1 for Leviathan. The size of Leviathan surged by 15 meters again, reaching 135 meters. The honeycomb bone pieces on the body could no longer protect the whole body, so Zhou could only add some more. The remaining 1 is for emergency use. After all, Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, in addition to allowing Leviathan to grow rapidly, it can also help repair serious injuries, and can be used as a life-saving item for Leviathan. After doing this, Leviathan also entered the eating stage. Zhou began to crush seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms for Leviathan, and opened the World Communication Channel to see the situation of the survivors. Why did half of the people die this time? Didn't they say to make rules and limit killing? There is no way. This trial is completely different from the last time. The 2 teams met, and it was inevitable. If they met more normal people, they could live in peace. If they met people who like to kill and rob treasures, it would be a life and death struggle. It's over. Half of the people died this time. Will half of the people die in the next trial, or even more? Will everyone die in the end? Moreover, this trial is completely the world of the strong. Ordinary people like us can only obey, otherwise we will die. It's okay. I think this trial was quite easy, and I gained a lot. My strength increased by about 10 points. Ah, how did you do it? Are you stronger than others in your team? I am not strong. I only had 20 points of strength at the beginning, but I was lucky. I met King Jiang. As long as I follow the rules, I can be protected by King Jiang. When there are many creatures, I can help decompose the corpses of creatures, and get a piece of creature meat. Damn! Why the hell don't I have this luck? I met President Shen. Like King Jiang, I can get a piece of creature meat by helping to decompose corpses. I am similar, but I didn't meet the president of a certain guild, but a hidden boss. I have seen the battle of that boss with my own eyes. It is extremely terrifying. When Zhou saw the avatar of the survivor who sent the message, he recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 9 white and blue people. Zhou's team eventually had about 100 people left, 20 of whom had lost their transformed Leviathans. After Zhou successfully formed the white and blue guild, he asked Long Leong to help each of the 20 members find a carnivorous Leviathan to survive. Long Leong's ability to obtain the 2 steel long knife meant that he had entered the steel armor Leviathan to remove insects before, and was not affected by the dream anemone worm. His intelligence should be above 12 points, so there was no problem helping the white and blue guild members to clean up the parasites in the carnivorous Leviathan. Soon, the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms were crushed and put into the digestion tank. The feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan ended, and entered the supply box stage. No parasites were encountered during the feeding stage today. The 3 triangular fireflies did not go out, but came out to absorb hydrogen when Zhou used the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to ionize hydrogen. Chapter 325. While waiting for the supply box, Zhou took out the body of the thorny golden bream obtained in the trial, and then turned to the thorny golden bream thorny golden armor blueprint, and clicked to make it directly. In a few seconds, a piece of bone plate armor with a lot of thorns on the surface appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou tried it with a 2 steel long knife, and found that there was a certain resistance when cutting on it. The defense power was similar to that of the black crystal armor, but because there was no shield fish fat shock absorbing layer, it was still not as good as the black crystal armor. The weight is about 1000 gene, which is lighter than the hill crocodile hill armor. Zhou made 2 sets, and gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, so that they can choose which one to wear according to the situation. My armor should also be upgraded. Zhou's battle with Lu Zhuang this time made him feel the pressure. The black crystal armor is indeed not very good. In the future, as more and more survivors have 2 steel long knives, the defense of the black crystal armor is almost useless. But now Zhou has only more than 40 pieces of golden seaweed fiber in his hand, which is more than half of the 100 pieces required for fish bone armor. Zhou thought about it, and decided to decompose the black crystal armor, and use the returned golden seaweed fiber to make a set of fish bone armor with higher defense. However, when Zhou used the fishbone armor blueprint to decompose the black crystal armor, the black crystal armor did not react at all. After several attempts, it still could not be decomposed. No one knew what was going on. Could it be related to the floating factor? Joe suddenly said. These equipment made with blueprints, as long as they were not seriously damaged, could be decomposed and returned to the materials with the blueprints. However, the black crystal armor could not be decomposed, indicating that there must be some factors that did not meet the decomposition conditions. The only difference between the black crystal armor and other equipment is that it uses the floating factor to reduce the weight. At that time, the 2000 gene black crystal armor was halved after using 50 floating factors, leaving only 1000 gene. This may be the reason why it cannot be decomposed now. In desperation, Joe could only choose to decompose the treading wave suit. The treading wave suit would not be used for the time being. First, decompose the 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber in it to make a stronger fishbone armor. Holding the treading wave suit, silently reciting the decomposition in his heart, the treading wave suit turned into blue light very smoothly and decomposed into various materials, including 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber. Fishbone armor. The materials for making it are all gathered. Joe is going to use Leviathan-level biological materials to make armor this time. He now has 3 types of Leviathan materials: the teeth and scales of the steel-armored Leviathan, the bone pieces of the giant bone Leviathan, and the entire skeleton of the meteorite Leviathan. The bone pieces of the giant bone Leviathan are not considered, because they can't even defend against the 2 steel long sword. The teeth and scales of the steel-armored Leviathan are also ruled out, because they can't defend against the tungsten bone broadsword. In the end, only the skeleton of the meteorite Leviathan is left. Although the bones of the meteorite Leviathan could not defend against the tungsten bone broadsword, they could provide a certain resistance to the tungsten bone broadsword, and were generally stronger than the teeth and scales of the steel-armored Leviathan. Afterwards, Joe came out again, bringing all the materials for making fishbone armor, and then placed the corpse of the meteorite Leviathan, and clicked to make it directly. After a few seconds, nothing happened. Joe was stunned for a moment, and clicked to make it again, but the materials still did not respond. What is going on? Joe had a puzzled look on his face. He carefully checked the materials needed to make the fishbone armor. There was no problem, but he just couldn't make it. Could it be that the bones of the meteorite Leviathan can't be used? The other materials were fine, so the problem could only be with the bones of the meteorite Leviathan. So Joe could only settle for the next best thing, and took out the teeth and scales of the steel armor Leviathan, but the result was still that it couldn't be made. This surprised Joe, and at the same time, a bad guess emerged in his mind. Leviathan creatures. Don't they count as fish bones? Fishbone armor blueprint. The materials needed are a number of large fish bones. The definition of large fish bones is very vague, but there are indeed certain restrictions. If Leviathan-level creatures are not considered large fish, then the armor that can be made with this fishbone armor blueprint is limited. Joe thought about it, and took out the bone fragments of the giant Leviathan, and tried to make it, but still couldn't make it. This made him completely certain that fishbone armor blueprint could not use the bones of Leviathan-level creatures as materials. What should I do? Joe fell into deep thought. Among all the large fish bones he currently had, the one with the strongest defense was the abyss dragonfish. Therefore, the black crystal armor was the strongest equipment he could make at the moment. If I had known earlier, I should have asked Lu Zhuang to take off his equipment before killing him, Joe said with some regret. Lu Zhuang's black crystal armor could easily block the attack of the 2 steel long sword. It was considered the strongest defensive equipment at the moment. Unfortunately, it was split in half by Zhou tungsten bone sword. Without the blueprint, it could not be repaired at all. Alas, all in vain. Zhou sighed, collected all the items, and returned to the stomach wall space. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou took out the diamond sea serpent fawn long sword obtained from Lu Zhuang. The strength of this weapon is at the same level as the tungsten bone broadsword, and even the hardness is higher than the tungsten bone broadsword. The diamond sea serpent fawn long sword is 2 meters long, the blade is 3 fingers wide, 1.6 meters long, and weighs about 250 kilograms. It is a very well-balanced weapon. Zhou waved it in his hand for a few times, and couldn't let it go. After a while, the transformed Leviathan swallowed the first supply box of the day. Zhou opened it directly. The things inside were not bad. It was a traveling voucher. At this time, the time came to noon. In the World Communication Channel, Bailon began to send messages to gather members to establish a guild. Zhou took a quick look and found that the guild he established was called Black Knife Club. But not long after it was established, Bailon was challenged to a duel by the president of a medium-sized guild. Because those who dared to establish a guild now must have accumulated some capital, and the trial had just ended. In the eyes of the president of the medium-sized guild, Bailon was likely to have obtained something good in the trial, so he directly challenged him to a duel to snatch it. However, not long after the leader of the medium-sized guild initiated the duel, his avatar turned black and white, and his guild was disbanded. The guild members were directly recruited by Bailon. I haven't seen this avatar before. Is he a hidden strongman? I'm afraid so. Many hidden strongmen appeared in this trial. The leader of the Black Knife Club dared to establish a guild at this time. His strength must be strong. Didn't you see that the leader of the Black Knife Club killed the opponent instantly? The real strength may be comparable to the leaders of the 3 major guilds. The survivors in the World Communication Channel discussed with each other, and they were all guessing how strong this newly rising Black Knife Club leader was. Zhou knew that Bailon must have used the peer voucher, and asked Long Leong and Zhang Dongyang for help. Chapter 326. After confirming that Bailon had successfully established the guild, Zhou closed the World Communication Channel, and then sent a message to Yue, asking him to help purchase instant plant growth liquid in private, and at the same time sent a message to Chen Xian, asking her to purchase it in the guild president chat group. There must be quite a few survivors who obtained instant plant growth liquid in this deep sea escape trial, and the growth liquid is not very valuable when used on ordinary plants, so it is not difficult to purchase. Now Zhou still has the flesh and blood of 2 Leviathan creatures to ripen the corresponding blood vein fruit. 2 portions of growth liquid are enough. After that, Zhou had nothing to do, so he kept reading novels in the World Communication Channel, written by Shi Kongyun. For some reason, Shi Kongyun started writing color novels again. Some people in the World Communication Channel who had the same doubts sent a message to ask about it. It turned out that the 1 million basic materials were used up by him. Before the deep sea escape trial was opened, he converted all the basic materials into his own attributes and equipment. He thought that he could get some benefits in this trial by relying on his own strength, but who knew that he met a stingy hidden strongman. After the whole trial, he didn't get anything, so he had to go back to his old business. I think you are just messing around. There is so little entertainment in this survival world. Just write your erotic novels, and you won't have to worry about food and drink. Besides, you are also good at drawing. You can just draw the exciting plots in the erotic novels, and post them on the World Communication Channel. The basic materials rewarded to you are enough for you to become a top powerhouse. Why do you have to go far away here every day? Vulgar, writing erotic novels is already my bottom line. You actually want me to draw them? Pah, disgusting, disgusting. Disgusting. TSK, hypocritical. Soon, it was getting close to night, and the 3 supply boxes at the back didn't have anything good in them, just some basic materials, which Zhou put into the supply boxes. Soon after, the sun completely set, and the Metamorphosis Leviathan stopped moving. Zhou had a simple dinner, then left the stomach wall space, came to the back of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, and took out a glass ball, which contained the shrunken body of the thorn Leviathan. Zhou exerted force with his palm, and the glass sphere was crushed. The huge corpse of thorn Leviathan, which was more than 300 meters long, was placed on the back of the phantom Leviathan. However, because the corpse was too heavy, the phantom Leviathan was directly pressed into the sea. Seeing this, Zhou could only try to collect the corpse of thorn Leviathan again. Although the trial was over, the corpse of thorn Leviathan could still be shrunk by touching it. Afterwards, Zhou asked the phantom Leviathan to find a relatively shallow seabed from the sea level, about 500 meters underwater. Zhou crushed the glass sphere again, put the corpse of thorn Leviathan out, and then relied on the strong light headlight and the toothed steel long knife to drill into the corpse to find the location of the stomach wall space. After searching for about 2 hours, Zhou successfully entered the stomach wall space of thorn Leviathan, but because it was at the bottom of the sea, the stomach wall space was already filled with seawater, and large pieces of parasites kept twisting their bodies in the seawater, which made his scalp numb. However, because of the seawater, Zhou did not need to clean up these parasites. He could easily get the silver-rimmed supply box by swimming directly to the innermost part of the stomach wall space. While getting the silver-rimmed supply box, Zhou also saw a worm covered with iron thorns, which should be the symbiotic organism of thorn Leviathan. The worm attacked Zhou, and then he chopped it to death with his tungsten knife, and the body was directly stored in the system interface. Afterwards, Zhou took the silver-rimmed material box and left the stomach wall space of the thorn Leviathan. After coming outside, he began to decompose the huge body of the thorn Leviathan. This decomposition took a whole night, and it was not until the morning of the 62nd day that Zhou completely decomposed the body of the thorn Leviathan, and all the meat pieces were stored in the deep blue treasure box, and the thorn carapace on the surface of the thorn Leviathan was stored in a separate deep blue treasure box. After a while, the phantom Leviathan surfaced. Zhou stood on its back, looked at the rising sun, and opened the silver-rimmed supply box in his hand. Ding! Obtained the phantom Leviathan iron thorn armor blueprint. Ding! Obtained equipment bar X3. Ding! Obtained blockade ticket X1. Ding! Obtained iron foundation blueprint. Iron foundation blueprint? Zhou face showed surprise. He had been using stone foundation for a long time, and had never obtained a higher-level foundation blueprint. He finally got a diamond foundation blueprint from the pure gold treasure chest, but because diamonds were too rare, he couldn't make it at all. This iron foundation blueprint came at the right time. Use the blueprint directly to check the production requirements. Iron foundation blueprint requires 100 iron ingots. 100 iron ingots. A bit expensive. Although many people are smelting iron now, the output is not much. If the iron foundation is used as a stone foundation to build a wall, it will cost hundreds of thousands of iron ingots. Even if Zhou has 2 major guilds to back him up, he can't afford it. The use of the iron foundation depends on the situation. Zhou thought to himself, and sent 3 equipment slots to Jiang Haitao, asking him to reward them to the core members of the guild. Next is the Transfiguration Leviathan Iron Thorn Armor Blueprint. Zhou already knew about this Iron Thorn Armor in the introduction of Thorn Leviathan. He used the blueprint to check the production requirements. Transfiguration Leviathan Iron Thorn Armor Blueprint. Need Thorn Leviathan Thorn Shell X1, Iron Ingot X30. Another big iron consumer. The Transfiguration Leviathan is now 135 meters long. It takes about 7,000 honeycomb bone pieces to cover it. If the size of this iron thorn armor is the same as the honeycomb bone piece, it will require 210,000 iron ingots. This, forget it, let Jiang Haitao sell the furnace at a low price, and start iron smelting for all. Zhou consumed materials, and made a piece of iron thorn armor, which was the same size as the honeycomb bone plate, but weighed 5 times as much as the honeycomb bone plate, that is, 500 kilograms. Then he tested the defense again, and it could barely withstand a single chop from the toothed steel long knife, but it was basically damaged by the second chop. However, even so, it was still stronger than the honeycomb bone plate, and there were protruding iron thorns on the surface of the armor plate, which could exert a certain degree of lethality when the transformed Leviathan used its body to smash it. The last item is blockade ticket. Ding, blockade ticket. After use, the current space can be blocked. In the blocked space, companions cannot leave or enter. Is this used to restrict companion ticket? Knowing the use of blockade ticket, Zhou was delighted. This is simply a weapon to kill people. Now because of companion ticket, in a duel, as long as the opponent has companion ticket, they will basically bring a large number of companions. It is very difficult to kill all these companions in an instant. For people like Zhou who like to hide their strength, these companions who can withdraw at any time are simply a nightmare. Good stuff. Zhou quickly put the blockade ticket close to his body. Chapter 327. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter plus 10. Bloodworm Gene, normal attribute is 10, Intelligence, 17. Strength, 182.5 Burning attribute. Blood Vein attribute Constitution, 288 Tungsten Gold attribute Speed, 171. Evaluation. A Superman whose physique is about to reach the upper limit. This time the attributes of the trial have been greatly improved. Zhou took a look at his character attribute panel, and found that the evaluation had changed. 288 points of physical fitness, about to reach the upper limit. It seems that the upper limit of physical fitness is 300 points. Zhou guessed, and then sent a message to Yue and Zhujiang. Since the physical fitness attribute is only 12 points away from 300 points, Zhou simply found someone he knew to exchange some biological meat that he had never eaten before, and could increase the physical fitness attribute, and directly raise the physical fitness points to 300 points to see the situation. Soon, Yue and Zhujiang sent information about various biological meats. However, because they were not strong enough in this trial, the whole trial process was to serve as subordinates to some strong men, and then share these biological meats, so there were not many types of biological meats. Zhou selected more than a dozen kinds of creature meat that he had never eaten. As a reward, Zhou gave Yue a burning steel seal, and Zhujiang a boiling steel seal. Burning steel seal, this is too precious. I can't accept it. He Yue was shocked when he saw what Zhou sent. Because he had decomposed the abyss dragonfish in the trial, he had also come into contact with the burning core and knew the preciousness of the burning steel seal. Take it. The survival world is getting more and more dangerous now. After you put on this burning steel seal, keep it as a trump card. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I don't know who to ask for help in the future. Zhou persuaded. Okay boss, if you have anything to say in the future, just tell me. Seeing Zhou say this, He Yue no longer refused and accepted the burning seal. Zhu Junyang was even more excited after getting the boiling seal. There was nothing he could do. His guild was getting worse and worse. After the trial, almost half of the 2,000-member guild died. And because he was not strong enough, the higher quality survivors went to other guilds, and were unwilling to come to his guild. Now with this boiling seal, after the feature is activated, the strength is increased by 50 points. Even if the overall strength cannot be ranked among the top guild leaders, it can be regarded as narrowing the gap. Thank you so much, big boss. Zhu Junyang hurriedly thanked him. No, it's just a fair trade. After the transaction with the two, Zhou would immediately cook the meat of more than a dozen creatures he traded back, and then ate them all. The three attributes were improved again: strength plus 5 points, constitution plus 13 points, speed plus 7 points. Zhou took another look at his character attribute panel. The constitution had reached 300 points, and there was a bracket behind it with the words, upper limit, written in it. 300 points. Will it be useless to eat biological meat that increases physical attributes in the future? Just now, the physical fitness was only 12 points short, but the biological meat increased by 13 points overall, and the extra point was directly lost, which means that after the physical fitness reaches the upper limit, eating biological meat that increases physical fitness attributes in the future will be wasted. I don't know when I can find a formula to break through the physical fitness limit. Zhou was a little worried, but there was a good news that his physical fitness reached 300 points, and he could use pelvic tungsten snail Leviathan gene potion. But when Zhou thought of the pain that struck his soul last time he used the bloodworm gene potion, his body trembled unconsciously. It's still daytime now, let's use it at night. When Zhou thought that he might faint from the pain again after taking the potion, he decided to use it at night, and treat the fainting as sleep. After that, the transformed Leviathan began to move. Before the feeding phase began, Zhou sent a private message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to start selling the furnace at a low level. Jiang Haitao quickly took action, and sent a message on the World Communication Channel. Starting today, furnaces are sold at a low price, with the price set at 100 pieces of stone per furnace. Ordinary survivors who have furnace blueprints can also sell them on their own, and they can be protected by the Jiangge Guild, so there is no need to worry about being robbed by others. If you want to quickly increase the output of iron ingots, it is still too slow to rely on Jiang Haitao alone to make furnaces and sell them, so he directly sent out a protection message, so that ordinary survivors who have furnace blueprints can sell them directly without hiding them, and quickly increase the number of furnaces among the survivors. As the number of furnaces increases, the demand for coal will increase. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's share of the coal mine is almost the same as an entire coal mine. They can make a lot of money by selling a large amount of coal mines. Once this message was sent out, it instantly detonated the World Communication Channel, and all ordinary survivors began to take action. As a large number of iron ingots appeared on the market, the price of iron ingots naturally began to plummet, from 3,000 basic materials per piece at the beginning to 500 basic materials, and some corresponding iron items, such as iron weapons, iron pots, and iron scale armor, also fell sharply. However, due to the fact that everyone was smelting iron, the price of iron ore rose from 20 basic materials to 100 basic materials. In addition, iron smelting requires coal, and the current price of coal is much cheaper than before, 1 basic material for 1 coal. The cost of smelting an iron ingot is calculated to be 200 basic materials. In the end, the price of an iron ingot is fixed at 500 basic materials. If it is cheaper, the survivors will not be willing to smelt iron. After all, iron smelting takes time. If the price is too low, it is better to sell seaweed directly to make money. Zhou, Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian were all scanning the World Trading Channel for iron ingots as soon as they were put on the shelves. By noon, they had already purchased 300,000 iron ingots. Zhou used the 300,000 iron ingots to make 10,000 iron thorn armors, and then immediately spent 7,000 to replace the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan, which was covered with thorn armor, looked much more ferocious. During the purchase of iron ingots just now, The Phantom Leviathan's feeding stage had passed. It still did not encounter any parasites today, and it had swallowed a supply box. In the supply box was an apple, which Zhou ate in a few bites. While waiting for the supply box, Zhou took out the Leviathan white light factor, because the white light factor has been emitting dazzling white light, which is equivalent to a huge light bulb. Because there are few lighting items in the stomach wall space, and the environment is relatively dim, this white light factor cannot be used temporarily, so it is just right for lighting. Zhou looked at the stomach wall above his head, thought for a while, and took out the suction cup he had obtained from the big-mouthed octopus from the locker, tied the two suction cups together with bone-penetrating silk ropes, and sucked one end to the center of the top of the stomach wall space, and the other end to the white light factor. In this way, the white light factor completely became a large light bulb, and the dim stomach wall space was completely illuminated. Chapter 328. It's so bright. Zhou looked around the entire stomach wall space, and every corner was clearly visible. At this moment, a snake head appeared beside Zhou, and like him, it looked up at the white light factor above, with its tongue spitting out of its mouth, obviously very curious about the white light factor. This snake head was naturally a small diamond crystal sea snake. Since eating the blood crystal of Doju Leviathan, the small diamond crystal sea snake has entered a dormant state and only woke up just now. Zhou looked at the small diamond crystal sea snake. The overall appearance did not change much, except that its body length reached 13 meters, and the black crystal scales on its body's surface became sharper. Zhou touched it with his bare hands. The scales were a bit prickly. Then he looked at the biological illustrations. The biological illustrations were not updated, indicating that the small diamond crystal sea snake had not evolved again. When the small diamond crystal sea snake saw Zhou actively touching it, it immediately moved closer to Zhou. Zhou was not wearing armor at this time. The sharp snake's scales pricked him and made him scream. He immediately put on the black crystal armor and slapped the small diamond crystal sea snake into the corner with 2 slaps. Swish! The 2 high-pressure porcupines in the crystal sea view box began to struggle again without the suppression of the small diamond sea snake. Zhou approached to check and found that many small bone spurs grew on the surface of the 2 high-pressure porcupines. Zhou immediately took it seriously, and then entered the crystal sea view box to remove all the small bone spurs on the surface of the high-pressure porcupines, killing the danger in the cradle. After removing the high-pressure porcupine bone spurs, the time came to 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The transformed Leviathan swallowed 2 more supply boxes, all of which were some metal ores. Zhou gave them to Jiang Haido, and asked him to give them to the guild members for smelting. Go up and keep pressing. After Zhou fed the little diamond sea snake, he let it stay on the crystal cover. At this time, Chen Xian sent a private message, which contained an instant plant growth liquid purchased from the guild president's chat group and exchanged for the meat of the spiny armored golden bream. After extracting the growth liquid, Zhou came to the small aquarium containing the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan. Before using the growth liquid, he first looked through the transparent glass to check the growth of the blood vein fruit seeds. After almost a day, the blood vein fruit seed had grown a slender rhizome, which showed that the blood vein fruit could indeed grow in the flesh and blood of the fallen star Leviathan. Seeing that there was no problem, Zhou no longer hesitated and poured the growth liquid directly on the blood vein fruit seed. After a few seconds, a blood-red vine emerged from the flesh and blood, and then began to grow rapidly. But strangely, the vine, which should have been blood-red, was now black-red, and the surface seemed to be burnt. However, 3 minutes later, the burnt blood vein vine still produced fruit successfully, and the blood vein fruit also looked black-red. Zhou reached out and picked the different blood vein fruit. At the moment the blood vein fruit was picked, the blood vein vines around it suddenly broke like burnt wood, fell into the small aquarium below, fell on the shriveled flesh, and turned into ashes. This situation, it is obvious that it is related to the flesh of the falling star Leviathan. This blood vein vine is obviously impossible to continue to produce blood vein fruit. No longer caring about the blood vein vine that turned into ashes, Zhou looked at the black and red blood vein fruit in his hand, and then took a bite. In addition to the same bloody smell, it also had a strong burnt smell. After Zhou ate all of the blood vein fruit, another accident occurred. That is, the blood vein fruit had no seeds. Fortunately, I didn't plant the only seed in the flesh of the meteorite Leviathan before. Zhou was somewhat fortunate, otherwise, the only blood vein fruit seed would disappear directly like now. Ding, eat the meteorite Leviathan blood vein fruit, strength plus 22. 22 points of strength. Zhou took a breath of cold air. Although he lost a blood vein fruit seed, it was worth it to increase his strength by 22 points. Anyway, the blood vein fruit seeds can be planted again with the other 2 blood vein vines. Then, Joe felt the blood energy in his body again, which increased from 2 to 4. The Star Meteorite Leviathan blood vein fruit, whether in terms of attribute points or blood energy, is twice that of other Leviathan blood vein fruits. The Emperor level Leviathan is indeed different, Joe exclaimed. Now his strength has reached 209.5 points. He feels stronger than ever before. After a while, the 4 supplied box of the day arrived. Joe picked it up and opened it casually. Ding! Get 1 Shianshan Leviathan deworming coupon. Shianshan Leviathan deworming coupon? I actually opened it. Joe had been asking Chen Xian to buy Shianshan Leviathan deworming coupon, but he hadn't bought any in so many days. He didn't expect to get one from an ordinary supply box now. Today, the transformed Leviathan had swallowed 4 supply boxes. It was getting close to night, and the transformed Leviathan was about to rest. Joe directly used the Shianshan Leviathan deworming coupon. The next second, Joe came to the body of a young cloud-eating sky Leviathan with a body length of 1 kilometer. Because he had done the deworming once before, everything was familiar to him. His current strength was not comparable to before, so he cleaned the parasites very quickly, and it took about 5 hours to clean it up. This was because the cloud-eating sky Leviathan was larger in size, and the corresponding stomach wall space was also larger, so there were more parasites inside. However, Joe would also gain 600 floating factors. But the final reward box changed. It was no longer a pure gold treasure box, but a general silver rim box. The items inside were similar to the last time. Finally, Joe used the deep blue treasure chest to carry 100,000 oxygen crystals, almost taking away all the oxygen crystals of the negative oxygen ion mushroom group. During this period, he also rescued 3 electric light balls. When the pest control was over, they were brought back to the stomach wall space. After returning to the stomach wall space, it was already late at night. After seeing the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms planted by Zhou, the 3 electric light balls happily ran to the umbrella cover to charge. There was no barrier between them, and the 2 electric light balls Zhou brought back before, and they soon played together. 600 levitation factors, plus the 200 or so before, should be enough. Zhou put the newly acquired levitation factors into the locker, and then took out the pelvic tungsten snail gene potion. Looking at the black potion in the crystal bottle, Zhou face showed a struggle, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. After hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind, pulled out the bottle stopper, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth, and then swallowed it into his stomach. As soon as the potion entered his stomach, his body didn't feel anything, but Zhou's spirit was already in a tense state. After a while, an indescribable pain suddenly spread throughout his body, his muscles were congested, and the blue veins that bulged out were like little snakes wriggling under his blood-red skin. He felt as if he was about to explode. The tearing pain didn't last long before Zhou fainted from the pain. Chapter 329. At noon on the 63rd day, Zhou slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were blank and confused. After a while, he gradually regained his spirit. Where am I? Zhou looked at the white glowing ball above him, his mind still in a blank state. Hiss. Zhou was about to sit up when he felt a tearing pain in his body. He shivered in pain, but this piercing pain suddenly restored his blank mind. Damn, I fainted again from the pain. What time is it now? Thinking to himself, Zhou opened the system interface and checked. It was already noon. He immediately remembered that the transformed Leviathan had not been fed yet. The little man is awake. At this time, the transformed Leviathan's cheerful voice sounded in Zhou's mind. Because he found Zhou in a coma when he woke up in the morning, the transformed Leviathan did not look for food, but quietly waited for Zhou to wake up. Next, Zhou slowly tried to move his body. After adapting to the piercing pain, he slowly got up from the ground, came to the digestion tank, placed the seaweed crusher, connected the knife leaf fish power device, and began to crush seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms. During the feeding, Zhou opened his character attribute panel, and found that there was another pelvic tungsten snail gene behind the bloodworm gene, indicating that the gene medicine was successfully used. According to the introduction of tungsten gold characteristics, in order to activate the characteristics, you need to have tungsten in your body, but how to obtain this tungsten is a problem. Can I eat it directly? Zhou thought to himself, slowly walked to the locker, and took out a piece of black carapace about 5 meters long. Zhou had spent more than 5 hours cutting this black carapace from the corpse of the tungsten gold sea centipede in the body of the tungsten bone snail Leviathan in the white bone sea. He had originally thought that if he had the opportunity to obtain the corresponding blueprint in the future, he would use it to make equipment. But now, he needs to obtain tungsten elements, and the tungsten core, and this black carapace were both obtained from the corpse of the tungsten gold sea centipede. The black carapace should contain tungsten elements. Now that he has obtained the tungsten bone snail gene, he should be able to obtain the tungsten elements in the carapace by eating this carapace directly. Wait, can this tungsten sea centipede shell be used to make fishbone armor? Although the tungsten sea centipede is 300 meters long, it is not a Leviathan creature. Maybe it can be used as a material for making fishbone armor. You know, the hardness of this tungsten sea centipede shell is even higher than the skeleton of the meteorite Leviathan. It took several hours to cut it with a tungsten bone sword. As long as it can be made into fishbone armor, it will definitely be the strongest equipment at present. Zhou became more and more excited as he thought about it, and immediately took out the materials to try to make it. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After clicking the production button of fishbone armor blueprint, the materials on the ground did not move at all. It was obvious that Zhou thought too much. Alas, it may be a tungsten sea centipede, which does not belong to the category of fishbone. Zhou sighed, and put away the other materials of the fishbone armor. After a while, 300,000 pieces of seaweed and 20 pieces of bamboo sea mushroom were all crushed and put into the digestion tank. Zhou's body, which was in great pain, has also recovered a lot. The pain is getting weaker and weaker, and he can almost move freely. So, he took out the diamond sword and tungsten shield. First placed the tungsten shield flat on the ground, then placed the black carapace on the tungsten shield, then held the diamond sword with both hands and chopped hard on the corners of the black carapace. After several swings, a thin piece of carapace was cut off from the corner, and then Zhou chopped the carapace into powder again. My physical fitness is 300 points now. Eating these messy things should be no problem. Zhou held the black powder with both hands, feeling a little uncertain that he didn't know whether this method of swallowing the black shell powder directly could allow him to absorb tungsten. He just hoped that even if it didn't work, it wouldn't have a bad effect on his body. Zhou poured the black shell powder in his hand into the wooden cup filled with mineral water, then simply shook it a few times to mix the black powder and water thoroughly, then poured it into his mouth and swallowed it directly. After waiting for a while, Zhou didn't feel any changes in his body. It seemed that there was no effect, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Considering that it might be because he swallowed too little black shell powder, he chopped some powder with the diamond sword and mixed it with mineral water again and drank it. At this time, a private message came. Zhou opened it, and saw that it was from Zhuo Junyang. Boss, I want to ask you for a favor. Zhuo Junyang's message just came, and it also attached an item information. Zhou clicked to check it out. Oil Leviathan Reclamation Certificate. After using it, you can invite 10 companions to go together, clear all the creatures on the Oil Leviathan, and you will get the right to reclaim land and farm on the Oil Leviathan. Does it mean that you can farm on a Leviathan creature? This Oil Leviathan Reclamation Certificate is obviously similar to Mining Certificate, except that one is for farming and the other is for mining. Okay, just invite me directly. For this new thing, Zhou naturally wants to see what it is. The next second, Zhou receives Zhuo Junyang's invitation. Zhou casually wore a set of carbon scale armor, and brought a small diamond crystal sea snake, and clicked to agree. Zhou immediately turned into blue light, and disappeared from the stomach wall space. In an instant, he came to an open space. For a moment, the sun shone and the sea breeze blew. He was standing on an island at this time, with soft soil under his feet. Zhuo Junyang and his men were surprised to see a big snake suddenly appear, but because the snake was only a dozen meters long, and could not threaten them at all, they did not make any excessive actions. Then the snake gradually unfolded its coiled body, and Zhou walked out of it. Boss? Zhuo Junyang asked. Just call me Zhou. Zhou replied with a smile. Haha, I'm used to calling you boss, so I won't change it. Is this snake your pet? Zhuo Junyang said, as he looked at the little diamond sea snake. Well, I was lucky to get a snake egg. Is this island the fertile soil Leviathan? Zhou did not talk too much about the little diamond sea snake, but turned the topic to the island. Yes, according to some information provided by the system, this fertile soil Leviathan is still in its infancy, and is only 100 meters long. However, the fertile soil Leviathan can secrete a liquid called fertile soil on its body surface, which can shorten the growth time of plants by 20%. Zhuo Junyang informed him of the relevant information about the Long Leviathan. It shortens the growth time of plants by 20%, which is really suitable for farming. Zhou sighed. After knowing the information about the Long Leviathan, Zhou did not delay any longer and started the cleaning task directly. Because the Long Leviathan was only 100 meters long, the area of the island was not large, and there were not many creatures living on the island. There were only two kinds of creatures, namely the green algae crab and the red berry sea snake. Chapter 330. Neither of these two creatures is large in size. The average length of the green algae crab is about 5 meters. It will grow green algae on its shell, and then eat it. The reason why it came to the fertile soil Leviathan is because the fertile soil can accelerate the growth of green algae. The red berry sea snake is larger in size, with a body length of 20 meters, but it can't threaten him. The red berry sea snake also uses the fertile soil secreted by the fertile soil Leviathan to grow a kind of snakeberry. Soon, these two creatures were cleared. Zhou almost didn't do anything, just asked the small diamond crystal sea snake to clear some green algae crabs. The island is very flat, and the hole is approximately circular, with an area of about 7,000 square meters. If one crop is planted per square meter, 7,000 crops can be planted at the same time, which is much better than small and medium-sized planting boxes. Ding! All creatures on the fertile soil Leviathan have been cleared, and everyone has obtained a land reclamation certificate. With a land reclamation certificate, you can invite 10 additional people to help reclaim the land. Thank you for your help. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhuo Junyang hurriedly thanked Zhou. I didn't do anything. Zhou was not polite. He really didn't help much. Most of the creatures were cleared by Zhuo Junyang's people. Boss, you are willing to come here, which is a big help. For 1,000 square meters of this 7,000 square meters of land belongs to you. Zhuo Junyang was very generous, and all his subordinates were stunned. You know, after such a large piece of land is reclaimed, various crops can be planted and sold in the future. The Leviathan Guild will be able to recover from its decline and create glory again, but now it is actually giving more than half of it to Zhou. What does this mean? Zhou probably guessed Zhuo Junyang's purpose, but he still asked knowingly. I want to ask you to help us guard this fertile soil Leviathan. Although Zhuo Junyang had never obtained the mining certificate before, he had learned from He Yue that the mine could be robbed. This reclamation certificate was similar to the mining certificate, and someone would definitely rob it in the future. Zhuo Junyang didn't know how strong Zhou was, but he could use the boiling steel seal as a bargaining chip, which was very telling. On the current market, various cores and feature steel seals were absolutely extremely rare, and ordinary people would never take them out for exchange unless they looked down on them. Zhuo Junyang certainly knew the importance of this piece of land, but if there was no power to protect it, everything would be in vain, so he used more than half of the land as an exchange, hoping that Zhou could help their guild to protect this piece of land. Okay, but I don't want my partnership with you to be known to others. Zhou nodded in agreement, but made a request. Of course, the 9 of them are my most trusted subordinates, and no one else will know that you participated in this cleanup mission except them. Zhuo Junyang looked delighted and immediately promised. Well, you better keep your word. Zhou nodded with a slightly warning tone. The next job is to cultivate the land. Although this island is not big, it has many tall trees because of the fertile land. If you want to plant crops, these trees need to be cleared. Zhou naturally doesn't need to cultivate the fields himself. Zhuo Junyang will send someone to help take care of it, so he returned directly to the stomach wall space. The Phantom Leviathan has swallowed 2 supply boxes. Zhou opened them all. Today, he didn't have the luck of yesterday. They were all some basic materials. After a while, the Metamorphosis Leviathan vomited the last supply box of the day, which still contained basic materials. Zhou collected it casually, and then took the 2 kinds of biological meat he had just obtained, left the stomach wall space, and came to the back of the Metamorphosis Leviathan. The furnace was ignited, and the iron pot was set up. Zhou threw the green algae crab meat and the red berry sea snake meat into the pot to cook. While waiting for it to be cooked, he ate the snakeberry picked from the fertile soil Leviathan. Eating this snakeberry can increase attributes and increase physical fitness by 1 point, but Zhou's physical fitness is now full, so this snakeberry can only be eaten as a fruit. The little diamond crystal sea snake also likes to eat snakeberries, so he picked some more. How can I get tungsten in my body? While waiting for the biological meat to cook, Zhou kept thinking about how to get tungsten. If he couldn't get tungsten, his tungsten gold characteristics would be in vain. Suddenly, a sea breeze blew, causing Zhou to shiver. This sea breeze brought a chill. Is the weather getting colder? Zhou stood up, stretched out his palm with 5 fingers open, and felt the sea breeze blowing past. It was indeed much colder. The sea surface will not be completely frozen like in the trial, Zhou muttered, with a trace of worry on his face. The biological meat in the iron pot was almost cooked. Zhou threw some snake berries into it, and then sent a bowl to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. After a while, Chen Xian sent a message. Boss Zhou, today a very strange organization joined the guild president chat group. The name is behind the scenes organization. Is it related to you? Chen Xian asked. No, why do you think this organization is related to me? Zhou was surprised. Because the name behind the scenes suits your personality very well. What does this organization do? I don't know. We haven't talked since we joined. It's just that the prefix of the name is behind the scenes organization, not a guild, so I feel a little strange. What's so strange about this? As long as you don't cause trouble, you don't care what the prefix of the name is. Zhou was a little speechless. Afterwards, Zhou stopped communicating with Chen Xian and started eating with big mouthfuls. Then 2 system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding, eat green algae crab meat, strength +1. Ding, eat cranberry sea snake meat, constitution +1, speed +1. Zhou glanced at the character attribute panel. 300 points of constitution did not change, only strength and speed increased a little. After dinner, Zhou packed up the iron pot and furnace, ready to return to the stomach wall space to rest, feeling the cold sea breeze, thought about it, and sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to quickly stock up some fresh water. Once the sea freezes, ordinary survivors will not be able to get fresh water through rain, and fresh water can only be obtained from the supply box again. It was nighttime. Zhou had not slept in bed for 3 days. He stayed up late for 2 days, and fainted on the ground for 1 day. Today, he could finally sleep on a soft bed. After taking a bath with the fresh water in the wooden barrel, Zhou lay on the bed refreshingly. Just as he was about to go to bed, he found that the nail of his left little toe was black, as if it was stained with dirt and not cleaned. What's going on? Zhou rubbed the black nail with fresh water again, but no matter how he rubbed, the black color did not fade at all. Chapter 331. Is this the result of absorbing tungsten? When Zhou saw that the black on his toenails could not be washed off after a long time, he realized that the black nail should be related to tungsten. It is also very simple to verify. Just see if you can turn on the tungsten gold properties. You will know. Tungsten gold properties turn on. Zhou said silently in his heart. The next second, his muscles suddenly bulged, his skin turned black, and even glowed with a metallic luster under the light. At this moment, Zhou only felt unprecedented relaxation in his body, and his whole body was full of energy. The pain caused by taking the pelvic tungsten snail gene potion yesterday also completely disappeared. His whole body seemed to have endless strength and energy. After turning on the tungsten gold characteristic, Zhou immediately opened the character attribute panel to check the changes in his physique. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter +10. Blood vein worm gene. Pelvic tungsten snail gene, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 17 strength, 210.5 burning characteristic. Blood vein characteristic constitution, 3000, upper limit, tungsten gold characteristic speed, 179 evaluation. A Superman whose physique has been increased tenfold. 3000 points of physical fitness, after turning on the physical fitness enhancement of tungsten gold characteristics, and then turning on the burning characteristics, the strength enhancement time can reach 5 minutes. Tungsten gold characteristics was successfully turned on, Zhou said excitedly. The current 5-minute strength doubling effect is enough to crush anyone. After looking at his character attributes, Zhou immediately looked at the little toenail of his left foot. The shiny black nail began to fade rapidly after turning on the tungsten gold characteristics. Just as Zhou was about to see if the hardness of his skin could withstand the sword attack, the black on his toenails completely disappeared, and his abundant physical strength was instantly drained, and his feet softened and fell on the bed. The time is a bit short. From the start to the end, tungsten gold properties lasted for about 5 seconds, that is, the tungsten element of a toenail can only supply tungsten gold properties 5 seconds of activation time. In this case, should I take off my shoes before fighting in the future? By observing the fading speed of the tungsten element on the toenails, we can more accurately judge the remaining time of tungsten gold properties. Although taking off shoes is indeed no problem, it is a bit confusing if you think about it carefully. On the battlefield, the two men were on the verge of a fight. Just when the two sides were about to fight, Zhou immediately took off his shoes, revealing his black big toe. How embarrassing. No matter what, since tungsten gold properties can be activated, it means that swallowing black shell powder can indeed absorb tungsten elements. When my body recovers tomorrow, I will swallow more and see if I can dye my toenails black. Zhou Wen knew that after the amplification effect of the characteristic wore off, people would enter a state of weakness, so he began to experiment with the effect of tungsten gold characteristics in bed, and then went to sleep directly after becoming weak. Nothing happened overnight, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the 64th day, and the transformed Leviathan began to move. Zhou Wen sat up from the bed. After a night's rest, the feeling of weakness had been reduced a lot. But because the amplification effect of tungsten gold characteristics was too strong, the duration of the weak state was also long, and he could not fully recover in one night. He still felt a deep sense of weakness all over his body, but it did not affect basic activities. After Zhou Wen got up, he saw that the tomatoes were ripe. There were 9 tomatoes on 3 tomato plants. Zhou Wen picked all the tomatoes and took out the seeds. He ate 1 tomato immediately, and put the rest in the locker for later. It's so cold, so cold. At this time, the voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. After the temperature dropped again? The fact that the transformed Leviathan felt cold meant that the temperature today was much lower than yesterday. So, Zhou Wen prepared to go out and take a look by tapping the esophageal diaphragm. But as soon as the diaphragm opened, a chill rushed into the stomach wall space, just like the feeling of opening the door of a warm air-conditioned room in winter. Zhou Wen was currently wearing a set of clothes given by the deep blue sea before entering the esophagus, and after entering the esophagus, the whole person felt like entering an ice cellar. After coming outside, the sky was overcast, completely blocking the sun, and the sea breeze was icy and biting, blowing on the body like a knife, and the water stains on the surface of the Leviathan had already tended to freeze. The temperature dropped so much in one night? Zhou Wen frowned. At this rate of temperature drop, the sea surface will begin to freeze in a few days. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen inspected the stomach wall space as usual. After confirming that there were no problems with the cultivated animals and plants, he used the certificate of land reclamation to go to the aromatic Leviathan. As soon as he appeared on the aromatic Leviathan, Zhou Wen felt a warmth. He looked up and saw that the sun was shining, and there were no clouds in the sky. It seems that the temperature drop is not in the entire survival world, but in a regional area. Knowing this, Zhou Wen felt relieved. At least the food was guaranteed. Zhuo Junyang was very efficient. In one night, the entire island had been reclaimed, and the first to be reclaimed was Zhou Wen's 4,000 square meters. At this time, Zhuo Junyang was also there. Seeing Zhou Wen coming, he hurried forward to greet him. "Good morning, big brother. Your land has been reclaimed. I wonder what crops you want to plant." Zhou Wen was equivalent to a strongman he invited to take charge. Naturally, Zhou Wen didn't have to do the planting of crops himself, and he could just arrange it to his guild members. "Let's plant cotton," Zhou Wen said as he took out 2,000 cotton seeds, 800 of which he had saved before, and 1,200 of which were planted by Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. "So many cotton seeds? Boss, have you planted cotton?" Zhuo Junyang was very surprised to see Zhou Wen take out so many cotton seeds at once. Although there are cotton seeds for sale in the current world trading channel, the quantity is very small. Because cotton was not very useful to survivors before, basically no one planted it, so the number of seeds on the market was not large. Now the temperature of the environment where the survivors live has dropped sharply, and the cotton is useful. Zhuo Junyang also plans to plant cotton, but the purchased seeds are insufficient, so he can only plant one round first. "Well, I got a seed from the supply box before, so I planted 2 rounds. Zhou Wen nodded and said, and then took out 80 pepper seeds. In addition to planting peppers, the remaining 2,000 square meters will be planted with sweet potatoes. The temperature dropped, and the sea surface was frozen. Zhou Wen didn't know whether it would affect the food problem of ordinary survivors. Now there are only 20 million survivors left. If there is a food shortage, he still has to come forward to save them a little. Chapter 332. Chili. Zhuo Junyang was shocked again. There were no chili seeds on the market. "Boss, when the chili is ripe, can you sell us some seeds? When the temperature drops, the chili will definitely be very popular. We talk about it later." Zhou Wen did not agree immediately. He would wait and see the specific situation in the future. Afterwards, Zhou Wen came to a pit about 5 or 6 meters deep. This was dug by Zhuo Junyang's confidants. The bottom of the pit was no longer soil, but the shell of the Leviathan. Zhou Wen jumped down the pit to the bottom, then touched the shell with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information of the fertile soil Leviathan. Fertility Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 100 meters. Weight, 40,000 tons. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A leviathan that likes to live in warm waters, carrying an island on its back, and the surface of its shell will secrete fertile soil to promote the growth of plants on the island. This is really a leviathan creature that is born to be used for farming. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim after reading the illustrations. The overall image of the Olam Leviathan is similar to a turtle. The island is on the turtle shell. The acres of cultivated fields look like the tortoiseshell pattern on the surface of the turtle shell when viewed from a high place. After confirming that the Olam Leviathan would not be affected by the cooling, Zhou walked around the island, basked in the sun for a while, and then returned to the stomach wall space. When he returned, it happened to be the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan. The originally warm stomach wall space dropped rapidly due to the influx of cold seawater. After several rounds of feeding, the temperature inside the stomach wall space was not much different from that outside. There are also a lot of parasites today. Usually, there are only 4 or 5 aggressive parasites like anchorworms. Today, there are more than 10 of them. I don't know if it's because of the drop in temperature. The seawater is too cold, and the energy consumed by the triangular fireflies to attack the parasites has increased, and the efficiency is not as high as before. In the end, Zhou had to deal with these parasites himself. After a while, the feeding stage ended, and Zhou crushed the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms and put them into the digestion tank, transforming into Leviathan and entering the supply box stage. Nothing happened next, and Zhou's weakness completely disappeared, so he took out the diamond sword, cut the corners of the black carapace again, chopped it into powder, mixed it with mineral water and poured it into his stomach. While Zhou was making the black carapace powder, he opened the world communication channel to check the situation of ordinary survivors. Why did the temperature drop so much suddenly? Will it really be like in the trial? The sea surface will be completely frozen. It shouldn't be that bad. The trial freezes the sea surface to prevent the survivors from abandoning the Leviathan when approaching the sea surface and relying on the Leviathan to swim to the surface. What about the sudden drop in temperature? The sudden drop in temperature should be a seasonal change. I think this temperature drop is unusual. Everyone should prepare early. If the sea surface is frozen, fresh water cannot be obtained through rainfall. The Leviathan cannot float to the surface of the sea, and iron smelting and cooking, which require fire, will not be completed. There should be no shortage of fresh water, just chisel the ice. Isn't it still seawater after it freezes and melts? No, seawater will release salt when it freezes, and it will become fresh water after the ice melts. Fresh water is not a problem, but I can't make a fire. It's like going back to the days of the sea of birth. Have you ever thought about a question, that is, how much water pressure is generated by the thickness of the ice layer? If the thickness of the ice layer is several thousand meters, under this kind of water pressure, once you leave the Phantom Leviathan, you will probably be squeezed to death immediately. How do you chisel ice? The words of this survivor immediately attracted everyone's attention. The ice layer shouldn't be that thick. It's hard to say. The Antarctic ice layer on Earth is 3,000 meters thick. It's not impossible that the ice layer in this world is over 3,000 meters thick. In the World Communication Channel, after discussing, the survivors all realized the severity of the sea ice. Then, mineral water and rainwater in the World Trading Channel were snapped up, and the prices soared instantly. What happened again? The person who sent the message was Yang Xian. He looked at the message in the World Communication Channel with a puzzled look on his face. Although Yang Xian did not participate in the previous deep-sea escape trial, he acquired some biological meat by selling iron ore, stone armor and bones, and now his strength attribute has reached 50 points. The temperature has dropped. If it continues, the sea surface may freeze. You are not affected again, right? A survivor asked in surprise. No, there is no change here. That is because you can't go out, so you can't feel it. Although I can't go out, I don't feel the cold sea water you said. What temperature drop? What sea water is freezing cold? He didn't feel it at all in the Doju Leviathan. His life was no different from usual. Fuck. People who haven't transformed into Leviathan are not affected. Why? Not only can I not participate in dangerous trials, but I won't enter cold areas. Is it too late for me to change to Leviathan now? Originally, many survivors in this deep-sea escape trial gained some benefits under the protection of the strong, which means that it is better to participate in the trial than not to participate in the trial. But now that Yang Xian has avoided danger again, some survivors are a little unbalanced. 3 hours later, Zhou put the chopped black shell powder into a wooden barrel. At this time, the barrel was full. Zhou reached out and grabbed a handful of it, and put it into the wooden cup. He rinsed it with water, and then raised his head to drink it. After taking the black shell powder for several hours, the nails of 5 of Zhou Wen's toes have turned black, which is equivalent to being able to activate the tungsten gold property for 25 seconds. At this time, the first supply box of the day was also swallowed into the stomach wall space by the transformed Leviathan. Zhou Wen picked up the supply box from the cold sea water and frowned on his face. Did it take a long time to find the supply box today? In the past, it usually took about 2 hours for the Transfiguration Leviathan to find the supply box, but today it took 3 hours. When the supply box was opened, there was a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread inside. The next 2 supply boxes took a total of 6 hours. In the past, 4 supply boxes could be obtained in one day, but today only 3 were obtained. As night fell, the temperature outside became colder and colder. Zhou Wen stood on the back of the Transfiguration Leviathan and looked up at the dark sky. The entire sky was blocked by clouds. The cold sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger, and the corners of Zhou Wen's clothes were blown. Soon after, a snowflake fell, and then more and more, and it became heavier and heavier, and finally turned into a sky full of goose feathers and heavy snow. Zhou Wen used a strong headlamp to shine on the sea surface, and the sea surface had already shown a tendency to freeze. Chapter 333. Early in the morning of the 65th day, Zhou Wen woke up from his bed. Normally, he only needed to cover himself with a piece of silk when sleeping, but last night, he folded half of the quilt on the bed vertically in the middle and covered himself with it. For some unknown reason, the stomach wall space, which was originally kept at a constant temperature, became colder and colder after the Phantom Leviathan started eating yesterday. By last night, it was as cold as an ice cellar. "It's so cold, I don't want to move." The voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded listlessly in Zhou Wen's mind. Originally, the Phantom Leviathan was about to start moving at this time, but today the stomach wall space did not respond for the time being. The temperature drop still has an impact on the actions of the Metamorphosis Leviathan? This is definitely not good news, because the survivor supplies are basically obtained from the supply box. The slowdown of the Metamorphosis Leviathan's activities will affect the acquisition of the supply box. Without the supply box, the life of the survivors will be more difficult. Zhou Wen quickly got up from the warm bed, and then placed the seaweed crusher, and began to crush seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms to feed the Metamorphosis Leviathan. In order to resist the cold, the body needs to have enough energy. Zhou Wen wanted to see if feeding the Metamorphosis Leviathan directly could make it move immediately. Full. It's so cold, I don't want to move, but I still have to find a box for the little man. The inner voice of the Metamorphosis Leviathan struggled for a while, and finally the stomach wall space began to vibrate, and it still moved. However, the amplitude of the stomach wall space vibration was not large, which meant that the swimming speed of the Metamorphosis Leviathan was much slower than usual, which also meant that directly feeding the Metamorphosis Leviathan would not restore the Metamorphosis Leviathan to its previous active state. The current Metamorphosis Leviathan was like hibernation. Without enough energy in the body, it was not willing to move. If energy was provided, it would also slow down because the temperature outside was too cold. When Zhou Wen inspected the stomach wall space, he found a more fatal problem, that is, the growth rate of the planted plants slowed down. The golden seaweed used the feces of the ghost light insect, and it should have grown 7 or 8 centimeters a day, but it only grew about 4 centimeters yesterday. This should also be related to the low temperature of the stomach wall space. This is a big trouble. Zhou Wen originally thought that if it really didn't work, he would let Jiang Haitao sell small planting boxes at a low price, and let the survivors grow their own food. But looking at the current situation, the growth time of crops may double. How can ordinary survivors have enough food to survive for 10 days? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen immediately sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to start selling small planting boxes at a low price, with the price set at 30 pieces of wood or soil, which is a price that almost everyone can afford. After doing this, Zhou Wen prepared to go out to see if the sea surface was frozen, but at this moment, the vibration amplitude of the stomach wall space increased, and the speed of the transformed Leviathan returned to normal. So warm, so warm. The listless state of the transformed Leviathan was swept away, and gradually became active. Just as Zhou Wen was beginning to have doubts, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The submarine volcano area has been reached, and the positioning is complete. We have finally reached the submarine volcano area. Because of the sudden drop in temperature, the movement speed of the transformed Leviathan slowed down, and due to some other things, the 3-day trip was delayed until today. Zhou Wen tapped the esophageal diaphragm, and the esophageal diaphragm opened directly, But he did not leave immediately, but made an upward gesture, meaning to let the transformed Leviathan float up. At this time, the ice layer on the sea surface was covered with thick snow, and snowflakes were still falling all over the sky. Suddenly, a layer of ice seemed to be hit, and the smooth ice surface instantly cracked like a spider web. Bang! Another collision sound came from under the ice layer, and the 5-meter thick ice surface exploded, and a phantom Leviathan covered with thorns emerged from the water. The sea surface has indeed been frozen. Zhou walked out of the phantom Leviathan's mouth, then jumped down from the whisker plate and landed directly on the ice. The piled snow had already covered Zhou chest. Looking around, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. The wind was carrying snowflakes, like countless sharp blades flying in the air. There was only the whistling wind and the white snow in the sky. The temperature dropped again, and the hot air Zhou exhaled from his mouth turned into powdery ice crystals in an instant and was blown away by the wind. His coat was frozen. In just a few minutes, his body was covered with a layer of snow, and the body of the Leviathan that had emerged from the ice was also frozen. Let's go dive. He couldn't stay outside for long. After a brief inspection, Zhou asked the phantom Leviathan to dive underwater, and he also jumped into the sea. The submarine volcano area must be very deep underwater. Zhou couldn't be sure if he could withstand the water pressure of the submarine volcano area, so he didn't dare to rush out of the phantom Leviathan's mouth. Therefore, he let the phantom Leviathan float to the surface first, and then clung to the phantom Leviathan and followed him to dive. If the depth of the submarine volcano area exceeded the water pressure limit he could withstand, then he would have to give up this area. The Leviathan dived very quickly, obviously wanting to enter the warm volcanic area quickly. Zhou, who was clinging to the back of the Leviathan, measured the depth of the water based on the pressure he felt. When the water depth reached 1,500 meters, it was already a bit uncomfortable to rely on the flesh alone. Zhou immediately put on the black crystal armor, and the feeling of squeezing the body disappeared instantly. Continuing to dive, the temperature of the seawater gradually became less cold. When diving to 3,000 meters, the seawater was already somewhat warm, but Zhou, wearing the black crystal armor, felt the pressure of the seawater again. After diving another 500 meters, the sea temperature rose again, and a large number of bubbles rose from the dark seawater. When he dived to about 3,800 meters, Zhou saw a large number of fiery red lines below. As he continued to dive, these fiery red lines gradually expanded, like cracks on the seabed with magma rolling. The hot magma splashed out from the cracks, bursting with dazzling white light the moment it came into contact with the seawater, and at the same time a large number of bubbles were stirred up, and a series of bubbles rushed upward like silver chains. The seabed near the cracks was covered with charred rocks, and some cracks would occasionally emit thick black smoke, and the surrounding seawater was boiling. The scene in the entire submarine volcanic area was like hell. Zhou did not approach the cracks that were emitting magma directly. The black crystal armor did not have the effect of resisting heat, so he found a place far away from the submarine crater to land. Chapter 334. Zhou stepped on the charred seabed with both feet. The water pressure of nearly 3,900 meters made him feel very uncomfortable, but since he was here, he had to gain something before leaving. In the submarine volcano area, except for the light near the seabed cracks where magma was flowing, the rest of the place was pitch black. Zhou could only rely on a strong headlamp for lighting, but the seawater in this area was full of black ash, which severely limited his vision. Oh, there is another thing that can be used as a lighting tool. Zhou thought to himself and re-entered the stomach wall space, took down the Leviathan white light factor attached to the top middle of the stomach wall space, and brought it out of the stomach wall space. The white light factor has a wide range of illumination. Although the field of vision is still limited, it can illuminate the surroundings, while the strong headlight can only illuminate the fan-shaped area in front. The white light factor is almost weightless, so Zhou simply tied it to the top of his head with a bone-penetrating silk rope, so that both of his hands can be free. Because he was protected by the phantom Leviathan, Zhou did not pay too much attention to the surrounding situation, but just looked down to find things with the light emitted by the white light factor above his head. As he walked, Zhou saw a white spot on the charred seabed. There were charred rocks everywhere, but there was only one white spot. Out of curiosity, he took out a 2-steel long knife and dug up the black rocks around the white spot. Finally, he found that the white spot itself was a whitish stone. This whitish stone was not big, about the size of a fist, and Zhou reached out and grabbed it. Ding! Obtained refractory stone X1. It turned out to be refractory stone. This charred seabed was obviously formed by the cooling of magma, and it was not burned in the hot magma. The degree of fire resistance is indeed amazing. With a target to look for, Zhou Wen's movements became faster. The white refractory stone was easy to find in this charred area. Relying on the white light factor to illuminate, he found a lot of it in a short while. What is this? Zhou Wen had just dug out a piece of refractory stone, but the pit left behind was constantly flashing with crystal light. He simply used a 2-steel long knife to scrape the rocks around the pit. Without the obstruction of the rocks, he could see the object flashing in the pit clearly. It was a diamond. Ding! Get diamond X1. Finally, I found a place where I can get diamonds. Zhou Wen now has many drawings that require diamonds as materials, but he has not found a way to get diamonds. Now he finally found it. This submarine volcanic area is very large. Since there is the first one, there must be the second one. However, based on the fact that he just searched for so many refractory stones, but only happened to dig up this diamond, most of the diamonds in this submarine volcanic area should be hidden under the charred rocks. Aimless digging is too inefficient, so Zhou Wen wants to use the biological radar of the transformed Leviathan to search. However, the biological radar of the transformed Leviathan could not penetrate the rocks at all. In the end, Zhou Wen still needed to dig and search by himself. 3 hours later, the nearby seabed had been dug into pieces by Zhou Wen, but he did not find a single diamond, but he did find a lot of refractory stones. This won't work. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhou Wen put away the 2-steel long knife in his hand and swam out of the big pit he dug. Just after leaving the pit, an orange light flashed not far away. Zhou Wen had seen this orange light many times during the 3 hours of digging, and each time it disappeared as soon as he saw it. According to the change in the direction of the black ash in the seawater after the orange light disappeared, it can be determined that it is some kind of fast creature, but this creature emitting orange light is very small, maybe less than 1 meter, and it poses no threat to Zhou Wen, so he didn't take it seriously. I don't know if I can detect diamonds in the rock by using mental power. Because Zhou Wen can only spread his mental power to a range of 3 meters around him, he didn't use it at first, but now he can't dig up the second diamond, so he has no choice but to try it. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and concentrated, then suddenly released his mental power. The rock covered by his mental power seemed to become transparent, and it was clear whether there was a diamond inside. It can be, but the coverage is too small. In order to increase the probability of finding diamonds as much as possible, Zhou Wen re-entered the large and small pits he had dug before, stood in the center of the pit, released his mental power, and was able to explore all the rocks within 3 meters around him. As a result, he really found a diamond. This behavior was repeated many times, and Zhou Wen finally harvested 10 diamonds in total. The efficiency was still very low, but at least he had some gains. After that, Zhou Wen kept looking for refractory stones and diamonds. Gradually, the water temperature around him became higher and higher, and black rock pillars appeared one by one in the direction he was moving. These black rock pillars were very thick, with a diameter of about 5 meters. Isn't this some kind of coral? These black pillars reminded Zhou Wen of the ivory coral he encountered in the White Bone Sea. Because the seawater here is turbid, Zhou Wen needs to get close to the pillar to make a judgment, but not long after he got close, something like a gauze suddenly fell from it and directly caught him, and then the gauze suddenly lifted up and brought him to the top of the black rock pillar. At this time, Zhou Wen realized that this black rock pillar was not a coral at all, but the home of a worm. The worm has 6 tentacles growing on its head, and a large number of tiny tentacles on the tentacles. These tentacles are red and neatly arranged, and the overall image is like fish gills. There was a thin red gauze between the 6 tentacles, and Zhou Wen was caught by this gauze. However, the toughness of this gauze was far less than that of the bone-penetrating silk. Zhou Wen took out the 2-steel long knife and waved it a few times, and the gauze was cut open. Ding! Obtained unburning gauze X1. An abrupt system prompt sound made Zhou Wen's expression suddenly change, and then he looked at the red gauze in his hand. One of the materials of the blaze-splitting knife was found just like that. Zhou Wen was very surprised, and then he immediately took out the tungsten bone knife and chopped the worm with one knife, splitting it vertically from top to bottom along the black rock column. The nearly 40-meter-high black rock column was deeply cut by the 3-meter-long tungsten bone knife, and the worm living inside was directly split open and died. Back to the seabed, Zhou Wen swung the tungsten bone knife and cut the black rock column off at the root with 2 knives. The black rock column collapsed, and the tubular structure of the black rock column was instantly shattered, revealing the dead worm inside. Because it was 3,900 meters below the sea, Zhou Wen didn't dare to take off the black crystal armor, So he cut off a little meat from the worm's corpse and returned to the space of the transformed Leviathan's stomach wall to check. Enthusiastic tube worm body length, 50 meters. Weight, 35 tons. Food type, arrowfish sulfide. Introduction. A tube worm that lives in the volcanic area of the seabed. It has sulfide bacteria in its body, which can convert sulfide into nutrients for its absorption. It does not burn yarn, and is not afraid of flames. It can be used to make clothes or equipment. Chapter 335. Is this the enthusiastic tube worm? Zhou had seen it before in the materials required for the enthusiastic furnace blueprint. Enthusiastic furnace blueprint requires enthusiastic tube worm thermal energy core X1, black flame snail shell fragment X10, diamond X20, silver ingot X50. According to the description in this blueprint, the enthusiastic tube worm has a core inside its body. So Zhou quickly left the stomach wall space and came to the corpse of the enthusiastic tube worm. After searching in the long corpse, he actually found a fist-sized core. Ding! Get 1 thermal core. Ding! Thermal core. After using, you can get the thermal feature. When the thermal feature is turned on, strength plus 10 points, and the body will maintain a high temperature state. The duration depends on your physical strength. If you have enough physical strength, you can keep it turned on. This feature is interesting. It looks useless. It can only increase strength by 10 points, but the duration is not based on physical fitness, but on physical strength. Physical strength is equivalent to the energy of the body. As long as you can eat enough, the body will have a constant supply of physical strength. For some survivors, who are not short of food, it is equivalent to permanently increasing strength by 10 points, and at the same time, it is not afraid of the cold. It is a relatively special feature. However, even though it was special, Zhou would definitely not use it. It was a waste of feature stamp, and it was not valuable. Adding a feature to the task panel required a feature stamp, and the effect of this heat energy feature was not worth a feature stamp. Ding! Non-burning yarn X10. After obtaining the heat energy core, Zhou collected all the non-burning yarn on the tentacles of the enthusiastic tube worm, and then set his sights on the next enthusiastic tube worm. 10 minutes later, Zhou had obtained 30 thermal cores and 300 non-burning yarn. These enthusiastic tube worms had no means of attack and posed no threat to him, so it was very easy to kill them. They just liked to live in the area of the lava cracks. The surrounding temperature was very high, which made Zhou feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the location of the 30 enthusiastic tube worms he killed was quite far from the lava cracks, so they were considered to be alone. Most of them lived in areas with higher temperatures, and Zhou could not get close to them at all. Arrowfish body length, 30 centimeters. Weight, 5 kilograms. Food type, sulfide. Introduction. A schooling fish that lives in the volcanic area of the seabed. It is extremely fast like an arc light. It likes to absorb sulfides in the lava crack area and contains arc light factors in its body. This arrowfish was found by Zhou from the gauze net of a warm-hearted tube worm. It has a slender body, a flat body, and smooth black scales on its body. It looks like a black ribbon as a whole, with an orange line in the middle of both sides of its body. The flash of orange light that Zhou saw before was emitted by this arc light fish. However, it is a pity that the biological illustrations did not say that this fish can be eaten. Otherwise, based on the speed of this fish, it can definitely increase a lot of speed attributes. Ding! Obtained arc light factor X1. According to the introduction, Zhou dissected the arc light fish and found an orange particle the size of a rice grain in its body, which is the arc light factor. Ding! Arc light factor. When the quantity is sufficient, it will condense the arc light core. Arc light core? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhou's face showed surprise. Arc factor can actually condense into arc core, but the specific number is not clear. This arc core should belong to the acceleration core, but I don't know what the effect is. Zhou had a little expectation in his heart. After all, up to now, his strength and physique have corresponding characteristics, but not speed, and he doesn't like the colorful characteristics that can increase the speed attribute by 100 points. But there are definitely quite a few people with brilliant characteristics in the current survival world. Zhou has never used brilliant characteristics. If he encounters a survivor with brilliant characteristics, he will be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Although he can make up for it with intelligence, he can only defend and will eventually fall behind. At this time, the transformed Leviathan made a puzzled sound, as if the biological radar had discovered something, and it swung its tail violently and disappeared from Zhou's side. What should I do if you leave? As soon as the phantom Leviathan left, Zhou looked at the dark sea water around him, and always felt that some creature would rush out of the darkness to attack him, so he immediately became cautious. Zhou could not go to the area where the seawater temperature was too high, and if he wanted to catch the arcfish, he needed to rely on the warm-hearted tube worms, so he could only bypass the high-temperature area and look for those warm-hearted tube worms that did not live in the high-temperature area. Next, Zhou dug refractory stones and diamonds while looking for warm-hearted tube worms. Gradually, he entered an area where a large number of black rock pillars stood. This time, Zhou did not rashly kill these enthusiastic tube worms, but stayed in this area. Once an enthusiastic tube worm caught an arc-light fish, he would go up and snatch it away. During the waiting period, he was not idle, and he had been relying on mental power to dig diamonds. However, an hour later, Zhou only harvested 5 arc-light fish, plus 1 arc-light factor obtained before, a total of 6, obviously not enough to synthesize the core. There was no way, there were too few arc-light fish here. In fact, through the introduction of the arc-light fish biological illustration, Zhou knew that arc-light fish preferred to live near lava cracks, but the problem was that the temperature there was too high, and he couldn't get close at all. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Zhou was worried, he suddenly heard a series of heavy objects hitting the ground. The currents around him, which had been calm just now, suddenly surged. After a while, a huge creature appeared in front of Zhou, but because the sea water was turbid, Zhou could not see the whole appearance of the creature, and could only see its 8 claws. The creature did not attack Zhou, but attacked a warm-hearted tube worm. Crack! A black rock pillar where warm-hearted tube worms lived was broken by the creature, and the black rock pillar fell down and broke into pieces. The warm-hearted tube worm inside saw that its home was destroyed, and immediately twisted its body to run, but a pair of huge claws stretched out from above and directly clamped the body of the warm-hearted tube worm. Seeing this pair of pincers, plus the 8 claws, Zhou could probably tell that this huge creature was some kind of crab, and it specialized in eating ardent tube worms. Before, Zhou would definitely not bother to care, and even hoped that this crab creature would help kill the ardent tube worms, and he would just pick up the core and the non-burning yarn. But now Zhou needs these ardent tube worms to catch arcfish. If they are all killed by it, he will have to look for other ardent tube worms again. Zhou's mind moved, and the tungsten bone knife appeared in his hand. He rushed to the claws of the giant crab creature, slashed twice in a row, and directly cut off a claw with a diameter of nearly 4 meters. Chapter 336. The giant crab creature found itself being attacked, and immediately threw away the enthusiastic tube worm it had clamped, and a pair of black large claws directly clamped towards Zhou. Zhou was not afraid at all, and a tungsten bone sword appeared in his other palm. Facing the pair of claws, he immediately swung the 2 tungsten bone swords into the air, and the whole person turned into a crusher. The moment the claws approached, it was directly cut into pieces by the sharp tungsten bone swords. Seeing how powerful Zhou was, the giant crab creature immediately moved the remaining 7 claws and quickly fled. Zhou did not chase after it. The creatures living in the volcanic area under the sea are basically immune to high temperatures. Moreover, it was difficult for him to chase due to his limited vision. Now the transformed Leviathan was not around, and it would be troublesome if he encountered a larger creature. Next, Zhou continued to stay where he was, waiting for the enthusiastic tube worms to catch the arcfish, but more often, these enthusiastic tube worms were trying to catch Zhou, because there was a glowing white light factor on Zhou's head, and the enthusiastic tube worms always took him as an arcfish. After waiting for a while, Zhou did not catch another arcfish. It might be that the scattered arcfish nearby had been caught, so he prepared to look for other enthusiastic tube worms. Villain, villain, help me get revenge! Help me get revenge! Just as Zhou was about to leave, the angry voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in his mind. After a while, the Phantom Leviathan appeared in front of Zhou. From the voice, it seems that he just went to fight someone, but he lost. Zhou thought to himself and swam around the Phantom Leviathan's body. He did not find any injuries, which meant that the creature fighting with the Phantom Leviathan did not have any powerful means of attack. What is this? Zhou swam to the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan, and found several black stones attached to the tooth plate. He reached out to take them off, but found something wrong. Sponge? This stone-like object was very fluffy, similar to a sponge. Zhou thought about it, and cut off a small piece of the black object with a long steel knife. He was ready to take it into the stomach wall space to check, but the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get insulation sponge X1. After hearing the system prompt sound, Zhou instantly thought of something, and quickly took off all the black sponges attached to the tooth plate, and then wrapped his arm with these black sponges. His arm immediately could not feel the high temperature outside, so he solved the problem that he could not go to the high temperature area now. Where did you get this? Zhou was excited and gestured to the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan took a closer look at the black sponge, and Zhou immediately felt angry. He obviously found that the location of the black sponge was where the Phantom Leviathan lost the fight before. Let's go and get revenge. Zhou cut the black sponge in half with a knife, made an attacking gesture, and then clung to the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan didn't have any injuries, so he didn't worry about the danger. If it didn't work, he could just hide in the stomach wall space and let the Phantom Leviathan escape. Revenge, revenge. The Metamorphosis Leviathan understood Zhou's meaning, and was in a very high mood. He took Zhou to the place where they had fought before. Soon, Zhou was taken to a place with extremely high temperature. Because it was 100 meters away from the seabed, the sea water here was not turbid. Then Zhou saw a huge black shadow of nearly 100 meters. No, the temperature here is too high. Go find something like this. Zhou observed for a while, and found that the huge black shadow of 100 meters had no intention of attacking actively, but the high temperature here was really unbearable for him. So he asked the Metamorphosis Leviathan to find some black sponges first. During the process of the Phantom Leviathan diving to find the black sponge, Zhou had been observing the huge black shadow, which did not move. Not long after, the Phantom Leviathan found a lot of black sponges. Zhou put these black sponges into the deep blue treasure chest, and returned directly to the stomach wall space. Thermal insulation sponge body length, 1 to 5 meters. Weight, 10 to 100 kilograms. Food type, filter organic matter. Introduction. A sponge in the volcanic area of the seabed, with high thermal insulation. Zhou planned to wrap all the insulation sponges on the surface of the black crystal armor to isolate the high temperature from the outside world as much as possible. So, he made a net with non-burning yarn and bone-through silk rope, and then cut the insulation sponges into pieces and spread them evenly on the net. Then he used the extra net to wrap up the insulation sponges, and finally wrapped the net wrapped with insulation sponges around himself. Zhou looked like a Michelin tire man, but he was black. After leaving the stomach wall space and coming outside, Zhou could no longer feel the high temperature of the seawater. He looked at the huge black shadow again, and still did not move. The huge black shadow did not seem to be afraid of the coming of the Phantom Leviathan again. At this moment, Zhou suddenly realized that the Phantom Leviathan was not the one that had not fought before, but that it had not caused any damage to the huge black shadow. Although both creatures were over 100 meters long, the overall volume of this huge black shadow was obviously much larger than that of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou was brought by the Phantom Leviathan to land on the body of this huge creature, and found that there were a lot of thermal insulation sponges attached to the surface of the creature, and under the sponges was a layer of crystal-like shell. Zhou slashed with a tungsten bone broadsword and cut off a piece of crystal from the shell of the creature. Ding! Obtained one fragment of the shell of the black conch. Another material for making the heat furnace. Zhou thought to himself, and swung his tungsten bone sword a few more times, directly collecting the 10 fragments of the shell of the black conch needed for the heat furnace, but the black conch did not react at all. Because Zhou only cut a little bit of the shell of the black conch, and did not hurt its body at all, so there was no reaction at all. Just when Zhou was thinking about how to kill this huge black conch, an explosion suddenly sounded from somewhere, and the next second, the black conch under his feet trembled violently, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Zhou suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately asked the Phantom Leviathan to take him away. Just a few seconds after leaving, the place where he had just stood exploded, and a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was directly blown out on the surface of the black conch shell. The fragments of the shell that exploded all splashed on Zhou. Long-range attack? It's so powerful. Run! Zhou immediately made a gesture to let the Phantom Leviathan stay away from here. But before he finished the gesture, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. With a thought, he instantly placed the tungsten bone shield in front of him, and at the same time concentrated his mental power to slow down everything in his field of vision. In Zhou's slow-motion vision, he saw an air bubble with a diameter of 10 meters shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Instantly, Zhou's arm holding the tungsten bone shield suffered a huge impact force. With a physical strength of 300 points, his whole body seemed to have been hit by a truck at this moment. Even with the dual shock absorption of the tungsten bone shield and the black crystal armor, it had no effect at all. Crack! Under this terrifying impact force, cracks appeared on the surface of the black crystal armor. Chapter 337. Not only did Zhou suffer a heavy blow, but the body of the Phantom Leviathan that he relied on also exploded under this bubble. The iron thorn armor was twisted and sunken at the moment of impact. As the bubble exploded, the iron thorn armor was directly blown to pieces, and a blood pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared on the body of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou, who suffered such a heavy blow, almost had his bones and internal organs shattered. The suffocating tearing pain hit his nerves, but because of his strong mental strength, coupled with the experience of swallowing genetic drugs twice before, his ability to withstand pain has increased a lot, so he did not fall into a coma at this time. Tungsten gold properties open. Zhou silently chanted in his heart, and directly turned on the tungsten gold properties. His whole body instantly turned black, and his physical fitness increased to 3,000 points. His body, which had been unable to move due to severe injuries, began to recover quickly under this strong physique. In a few seconds, Zhou recovered from being unable to move to the point where his hands and feet could move, and then immediately asked the Phantom Leviathan to float up and leave. Huh? But as the Phantom Leviathan just started to float up, another bubble hit it again at an extremely fast speed. Because of the limited underwater vision, when Zhou felt the water pressure impact caused by the bubbles, it was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to take out two shields in front of him, the giant bone shield in front, and the tungsten bone shield in the back. Boom! Bang! Zhou suffered the horrible impact, and the impact of the bubble explosion again, and the giant bone shield placed in front was directly blown to pieces. However, now that he has activated the tungsten gold characteristics, his physical strength is not comparable to what it was just now. Although he still suffered serious injuries, with 3,000 points of physical fitness, he can recover in a short time. However, the iron thorn armor on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan still could not withstand the power of the bubble explosion, and a blood pit was blown out on the body of the Phantom Leviathan again. Fortunately, in the next few seconds, the unknown creature did not fire bubbles again. The Phantom Leviathan took Zhou up at the fastest speed, and soon broke the ice layer above and floated to the surface of the water. At this time, it was still snowing on the ice layer, and the thickness of the ice layer had increased from 5 meters to 8 meters. In another day or two, the Phantom Leviathan might not be able to break through the ice layer. It hurts, it hurts. The voice of the Metamorphosis Leviathan was filled with pain. Because the duration of tungsten gold characteristics was limited, Zhou quickly asked Jiang Haitao for a large amount of hemostatic gel, first to stop the bleeding of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, and then to lay a new layer of iron thorn armor to prevent the seawater from washing away the hemostatic gel. The injury of the Metamorphosis Leviathan was not too serious. Zhou was the first to bear the brunt of the two bubble attacks, which was equivalent to helping to resist part of the power, and then the iron thorn armor offset part of it. Although the wound area was large, it was not deep, and it was not a fatal injury. After stopping the bleeding for the Leviathan, the time of tungsten gold properties was running out, so Zhou immediately returned to the stomach wall space. As soon as he entered the stomach wall space, the duration of tungsten gold properties ended, which lasted for about 2.5 minutes, or 150 seconds. What kind of creature launched that bubble? It was so powerful. Zhou fell to the ground in the stomach wall space, and his whole body was like a puddle of mud. When tungsten gold properties ended, his whole body seemed to have been drained of all strength, and even his fingers were difficult to move. Fortunately, the tungsten gold property was activated, otherwise I would have died after 2 consecutive fatal attacks. Because the tungsten gold property increased his physical fitness tenfold, Zhou's fatal injuries have basically recovered now. Once the weak state is over tomorrow, he can move normally. This time, the tungsten gold property lasted for 150 seconds. It seems that the amount of tungsten stored in the fingernails and toenails is somewhat different. Before Zhou entered the submarine volcanic area, all 10 toenails and 10 fingernails had turned black. If one black nail is pressed to maintain the tungsten gold property for 5 seconds, 20 black nails should only last for 100 seconds, but it actually lasted for 150 seconds. When I first tried to activate the tungsten metal properties, I was able to determine that 1 black toenail lasted for 5 seconds, and 10 black toenails lasted for 50 seconds. By inference, black fingernails lasted for 10 seconds. First the toenails turned black, then the fingernails, from bottom to top. In this case, will my teeth also turn black in the end? I don't know how many seconds a black tooth can last for the tungsten metal properties. Zhou didn't care much about the blackening of his teeth. Anyway, when he appeared in front of others, he was wearing a bone armor mask, so outsiders couldn't see his black teeth. Because he couldn't move his body, Zhou couldn't do anything. He could only open the world communication channel to see what the survivors were like after the sea froze. Why is my stomach wall so cold? Is it the same for you? Not only is the stomach wall cold, but the speed of the Leviathan has slowed down today. And it has just entered the feeding stage, but it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if there will be any supply boxes today. I guess the cold temperature has slowed down the speed of the Leviathan. If the weather doesn't warm up, life will be difficult in the future. King Jiang just sold a small planting box at a low price. Did everyone buy it? I bought it and planted the seeds. But the temperature of the stomach wall is so low that I don't know if the crops can grow. Cover the small planting box with some hay and see if it works. You are still worrying about whether the crops can grow. I didn't even get the seeds. I advise those who have extra seeds to trade one to me, otherwise I will fight indiscriminately when I am sure I will starve to death. Oh, don't worry. When some people's sweet potatoes grow, you can ask them to pinch some sweet potato seedlings for you. Sweet potatoes can also grow if planted in the soil. Wait for a while. It seems that the transformed Leviathan is not inactive, but it takes a long time to move. At this slow speed, I am afraid that it can only find one supply box a day. After reading the survivors' news, Zhou speculated in his mind. Now many survivors have algae oxygen tanks, and most people also know to move seaweed during the breathing time when the Leviathan eats, so basically everyone can get 3 supply boxes a day. But now the temperature has dropped sharply, and the Leviathan's swimming speed has slowed down, which has directly caused everyone to return to the initial state of 1 supply box a day. Chapter 338. At this time, Zhou received a private message. He opened it, and saw that it was sent by Long Leong. Before Deep Sea Escape Trial when it was about to end, Zhou forced a look at Long Leong's appearance, and then contacted him privately to learn about the development of the Black Knife Society from him, and asked him to transfer some of the materials obtained by the Black Knife Society. Today is the day to transfer the materials. The private message was all some biological meat. Because the Black Knife Society has 20 guild members living in the carnivorous Leviathan, the guild's biological meat output is particularly high. In order to achieve this effect, Long Leong has been helping these 20 guild members to clean up parasites in the past few days, and it just ended yesterday. Zhou opened the private message and checked it. There were 3 kinds of creatures in it, namely bone-shell turtles, iron-skin fish and black iron shrimps. The bone-shell turtles were the food of the giant bone Leviathan, and the iron-skin fish and black iron shrimps were the food of the steel-armored Leviathan. These creatures were sent whole, with 20 of each. Zhou was unable to move now, and could not eat the meat of these creatures for the time being. He kept one for himself, and gave the rest to Jiang Haidao and Shen Xian, asking them to send them to the guild members. The Black Knife Club purchased a large number of white jade shells. 1 white jade shell can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of biological meat. The meat is limited and first come first served. Bailon not only posted it in the World Communication Channel, but also posted it in the Guild President chat group. He was just an ordinary survivor before, and it was risky to purchase a large number of white jade shells. But now, he is the leader of the Black Blade Society, and he has Long Leong and Zhang Dongyang as his 2 big legs to protect him, and there is an even bigger big leg to support him behind the scenes. If he doesn't do the business of hoarding white jade shells, when the 70th day comes, all the survivors' transmogrified Leviathans will enter the scale transformation period, which will be a big loss. It's just right to take advantage of the cold weather now, and the output of all the supply boxes has dropped sharply. He uses the large amount of biological meat obtained from the 20 guild members living in the carnivorous Leviathans to purchase white jade shells. No one in the guild leader chat group responded to Bailon. After all, those who could become leaders knew more or less the information about the scale transformation period. Even if they didn't use it themselves, they would use it to train their own guild members. In the World Communication Channel, the reaction was very enthusiastic. Survivors, who had entered the border between the Sea of Birth and the Deep Blue Sea had more or less some white jade shells. They also knew that white jade shells might be more important, but the number they had was limited, so they solved the current food problem first. Ordinary survivors, who have experienced the period when they could leave the stomach wall space before, most of them still have some food in their hands, but at most they can only last for 4 or 5 days. No one knows when this cold weather will end. In the case of an uncertain future, it is safer to stock up on some biological meat. The president of the Black Knife Club is very generous. These 3 kinds of biological meat are biological meat that have not appeared on the market. They add a lot of attribute points. They are exchanged at such a low price. Hee, White jade shells are the material that can make the transformed Leviathan grow scales. You think it is cheap, but others may have made a lot of money. Then don't exchange it. Are you teaching me how to do things? I want to change it. Then why are you still nagging? I am happy. What's your business? At the same time, some small and medium-sized guilds also began to use biological meat to purchase white jade shells, but the three major guilds did not react at all, because they did not like white jade shells at all. Now the three major guilds can kill indiscriminately in the body of steel armor Leviathan or giant bone Leviathan, and use insect removal coupon casually to get a blood crystal of the corresponding Leviathan after removing the insects, which is much better than white jade shells. By the evening, Zhou Wen's weakness had eased a little, and he could barely stand up. After a simple cold shower, Zhou Wen was ready to go to bed, but suddenly remembered that the materials for the heat heart furnace blueprint had been collected, so he prepared to make it to see what it was for. Make. Zhou Wen placed all the necessary materials, and then clicked on the blueprint to make it. All the materials turned into blue light, intertwined and merged in the air, and soon, a machine with a bottom body of a 1-meter diameter cylinder, 6 silver branches extending from the top of the cylinder, and a device with a structure similar to an antenna at the end of the branches appeared in front of Zhou Wen. The main body of the cylinder below is made of silver, with a layer of black shell plates wrapped on the outside. The 6 extended antennas are also made of silver inside, with a layer of diamond crystals wrapped on the surface. The moment this hot furnace appeared, Zhou Wen felt that the space of the stomach wall became warm. After observation, he found that the heat energy core in the main body of the hot furnace was continuously releasing heat, and the 6 silver branches connected to the core would transfer the heat emitted by the core to the surroundings. In a few minutes, the temperature in the stomach wall space has returned to the level before the cooling, and the obsidian shell plate on the top of this hot furnace has been removed, and meat can be fried on the silver shell. It's not cold anymore, it's so warm, I'm really awesome. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. This is a device specially designed for the transformed Leviathan to resist low-temperature environments. Hearing the voice of the transformed Leviathan, Zhou Wen's face showed surprise, and then he cut off some of the 3 kinds of biological meat that Long Leong had just sent over, and fried them on the silver shell. I wonder if the movement speed of the transformed Leviathan can return to the level before it was frozen with the heat provided by this enthusiast furnace. Zhou Wen thought as he ate the fried meat. Ding! Eat boneshell turtle meat, constitution +3. Ding! Eat iron skin fish meat, strength +1, constitution +2, speed +1. Ding! Eat black iron shrimp meat, strength +2, constitution +2. After eating the 3 kinds of biological meat, the attribute that increased the most was constitution, with strength increased by 3 points and speed increased by 1 point. After eating the creatures, Zhou Wen went to bed directly. Because of the heat furnace, he didn't need to cover himself with a blanket today. On the 66th day, Zhou Wen woke up and sat up directly from the bed. He was attacked by an unknown creature yesterday. He only collected 6 arc factors required for the arc core. No matter what, he must get this arc core. When diving, Zhou Wen deliberately asked the Phantom Leviathan to avoid the place where he encountered unknown creatures yesterday, and went directly to the magma crack area where a large number of heat tube worms lived. Yesterday, the Phantom Leviathan had helped him collect a large number of heat insulation sponges. He wrapped these heat insulation sponges around his body, so he was not afraid of the high temperature. As soon as he approached the lava crack area, Zhou Wen saw groups of arcfish flashing above the lava cracks, absorbing the sulfides released from the cracks, while the heat tube worms danced with 6 tentacles, absorbing the sulfides while catching arcfish with gauze nets. Chapter 339. Because the temperature in the lava crack area is too high, even the Phantom Leviathan cannot stay here for a long time. Zhou Wen let the Phantom Leviathan float up to a place with suitable temperature and weight, and specifically told it not to run around. At this time, Zhou Wen was wearing a brand new set of black crystal armor. The previous set had a lot of cracks on the surface of the armor because it had been hit by 2 bubble explosions. Because of the use of the floating factor, the armor could not be repaired with materials. Although it could still be used, it could no longer withstand the water pressure of the deep sea. This new set of black crystal armor is still made of the skull of an abyss dragon bone. It was obtained from Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian both killed an abyss dragonfish in the deep sea escape trial, and they each have a set of abyss dragonfish skeletons. This set of black crystal armor, because it does not use the floating factor, has the original weight of about 2,000 pounds, but it is nothing to Zhou Wen now. Just like yesterday, Zhou Wen used non-burning yarn and bone through silk rope to weave a net, wrapped the insulation sponge in the net, and then wrapped it around his body. Zhou slowly walked towards the location of the lava crack. As he got closer, the rumble of the lava rolling and the gurgling sound of seawater vaporizing and evaporating into bubbles kept ringing in his ears, and they became louder and louder. There were more and more black rock pillars around, as if he had entered a forest of black stone pillars. When he was close to the lava crack, these pillars were so many that they almost stuck together. These are all thermal energy cores. Zhou was sure to kill all these warm-hearted tube worms and take away the cores. When Zhou got up early this morning, he observed that after a night of heat dissipation, the heat energy core inside the heat furnace showed signs of shrinking. Based on the degree of shrinkage, he judged that one heat energy core could only maintain the heat energy supply of the heat furnace for 5 days. Not only the heat energy core, but also the in-burning yarn, these consumables, the more they are collected the better. However, these heat tube worms cannot be killed now. After all, they are still needed to help catch arc fish. Because there are a lot of arc fish here, plus there are a lot of ardent tube worms, so the speed of catching arc fish is very fast. In 1 hour, Zhou has obtained 300 arc factors, which is much more efficient than yesterday. While waiting for the ardent tube worms to catch arc fish, Zhou is also digging diamonds everywhere. Yesterday, he dug more than 20 diamonds, which are almost used up to make an ardent furnace. He can't care about others, but he still has to take care of his subordinates like Jiang Haidao, Chen Xian, Long Leong, etc. This efficiency is so poor. About 2 hours later, Zhou only dug 6 diamonds, and the number of arc factors in his hand has reached more than 900, but there is still no sign of synthesis. But Zhou is not in a hurry, because there are many arc fish. Just wait for the enthusiastic tube worm to catch them. But the efficiency of obtaining diamonds is too low. But there is no way. It would be great if the range of mental power release could be expanded to 10 meters. The detection range of 10 meters in radius can definitely greatly improve the efficiency of finding diamonds. But the problem is that Zhou Wenxian has no items that can immediately improve his intelligence. I don't know if there is a gold treasure chest in the body of the Leviathan, to which the Yogwang Leviathan insect removal voucher I got last time. This Yogwang Leviathan insect removal voucher was opened from a gold treasure chest, and its rarity must be much higher than that of the Xianshan Leviathan insect removal voucher. The first time Zhou dewormed the Xianshan Leviathan, he got a gold treasure chest. This Yogwang Leviathan might also have a gold treasure chest in its body. With this gold treasure chest, his intelligence can be increased to 18 points, and the range of mental power release should be expanded. However, Zhou was not in a hurry. He first synthesized the arc core, and then roughly explored the entire submarine volcanic area. Now that the sea surface was frozen, and the temperature was cold, the daily activity time of everyone's transformed Leviathan was greatly reduced, and there was no need to worry about someone's schedule catching up. Afterwards, while digging for diamonds, he harvested the arc fish caught by the enthusiastic tube worms. When the number of arc factors in Zhou's hand reached 1,000, there was finally a reaction. 1,000 arc factors emitted orange light in Zhou's hands, and then began to merge rapidly. In an instant, they condensed into a fist-sized orange ball. Ding, obtained Arc Core X1. Ding, Arc Core. After using, you can obtain the Arc feature. When the Arc feature is turned on, the speed attribute is doubled. The duration is related to the physique. 20 points of physique lasts for 1 second. You can extend the time by taking Arc Factor. 1 Arc Factor extends the time by 1 second. The speed attribute is doubled. The effect is very strong, but the duration is a bit short. 20 points of physique lasts for 1 second. Even if Zhou turns on the tungsten gold feature and increases his physique to 3,000 points, he can only maintain the arc feature for 2.5 minutes. Although the characteristic time can be extended by taking the arc light factor, it is a consumable after all, and it will eventually run out. Zhou will definitely not use it under normal circumstances, and save it as a life-saving trump card in the most dangerous time. After obtaining the arc light core, Zhou immediately gestured to let the transformed Leviathan come down to pick him up, and then entered the stomach wall space, directly took out the characteristic steel seal, absorbed the arc light core, and engraved it into the arc light steel seal. Ding! The arc light steel seal has been engraved. Do you want to use it? Use it. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, the character attribute panel automatically popped up and continued to expand, and the arc light stamp exploded orange energy, and the energy changed into a flat arc light fish. In the blink of an eye, the arc light flashed, and the arc light stamp had already hit the speed attribute behind the character panel, and a steel stamp with an arc light fish pattern emitted orange light. Zhou's current speed is 180 points. After turning on the arc light feature, the speed attribute will increase by 2 times, that is, 360 points, and the overall speed attribute will reach 540 points. Then, Joe picked up a wooden barrel, which contained a liquid mixed with mineral water and black shell powder, and poured it into his mouth. Soon, he finished the whole barrel of black liquid. Yesterday, he activated tungsten gold characteristics and consumed all the tungsten in his body. He had to replenish it quickly. Next, Joe came to the place where he caught the arc light fish before, and continued to use the warm-hearted tube worm to obtain the arc light factor. After a period of time, he would return to the stomach wall space and drink the liquid mixed with black shell powder to store as much tungsten as possible in his body. By noon, the number of arc light fish around this magma crack had decreased a lot, and the efficiency of catching warm-hearted tube worms had also decreased. Joe harvested a total of 500 arc light factors. Chapter 340. There are not many arc fish here. It's time to go to other lava crack areas. Joe did not kill the warm-hearted tube worms here for the time being, because arc fish are living creatures that will swim around. The number of arc fish in this area will increase again, and he can continue to use these warm-hearted tube worms to catch arc fish. When he leaves this area, he will kill them all and take away the thermal core and the unburning yarn. First return to the stomach wall space, collect the 500 arc factors obtained, and then ask Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian for 300,000 pieces of seaweed, plus 200,000 pieces of bamboo sea mushrooms, crush them together, and feed them to the transformed Leviathan. Today, the watermelons planted by the 2 guild members have also matured, but Deep Sea Escape Trial lost almost 500 guild members, and only about 100 tons of watermelons were harvested this time. After such a long time, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's bamboo sea mushrooms have almost been used up, and each has 400,000 pieces left, which is only enough to feed for 2 days. After 2 days, they will continue to feed watermelons to the Metamorphosis Leviathan. But there is a problem, that is, the growth cycle of watermelons has doubled due to the lower temperature. These 100 tons of watermelons are barely enough for the 2 to maintain the Metamorphosis Leviathan's daily volume of 5 tons, but Joe must also be included in it. After all, his bamboo sea mushrooms are not unlimited. Originally, it only takes 5 or 6 days for watermelons to grow to maturity, and 30 tons of watermelons per person for 3 people can last until the next watermelon harvest, but now the growth time has increased to 10 to 12 days, and the 3 of them need 60 tons of watermelons per person to maintain daily consumption. A total of 180 tons of watermelons are needed. Joe simply asked each guild member to plant 20 plots of land to increase the watermelon production to 250 tons, and the excess can be directly rewarded to the core members of the guild. After expanding the scale of farming, Joe went to the aromatic Leviathan to check. Zhu Junong completed the task he assigned very well. 2,000 cotton plants, 80 pepper plants, and 1,920 sweet potatoes have all grown branches and leaves. Joe picked 100 sweet potato vines as seedlings, sent them to the World Trading Channel, slightly improved his favorability among the survivors, and then returned to the stomach wall space. In the following time, Joe explored every lava crack in the submarine volcano area, except for the place where he encountered the unknown creature yesterday. After the overall exploration, it was close to dusk. Joe harvested more than 5,000 arc cores and more than 40 diamonds. The accumulated tungsten elements had also dyed 10 fingernails and 10 toenails black again. It's time to go see what that creature looks like. Joe now has the arc light feature. His body's reaction speed, plus the slow motion effect of his concentrated vision, should allow him to avoid the bubble attack. He was attacked twice inexplicably, so he had to see what the creature was. If possible, it would be best to kill it directly. However, for his own safety, before letting the transformed Leviathan take him to the location where the Black Jade conch was found yesterday, he sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to be ready to use the travel voucher to accompany him at any time. Tungsten gold properties and arc light properties can only last for 2.5 minutes. When the 2 properties are activated and the time reaches 2 minutes, he must leave through his companions, otherwise the properties will disappear, and he will fall into a weak state, which will be very dangerous. After instructing the 2 people, Joe asked the Phantom Leviathan to take him to the location where the Black Jade conch was found yesterday. However, the current location is 500 meters away from the seabed. This is to prevent the Phantom Leviathan from being attacked by bubbles again. After all, its size is too large. Joe did not let the Phantom Leviathan follow him. He slowly dived toward the bottom of the sea by himself. Not long after, he reached the seabed. After a brief search, he saw a huge corpse of a black conch. The shell of the black conch was broken all over the ground. Only 1/3 of the body inside had been eaten. Zhou simply checked it and collected some black conch meat, ready to take it back to unlock the illustrations, and then began to collect the shell fragments scattered on the ground. But what surprised Zhou was that he was not attacked by unknown creatures during the collection of fragments. So after collecting almost all the fragments, he roughly determined the location of the unknown creature based on the direction of the bubble yesterday, and then slowly approached. When Zhou would advance 50 meters, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He immediately concentrated his mental power, and slowed down everything in his field of vision. A large bubble with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly broke through the turbid sea water, and appeared in his field of vision. Arc light feature, open. Tungsten gold feature, open. The consciousness in his mind flashed, and the two features were instantly turned on. Zhou body emitted orange light. As he moved his feet, his body turned directly into an arc of light, and quickly escaped from the coverage of the 10-meter bubble. Boom! The 10-meter-long bubble hit the seabed behind, blasting a big hole in the charred rock ground. The shockwave pushed the seawater, like a wall of seawater, and hit Zhou who didn't have time to get away. Zhou current physique naturally wouldn't be injured by the shock current generated by the explosion, but the huge impact force still pushed him to move more than 10 meters. Before he could stabilize his body, another bubble shot over. Zhou realized that his speed was not fully utilized because of the seawater, so he activated the third characteristic. Combustion feature on. Immediately, a stream of red energy burst out from his body, and the surface of the black crystal armor reflected a series of meridian lines emitting red light. The surrounding seawater directly boiled under the high temperature generated by the red energy, and a large number of bubbles rolled up on the surface of the armor. Just when the bubble was less than 1 meter away from Zhou turned into an orange and red arc of light, instantly bypassed the bubble, and began to rush in the direction of the bubble. This time, Zhou's speed was fast enough, and the impact current generated by the bubble explosion could no longer affect him. In the blink of an eye, he had moved 50 meters away. Then, a burning red ribbon appeared in front of him. It was a lava crack, but there were no enthusiastic tube worms living nearby. Bang! Bang! On Zhou's way to the lava crack, 2 more bubbles shot at him, but he dodged them easily. Just as Zhou was about to reach the lava crack, the magma in the lava crack exploded, and a huge 20-30 meter long claw stretched out from the magma, and then the magma in the crack bulged high, and a 100 meter long creature with a burnt black body and a lava pattern on its shell crawled out of the lava crack. This 100 meter long creature looks like a shrimp, but it has an exaggeratedly large claw. This image immediately made Zhou think of a biological term, the pistol shrimp. Chapter 341. This lava pistol shrimp had just crawled out of the magma. Its body temperature was extremely high, causing a large amount of the surrounding seawater to evaporate. For a moment, the bubbles enveloped its huge body. Zhou was in a similar situation. Because he had activated the burning characteristic, a large number of bubbles were also generated on the surface of the black crystal armor. The next second, Zhou once again turned into an orange and red arc of light, approaching the lava pistol shrimp at the fastest speed. Bang! The lava pistol shrimp's pair of red eyes immediately captured Zhou's movements. The exaggeratedly large shrimp claws suddenly closed, and a bubble with a diameter of 10 meters shot towards Zhou. With the previous experience of dodging, Zhou dodged the bubble with ease, but he activated 3 characteristics in succession, and the duration of the current state was limited, so he didn't dare to waste a second and went straight to the giant claws of the lava pistol shrimp. It was actually very simple to kill this huge lava pistol shrimp. Just like before, just find a way to get into its body and then wreak havoc. At present, time was limited, so Zhou planned to climb up the giant claws of the lava pistol shrimp, then rush to the position of its head, drill into the head, and destroy the brain as quickly as possible. Bang! Bang! The lava pistol shrimp fired 2 more bubbles, and the speed of the firing increased a bit, but because Zhou could already see the shooting action of the lava pistol shrimp, he could predict its attack in advance, so the 2 bubbles with increased speed were still easily dodged. After dodging for only a few seconds, Zhou rushed to the giant claws of the lava pistol shrimp, and 2 tungsten bone swords immediately appeared in his hands. He jumped up and used the tungsten bone swords as a mountaineering pick, inserting them into the giant claws. He used his arms to climb like a rock climber, and climbed onto the giant claws in a few breaths. Then, Zhou began to rush towards the head of the lava pistol shrimp. The lava pistol shrimp found that Zhou had climbed directly onto itself. The giant claws that fired bubbles could not attack him, so it used its other small claws to attack Zhou. But the small claws could not fire bubbles, so they could only swing and hit Zhou. The lava pistol shrimp's body was huge, and the swinging speed of the small claws was extremely slow in Zhou's eyes. Then, just as the attack of the small claws fell, Zhou's figure had already rushed out of the attack range and came to the head of the lava pistol shrimp. He swung the two tungsten bone swords in his hands quickly, cutting a pit on the charred black shell of the lava pistol shrimp. At this time, only half a minute had passed since the feature was activated, so there was still enough time for Zhou to get into the brain of the lava pistol shrimp for a minute and a half. But just when Zhou was about to drill through the thick shell of the lava pistol shrimp, the black shell of the lava pistol shrimp suddenly emitted a stream of hot red energy. This burst of red energy suddenly erupted, like a spreading air wave, directly shaking Zhou away from the surface of the lava pistol shrimp's body for nearly 50 meters. Such a sudden change made Zhou's face change drastically, because his current body state was separated from the seabed and was in a swimming state. In this state, he could not maximize his speed. At this time, if the lava pistol shrimp fired a bubble at him, he could only take it abruptly and then quickly leave. However, what surprised Zhou was that the lava pistol shrimp did not shoot bubbles at him at this time, but raised its small claws, and he didn't know what it was doing. Zhou quickly seized this opportunity to swim to the bottom of the sea, and his feet landed on the ground. His speed could be maximized in the seawater. As long as he could avoid the bubbles of the lava pistol shrimp, this lava pistol shrimp would not be a concern. However, the next action of the lava pistol shrimp made Zhou look surprised, because the lava pistol shrimp shot a bubble with its giant claws, breaking its small claws at the root. What is it doing? Zhou frowned. He didn't think that the lava pistol shrimp would suddenly go crazy and remove one of its claws. It must have a purpose for doing so. Just as Zhou was still surprised, the lava pistol shrimp's eyes suddenly flashed with a fiery red light, and then, the charred black shell burst out a huge fiery red energy. This energy turned the lava pistol shrimp's whole body into fiery red, and the lava lines on its body flowed like meridians at this moment. Buzz, buzz! The fiery red energy that erupted from the lava pistol shrimp not only made its entire body red, but also formed a series of hot energy shock waves on its body surface, which continued to spread outward. One shock wave after another turned into a series of extremely powerful ocean currents, covering a wide area. Zhou had no way of avoiding these energy shock waves, and therefore could not approach the lava pistol shrimp. This was not over yet. The fiery red energy that erupted from the lava pistol shrimp's body became more and more intense. This energy began to gather at the broken limb just now, and then a claw wrapped in fiery red energy grew out of the broken limb at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this claw, Zhou's face showed a trace of solemnity, because this claw was not the small claw before, but a giant claw that could fire bubbles. Now the giant lava shrimp had two giant claws that could fire bubbles. It would be much more difficult for him to dodge two bubbles in a row. Bang bang bang. However, Zhou was wrong, because the two giant claws of the lava pistol shrimp did not only fire two bubbles, but fired a series of bubbles in an instant, just like a Gatling gun. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bubbles surrounded Zhou. This was a complete coverage attack. Zhou's pupils, which were flashing with blue light, shrank suddenly. So many bubbles were shot at him almost at the same time. He had no room to dodge. If he was hit by so many bubbles, his current 3,000 points of physical fitness would be beaten into pieces. So, Zhou moved his mind and extracted the back half of the 190-meter-long Starfall Leviathan from the system interface, directly blocking his body, and then immediately sent messages to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian at the same time, asking them to accompany him over. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the 190-meter-long body of the meteoric Leviathan was almost shattered by dozens of bubbles, while Zhou, who was hiding behind it, had turned into a blue light and disappeared. The lava pistol shrimp suddenly burst out with fiery red energy, which should be some special state. At this time, Zhou had ended his journey, and returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. The duration of the three characteristics ended. He lay on the bed weakly, thinking about the sudden change of the lava pistol shrimp just now. I wonder if there will be a weak period after the special state ends. Zhou thought to himself. Just now, after the lava pistol shrimp burst out with fiery red energy, it not only regenerated its broken limbs quickly, but also grew a giant claw, and turned the single-shot bubbles into continuous shots. Such a huge improvement cannot be without disadvantages. Wait until the weak state disappears tomorrow, and then go and see. This lava pistol shrimp is very special. There must be some special core in its body. If it can be obtained, its own strength can be greatly improved, but it must be done within its ability. If the burst state shown by the lava pistol shrimp just now has a certain time interval, he will have a chance to kill the opponent, but if it is an infinite burst, then he can only give up. Chapter 342. On the morning of the 67th day, Zhou sat up from the bed, but because he used 3 characteristics yesterday, his current physical weakness was still serious, and he almost couldn't sit up due to lack of strength. After getting out of bed listlessly, Zhou first inspected the stomach wall space. The plants planted had resumed their normal growth rate under the temperature emitted by the heat furnace. After inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou took out the 40 diamonds dug out yesterday, plus the rest of the materials, and made 2 heat furnaces, which he sent to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, and also gave them 10 heat energy cores as fuel. Then, opened the world communication channel to check the current situation of the survivors. It's over. Deworming coupon. There is no countdown. Is there no way to replace Leviathan in the future? Who knows? I have never opened a deworming coupon. Really, the deworming coupon in my hand doesn't show a countdown either. Is it because the temperature has dropped and those Leviathans are unwilling to come? Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have replaced Leviathan directly. The sea surface has been completely frozen, and the temperature of the stomach wall space is so low. My 40-point physique can't stand it. Selling fish soup, the weather is so cold, come and have a bowl of hot fish soup to warm up your body. The price is very cheap. One bowl only needs 500 basic materials. This message of selling fish soup was sent by Yang Xian, because the stomach wall space of the Doju Leviathan, where he is large enough, and the internal oxygen content is sufficient, so he can make a fire to boil fish soup. 500 basic materials for a bowl of fish soup. Why don't you go grab it? Yeah, before, a bowl of fish soup was at most 50 basic materials. Who would buy it if you sell it so expensively? Before was before, now is now. If you have the ability, you can make a fire and cook fish soup by yourself. You can buy it or not. After Yang Xian learned that the deworming coupon had no countdown, his attitude became more arrogant. Without the countdown for the deworming coupon, the survivors could not replace Leviathan, and he would be a very special existence in the future. Asshole, there is no meat in your fish soup, and you dare to sell 500 basic materials. Give me back my money. Fish soup, it must be just soup. If there is meat, it is fish soup. Are you illiterate? Do you believe me or not? I challenge you to a duel. Hee, my strength is 63 points. If you think you can beat me, just challenge me to a duel. Yang Xian, I think you should be more restrained. Although you are really strong now, and have unique conditions, the Doju Leviathan is not your own Leviathan after all. If someone really challenges you to a duel, even if you win, where do you think the world system will let you return to? Yes, Yang Xian, you are a guy who has not transformed into a Leviathan. What are you arrogant about? As long as someone challenges you to a duel, everything you have now will be gone. Don't ask for help in the world communication channel. Ridiculous. Are you the only ones who are smart? Have I never thought about this situation? Don't worry, I have already made a backup plan. Even if I really lose the Doju Leviathan in the duel, someone will help me find a new Leviathan. You don't have to worry about this. Just continue to endure the cold. Someone will help him find a new Leviathan? He has private contact with Zhao Teng? After reading Yang Xian's message, Zhou briefly thought about it. Currently, only the 3 major guilds can carry out pest control. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian certainly did not make such a promise to Yang Xian. Then it was only Zhao Teng. But it could also be some guys with hidden strength. Zhou didn't care about Yang Xian's affairs. No matter how Yang Xian developed, he could not threaten him. So he closed the world communication channel, opened the blueprint interface, and turned to Blast Furnace Blueprint. Blast Furnace Blueprint. 500 refractory stones and 50 steel ingots are required for the blast furnace. Zhou has already collected the 500 refractory stones and 50 steel ingots required for the blast furnace. With Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian constantly helping other guilds to eliminate pests, the number of steel ingots has reached more than 500. Click to make all the materials turned into blue light, and soon, a 5-meter high, 2-meter diameter blast furnace with a steel plate on the outer shell, 3 inlets on the top, and a discharge port at the bottom appeared in front of Zhou. The crystal sponge is made in this blast furnace. After the blast furnace was made, Zhou took out a recipe from the locker, which was the crystal sponge recipe from the gold treasure chest given by the Abyssal Leviathan. Crystal sponge recipe, crystal or insulation sponge, blast furnace. There was not enough oxygen in the stomach wall space, and the blast furnace could not be used, so Zhou let the transformed Leviathan float up. But the ice layer on the sea surface was thicker today, and the transformed Leviathan could no longer break through. Stay here for now, don't run around. Zhou left the stomach wall space and came outside, admonishing the phantom Leviathan. The sea water was freezing cold, but Zhou's 300 points of physical fitness meant that this chill could not harm his body. Afterwards, Zhou took out 2 tungsten bone broadswords and easily cut through the ice layer above, creating an ice staircase that sloped upward. In a few minutes, he broke through the ice and came to the top of the ice layer. Now the thickness of the ice layer on the sea surface has reached about 15 meters, and a thick layer of snow has accumulated. In the next hour, Zhou used a tungsten bone knife to continuously thin the ice layer in a rectangular area of 150 meters long and 70 meters wide. When the thickness of the ice layer was reduced to 10 meters, he let the phantom Leviathan hit it from below. After 3 consecutive hits, it finally broke the ice layer and floated to the surface. There was no other way. The blast furnace needed to be placed on the foundation, and the foundation needed to be placed on the phantom Leviathan. All he could do was to thin the ice layer, and let the phantom Leviathan break the ice surface and float to the surface. If the ice is thicker, it will be more difficult to get out. Zhou sighed, then walked to the back of the transformed Leviathan, placed 4 stone foundations, and placed the blast furnace on top. He asked Yang Haitao for some coal, and added it to the blast furnace, then asked Chen Xian to get a fire from Yang Xian. After all, Yang Xian had just cooked fish soup, so there was a ready-made fire. After a while, the coal inside the blast furnace burned. Zhou built a wooden foundation under his feet, came to the 3 feed ports above the blast furnace, and added 1 crystal ore and 1 insulation sponge from 2 feed ports respectively. But after burning for an hour, a black mass fell out of the discharge port. Zhou went forward to pick it up, but there was no system prompt sound, indicating that the crystal sponge was not fired successfully. The ratio of the formula seemed to be wrong. In the following time, Zhou kept trying various ratios for firing crystal sponges. Finally, at night, he successfully fired a crystal sponge. The ratio used was 10 parts of crystal ore and 1 part of insulation sponge. Ding! Get crystal sponge X1. Ding! Crystal sponge. It has the effect of slowing down the impact and isolating the external temperature. The crystal sponge is black in color. It is a cubic crystal with a side length of 10 centimeters. There are a lot of tiny holes on the surface. It is very light, just like a sponge. Zhou put a piece of crystal sponge on his chest, and then hit it hard with his claws to feel the specific effect of slowing down the impact. As a result, his chest did not feel beaten at all, but only felt a little pressure. This effect is much stronger than the fat of the shield fish. Chapter 343. Although the crystal sponge is a crystal, it has a certain degree of flexibility. Later, Zhou tried the insulation effect in front of the blast furnace, and it was still very significant. He just didn't know what it was used for. Is it used to make defensive equipment like the fat of the shield fish? Based on the performance of the crystal sponge, Zhou felt that it was very likely, but he didn't have any armor drawings that needed to use crystal sponge as a material. It was getting late. The newly made items had been used in the blast furnace, and some crystal sponges had been fired. After a day, Zhou's weak state disappeared. He now needed to see if the lava pistol shrimp could burst into machine gun mode continuously. But before going, Zhou needed to do one more thing, which was to take out the meteorite protective shell in the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan from its body. The power of the lava pistol shrimp bubble was too great, and the body of the meteorite Leviathan could not withstand it, so the only way was to use the meteorite shell protecting the core as a shield for emergency shelter. Boom! The front half of the 150-meter meteorite Leviathan was placed on the ice. Zhou entered it, and cut off the blood vessels and flesh membranes connected to the meteorite shell at the fastest speed. Then, using the system interface, he collected the 13-meter-long, 6-meter diameter elliptical meteorite protective shell through a private message. After doing all this, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and then let the phantom Leviathan take him to the same place as yesterday. Although Zhou roughly knew where the lava pistol shrimp was, he needed to dive to the bottom of the sea. During this dive, if he was too close to the lava pistol shrimp, he would be a living target. So, he needed to dive to the seabed outside the attack range of the lava pistol shrimp, just like yesterday, and then approach it little by little. But today, for some reason, Zhou did not suffer from the bubble attack when he approached the lava crack where the lava pistol shrimp was. It seems that yesterday's burst of fire did have an impact on the lava shrimp. Zhou thought to himself. Bang! When Zhou was less than 50 meters away from the lava crack, and could already see the bright light from the lava crack, a bubble with a diameter of 10 meters shot out rapidly. But at this distance, Zhou could already use the light from the lava crack to vaguely see the trajectory of the bubble. By concentrating his mental power, he slowed down everything in front of him, and then with a flash of his mind, he extracted the meteorite shell from the system interface and placed it in front of him. Boom! The next second, the bubble hit the outer shell of the meteorite, and a terrifying impact force was immediately transmitted to Zhou behind him. But Zhou was well prepared. With a tungsten bone shield in front and more than a dozen crystal sponges in the back, plus the black crystal armor on the surface of his body, the terrifying impact force of the bubble did not hurt him. Afterwards, the power generated by the explosion of the bubble pushed the outer shell of the meteorite back more than 10 meters, but the previously indestructible bubble did not leave any traces on the outer shell of the meteorite this time, but only blew away the small amount of flesh and blood stuck on it, and the surface appeared clean and smooth. The impact of the bubble explosion disappeared, and Zhou immediately put away the meteorite shell and other items that reduced the impact, and rushed forward with all his strength, trying to get close to the lava pistol shrimp before the next bubble shot. Today, Zhou planned to use this method to get close to the lava pistol shrimp, and then activate the characteristics when the distance is relatively close, so as to achieve the effect of extending the use time of the characteristics. The continuous shooting state of the lava pistol shrimp yesterday seemed to have a serious impact on it, because after firing a bubble, it took about 5 or 6 seconds before firing the second bubble. In these few seconds, Zhou advanced more than 30 meters, quickly closing the distance with the lava pistol shrimp, and could even see the giant claws of the lava pistol shrimp extending from the lava cracks. Boom! Boom! The lava pistol shrimp found that Zhou was getting closer and closer, and slowly crawled out of the magma. However, the giant claws that grew rapidly under the fiery red energy yesterday were broken at this time, and granulations had grown on the broken limbs. The lava pistol shrimp no longer stayed in place and shot bubbles like yesterday, but rushed directly towards Zhou. Its huge body, like a moving skyscraper, crushed Zhou. If they start fighting, you're dead. Zhou was not panicked at all. When the lava pistol shrimp raised its giant claws and smashed towards him, he instantly activated 3 characteristics. Burning characteristic, open. Arc light characteristic, open. Tungsten gold characteristic, open. Orange and red energy burst out from Zhou's body surface. Before the lava pistol shrimp's giant claws smashed down, it had already turned into an arc of light, and climbed to its head through its thick claws. The pit cut out yesterday was still there. Zhou seized the time, and did not delay at all. The 2 tungsten bone swords in his hands were swung out with afterimages. In a few seconds, a large hole was drilled in the nearly 10-meter thick carapace. This time, the lava pistol shrimp seemed to have no extra energy to release the fiery red energy to repel Zhou, and could only be drilled into the brain by Zhou without any chance. Zhou entered the head of the lava pistol shrimp, and he was like a meat grinder, and began to wreak havoc. An orange and red arc of light flashed continuously, and all the flesh and blood tissues encountered were instantly minced into meat paste. The lava pistol shrimp struggled frantically, but had no way to deal with it. 2 minutes later, its brain was completely destroyed by Zhou, and it died completely. After Zhou found that the lava pistol shrimp stopped moving, he was still a little worried, and continued to destroy it for another 20 seconds. When there were only 10 seconds left, he left through his companions, and then ended his companions, and returned to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan, and then asked the Phantom Leviathan to pick up the body of the lava pistol shrimp to prevent it from being eaten by other creatures. It's pretty easy, but I don't know if this lava pistol shrimp has a core in its body. Zhou lay on the bed weakly, but he was very excited and full of expectations for tomorrow. Soon, due to fatigue, Zhou fell into a deep sleep. A night passed in the blink of an eye. On the 68th day, Zhou quickly got up from the bed. Although he was very weak, he couldn't wait to find the core of the lava pistol shrimp. After eating something to replenish his energy, Zhou came outside wearing the black crystal armor. Because the ice layer was thicker today, Zhou didn't have the energy to thin the ice layer, so he simply decomposed the body of the lava pistol shrimp in the seawater. Zhou first put away the black crystal armor, touched the surface of the lava pistol shrimp with his hand, and then checked the illustrated information. Explosive bubble shrimp body length, 145 meters. Weight, 8,880 tons. Food type, meat sulfide. Introduction. A pistol shrimp that lives in the volcanic area of the seabed. It has a pair of claws, one large and one small. The large claw can launch powerful bubbles to kill prey, and the small claw is used to eat prey. When encountering a crisis, it will enter the explosive state, and its body functions will be greatly improved. It can be eaten, and the shell can be made into protective gear. Chapter 344. Explosion Burn? After Zhou Wen finished reading the biological illustrations, a look of pity appeared on his face, and then he opened the blueprint interface and checked the Splitting Flame Knife blueprint. Splitting Flame Knife blueprint requires 10 falling star meteorite crystals, 1 explosive flame core, 10 unburning yarns, and 1 golden wood. It's missing 1 word, otherwise the materials would have been almost collected. What a pity. Zhou Wen sighed. After that, Zhou Wen began to decompose the body of the explosive gun shrimp with a tungsten bone broadsword. Because of his weak body, the decomposition was very slow. At noon, he had only decomposed half of the body, but he successfully found a core. Ding! Get 1 explosive core. Ding! Explosive core. After using, you can get the explosive feature. After the explosive feature is turned on, the strength is increased by 3 times. The duration depends on the physique. 30 points of physique lasts for 1 second. After having the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene, when the strength, physique, and speed reach more than 1000 points, you can release gun bubbles. 3 times. You can release gun bubbles even if you meet the attribute requirements. This is simply invincible. After listening to the introduction of explosive core, Zhou Wen was extremely excited. This can definitely be used as a life-saving trump card. I just don't know if there is a corresponding gene drug in the supply box of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. Zhou Wen planned to wait until the weakness effect disappeared before looking for the exclusive supply box of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. Next, Zhou Wen continued to decompose the remaining half of the explosive gun bubble shrimp's body, and during this time, he returned to the stomach wall space to feed the phantom Leviathan. As time passed, Zhou Wen's physical weakness gradually disappeared, and the speed of decomposing the body became much faster. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the body was completely decomposed. Returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen opened the cover of the black conch shell above the hot stove and fried the meat of the explosive gun bubble shrimp on it. By the way, I forgot to read the illustrations of the black crab and the black conch. Zhou Wen immediately took out the black crab legs and black conch meat he had collected before, touched them, and then opened the biological illustrations. Black rock crab body length, 51 meters. Weight, 460 tons. Food type, hot 2 worm. Introduction. A crab that lives in the volcanic area of the seabed. The shell is hard and edible. The black rock shell can be used to make armor. Black obsidian conch body length, 105 meters. Weight, 7,300 tons. Food type, enthusiastic tube worms, sulfides. Introduction. A conch that lives in the volcanic area of the seabed. Its shell is made of obsidian and is edible. The obsidian shell can be used to make the Leviathan obsidian armor. Seeing that the meat of both creatures is edible, Zhou Wen cut some off and fried them together on the enthusiastic stove. I don't know how effective this obsidian armor is in defense. I go find the black obsidian conch's exclusive supply box later to see if I can find the blueprint. Zhou Wen used chopsticks to turn the meat on the hot stove, thinking in his mind. Soon, the 3 kinds of biological meat were fried. Zhou Wen used the oil fried from the shield fish fat to fry the biological meat on both sides until it was golden brown. He picked it up with chopsticks and ate it in big mouthfuls. Then, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, eat the shrimp meat soaked in the explosive gun, strength plus 9, constitution plus 15, speed plus 12. Ding, eat the black rock crab meat, strength plus 2, constitution plus 5, speed plus 3. Ding, eat the black sea snail meat, strength plus 2, constitution plus 8, speed plus 1. All the added constitution is wasted. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a pain in his heart. The 3 kinds of creature meat added a total of 28 points to the constitution attribute, but his constitution has reached the upper limit, and these 28 points of constitution can't be added at all. However, the strength and speed attributes added by this explosive gun bubble shrimp meat are really a lot. Zhou Wen sighed. The attributes added are more than those of the diamond crystal sea snake. After eating these 3 kinds of creature meat, his strength reached 226.5 points, and his speed reached 196 points. Then, Zhou Wen took out a characteristic steel seal, and added the explosive core he had just obtained, and let the characteristic steel seal absorb the energy of the explosive core, and engrave it into the explosive steel seal. Ding! The explosive steel seal has been engraved. Do you want to use it? Use it. Zhou said without hesitation. Then, the character attribute panel automatically popped up, and the explosive steel seal, which was charred black as a whole, burst out with flame-like energy at this moment. The energy condensed into a fiery red explosive gun bubble shrimp, and finally turned into a fireball, which hit the back of the power attribute of the character panel heavily, engraving a charred pattern of a gun shrimp. Zhou directly opened his character attribute panel to check. Zhou, Pioneer, Leviathan Hunter +10. Blood Vein Worm Gene. Pelvic Tungsten Snail Gene, normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 17. Strength, 226.5 Burning Property. Blood Vein Property. Explosive Property Constitution, 300, Upper Limit, Tungsten Gold Property Speed, 196 Arc Light Property Evaluation, a Superman with poor speed. This evaluation is still normal. Zhou was very satisfied after reading his various character attributes. Next, Zhou went to the aromatic Leviathan and prepared to pick some sweet potato seedlings to put on the trading channel to improve his favorability. He found that Zhujianyang's guild members were smelting iron with a furnace. Because there is a small island on the surface of the aromatic Leviathan, the foundation cannot be placed directly, but the soil can be dug away, and then the foundation can be placed on the shell of the aromatic Leviathan. Zhujianyang's guild members used this method to place the foundation and use the furnace. The current price of iron ingots has skyrocketed. Because the sea is frozen, almost no one can surface. Iron ingots cannot be smelted in a furnace, and can only be obtained from supply boxes. The price has increased from 500 basic materials per piece to 5,000 basic materials per piece. Seeing such a huge profit, Zhujianyang dug out 2,000 square meters of the 3,000 square meters of land for iron smelting and planted cotton in the remaining 1,000 square meters. This certificate of land reclamation is really a good thing. Zhou sighed, and casually picked up 100 sweet potato seedlings and put them on the trading channel. The boss has put sweet potato seedlings on the shelves again. In difficult times like this, we still have to rely on the boss. Yes, but King Jiang is also very good. After the temperature dropped, he immediately sold small planting boxes at a low price, and also protected those who also had small planting box drawings. TSK, aren't they just afraid that too many of us will die, and they can't continue to squeeze us? You are still grateful? Then don't buy the small planting boxes sold by King Jiang, and don't trade the sweet potato seedlings that the boss has put on the shelves. I didn't buy the small planting boxes from the Jiang family. Why can't I trade the boss's sweet potato seedlings? I didn't say that the boss is not good. By the way, how many small planting boxes does the boss have? Why does he have so many sweet potato seedlings? The boss has wooden foundation drawings, and he can completely stack wooden foundations for farming. He should have a lot of small planting boxes. Zhou looked at the news in the World Communication Channel and basked in the sun on the body of the Leviathan for 2 hours. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the feeling of weakness in his body completely disappeared. He returned to the stomach wall space and went to the underwater volcano area to find the exclusive supply box of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. Chapter 345. In the submarine volcano area, Zhou, wrapped in thermal insulation sponge, stood in front of the lava crack where the explosive gun bubble shrimp crawled out yesterday. The magma in the crack was rolling and bubbling. Wouldn't the nest of the explosive gun bubble shrimp be in the magma? Zhou muttered as he looked at the hot magma in front of him. It has been a while since Zhou dived into the submarine volcano area. With the help of the biological radar of the transformed Leviathan, he found the exclusive supply box of the Black Jade Conch, and even found a supply box of thermal insulation sponge in a large pile of thermal insulation sponges. But he couldn't find the supply box of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. During the search, he also collected more than 2,000 arc factors. Because he was worried that the arc factors would automatically fuse into arc cores after reaching 1,000, he put 500 of them directly into the deep blue treasure chest. As long as he didn't gather 1,000 of them, they would not automatically fuse. This thermal insulation sponge can isolate temperature. I wonder if it is resistant to burning. Zhou thought he should experiment. So he took out a thermal insulation sponge from the deep blue treasure chest and threw it directly into the magma. The thermal insulation sponge that fell into the magma lasted for about 10 seconds before it began to burn, indicating that the thermal insulation sponge could not withstand the burning of open flames. However, if the thermal insulation sponge was not afraid of fire, the crystal sponge could not be fired in a blast furnace. What if it is wrapped with non-burning yarn? Zhou really didn't want to miss the exclusive material box of the explosive gun bubble shrimp, so he continued the experiment. Zhou stacked a lot of non-burning yarn together, blocked the mesh of the yarn as much as possible, and then wrapped a thermal insulation sponge and threw it into the magma. This time, the effect was very significant, and the non-burning yarn on the surface was not ignited. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wen used a rope made of non-burning yarn to pull up the insulation sponge wrapped in non-burning yarn. He opened the outer layer of non-burning yarn and checked the insulation sponge inside. The side of the insulation sponge that was in contact with the non-burning yarn showed signs of burning, but the insulation sponge was still intact, indicating that the insulation sponge could last for a long time without contact with open flames. In this way, Zhou Wen had a way to enter the magma. Transfiguration Leviathan Insulation Sponge Board Drawing. Insulation Sponge X2 is required. This drawing was found in a supply box found in a pile of insulation sponges. After it was made, it was a soft sponge board with a side length of 10 meters and a thickness of only 5 centimeters. It can be placed on the surface of the Transfiguration Leviathan to isolate it from the cold outside. After the insulation sponge board was made, Zhou Wen cut it with a 2 steel long knife, and then wrapped the appropriately cut insulation sponge board on the surface of the black crystal armor. The gaps were filled with small pieces of insulation sponge, and finally the whole body was wrapped tightly with 10 layers of non-burning yarn. Zhou Wen turned into a mummy, and his body movements were greatly restricted, just like an astronaut wearing a space suit. However, Zhou Wen did not need to fight in the magma, so the restricted movement was not a big problem. As long as his hands and feet could move slightly, he could move in the magma. Before entering the magma, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to be ready to use the travel ticket to travel with him at any time. He could not guarantee that this insulation method would not have any problems, so he prepared a retreat in advance. If something unexpected happened, he could leave in time by traveling with him. In addition to asking Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to be ready to travel with him at any time, Zhou Wen also had a backup plan, which was a giant bone Leviathan insect removal ticket. If Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were delayed at the same time, he would use this giant bone Leviathan insect removal ticket to escape instantly. All preparations were done. Zhou Wen stepped into the magma. The effect of the thermal insulation sponge was very significant. His feet could not feel any heat at all, so he plunged directly into the magma. Because his whole body was tightly wrapped in the thermal insulation sponge, Zhou Wen naturally could not see outside, and even if he could see with his eyes in the magma, he could not see anything. Zhou Wen concentrated his mind and released his mental power to the 3-meter range around him. All the objects within 3 meters appeared in his mind, and the surrounding area was extremely hot magma. In the next 10 minutes, Zhou Wen followed the location of the explosive gun bubble shrimp yesterday and searched for its nest little by little. The good news was that the non-burning yarn and thermal insulation sponge wrapped around his body were not problematic. The bad news was that he had used up all his mental power, but still hadn't found the nest of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. In a dizzy state, Zhou Wen was taken out by Chen Xian. Because he was worried that the high temperature on his body would burn the stomach wall of Chen Xian's Leviathan, he asked Chen Xian to leave the stomach wall space in advance and brought him over in the sea. "Boss Zhou, what have you been doing? You're wrapped up like a mummy." Chen Xian couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhou Wen, who was wrapped up like a mummy, looking for a supply box in the magma. Zhou Wen simply replied that he needed to wait for the surface of his body to cool down before returning to his stomach wall space. "Ah, Boss Zhou, you can enter the magma now? What's your physical condition?" Chen Xian was a little surprised. "It has nothing to do with physical condition. I wrap myself like this to isolate the temperature of the magma. By the way, this is for you," Zhou Wen said, handing the Leviathan thermal insulation sponge board drawing to Chen Xian, and then gave her all the thermal insulation sponges in the deep blue treasure box. "Make some of these thermal insulation sponge boards, some for guild contribution points exchange, and some for sale to survivors. The thermal insulation sponge board can isolate the cold. As long as it can be spread all over the body of the Leviathan, the body temperature can rise. As for whether the Leviathan can recover to the state before the temperature drop, Zhou Wen doesn't know, but it is definitely better than the current hibernation state. Wow, this drawing is very valuable." After listening to Zhou Wen's description of the specific effects of the thermal insulation sponge board, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. "This drawing is a priceless treasure in this environment. Go back to the stomach wall space, and I will start making it," Chen Xian said. Thermal insulation sponge is a living organism with strong regeneration ability, but it originally lives in high temperature areas. I don't know if it can be cultivated in the normal temperature state of the stomach wall space. You can try to cultivate some and see." Zhou Wen thought about it, and said to Chen Xian, Although there are many thermal insulation sponges in the submarine volcanic area, the number is limited after all. It is impossible to supply 20 million people in the survival world, so we can only see if the number of thermal insulation sponges can be increased through breeding. If it can be cultivated, let the survivors raise it themselves, and Shin Xian will make it. The body surface temperature has almost dropped. Zhou Wen ended his journey, and returned to the stomach wall space. Jiang Haitao has a good reputation among the survivors by selling furnaces and small planting boxes at low prices. Let Shin Xian sell the thermal insulation sponge board, which is also for her to brush up her reputation among the survivors. The time for the mental power to be released is too short, and we have to find a way to improve the quality, Zhou Wen said, taking out the Long Leviathan insect removal coupon from the locker. Chapter 346. This Long Leviathan insect removal coupon was obtained on the 57th day, and the insect removal period is 7 days. Long Leviathan should have come to trouble Zhou Wen on the 64th day, but because the temperature dropped sharply and the sea surface gradually froze, the deadline countdown was directly cancelled, and Zhou Wen did not rush to use it. Now it is urgent to improve intelligence, so it is necessary to find a pure gold treasure chest, and this Long Leviathan may have a pure gold treasure chest in its body. Use. Zhou Wen directly used the Long Leviathan insect removal coupon, and then the insect removal coupon emitted golden light and condensed into a jellyfish-like creature with a cone-shaped head. The golden phantom of the cone jellyfish-like creature was different from the golden phantom of the Leviathan creature that needed to be dewormed before. Instead of swallowing Zhou Wen directly, it released a spiritual force to wrap Zhou Wen, and then Zhou Wen disappeared directly from the stomach wall space. The next second, Zhou Wen appeared in a bright space full of water. Through observation, he found that the surrounding flesh walls were translucent and emitted blue light. Why is it different from other Leviathan creatures this time? Zhou Wen was a little confused and decided to look at the biological illustration of Long Leviathan first. Long Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 1,200 meters. Weight, 800 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, a small Leviathan that lives in the Abyss Sea. Its body is translucent and emits a faint blue light. It catches prey by releasing mental shocks. The cerebrospinal fluid in the brain can increase intelligence after taking it. In the biological illustration, there is a simple picture of the appearance of Long Leviathan. The overall image is similar to a jellyfish, but the umbrella-shaped body is not mushroom-shaped, but a pointed cone. In the translucent cone-shaped umbrella, there is a spiral brain, and the brain is dark blue. The ground where Zhou Wen is standing is dark blue, which is completely different from the translucent blue around him. Am I in the brain of Long Leviathan? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. If so, if he directly destroyed the brain of Long Leviathan, would he be able to kill it? However, Zhou Wen did not try it, because according to the introduction, Long Leviathan is obviously very good at using mental attacks. If Zhou Wen dared to destroy its brain, he might suffer a mental shock. There are parasites in the brain? After all, it was a pest control voucher, and it was obvious that his mission this time was to help Leviathan creatures get rid of pests. Facing an unfamiliar environment, Zhou Wen did not dare to be careless. Wearing black crystal armor and holding a tungsten bone broadsword, he began to move along the spiral brain of Long Leviathan. In the simple picture of the biological illustration book, the spiral brain of Long Leviathan is a hammer shape that is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Zhou Wen was at the top of the brain at this time. The space here was very small, and he did not see any creatures that looked like parasites, so he walked down along the spiral brain. Coming to the next floor, the space was a little bigger, and here Zhou Wen saw a familiar parasite. Dream Sea Anemone Worm? Zhou Wen was confused because the Dream Sea Anemone Worm here was no longer flesh-colored, but blue, and was larger than the 3-meter-long Dream Sea Anemone Worm, and was estimated to be about 5 meters long. The environment was bright, and the area of this floor was not large. Zhou Wen took a glance and saw everything in the space. There were 4 blue Dream Sea Anemone Worms in total. Their bodies were rooted in the brain of the Long Leviathan to absorb nutrients from the brain. A large number of tentacles were swinging wildly, launching a mental attack on Zhou Wen. But Zhou Wen's current intelligence is 17 points, and the mental attacks of the blue Dream Anemone Worms are of no use to him. Swish, swish, swish. The tungsten bone sword swung 4 times in a row, easily cutting all 4 Dream Anemone Worms in half, and then directly put the bodies into the deep blue treasure chest. All the parasites on this floor have been solved, and Zhou Wen is ready to go to the next floor, but at this moment, a round bubble gradually seeps out of the blue brain of the Long Leviathan. The bubble is only the size of a ping-pong ball, and there is a blue liquid inside. Ding! Obtained Long Leviathan cerebrospinal fluid X1. When Zhou Wen's hand touched the bubble, a prompt sound immediately sounded in his mind. I got it so easily. Zhou Wen already knew from the introduction of Long Leviathan that cerebrospinal fluid can increase intelligence. Without hesitation, he took off his black crystal armor for a short time and swallowed the bubble in one gulp. Ding! Take Long Leviathan cerebrospinal fluid, intelligence +1. Haha, intelligence is 18 points. Zhou Wen was excited and immediately closed his eyes to concentrate, then released his mental power to see what changes there were between 18 points of intelligence and before. The change was huge. The range that Zhou Wen's mental power could cover directly increased from 3 meters to 10 meters, and the duration was still 10 minutes. I thought that I could only improve my intelligence through the pure gold treasure chest this time, but I didn't expect that I would improve it a little as soon as I came here. I wonder if there will be other things that can improve intelligence later. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. After the dizziness disappeared, he hurried to the next floor. The space on the next floor became larger again, and the number of parasites also increased. It was still the dream anemone worm that Zhou Wen was familiar with, and the number reached 10. But one of them was different from the other dream anemone worms. It was no longer blue, but had become colorful, and the colors were still wriggling and changing. Looking at the strange colorful dream anemone worm, Zhou Wen felt a little surprised, because the colorful dream anemone worm did not launch a mental attack on him. Out of caution, he did not approach it for the time being, but chose to eliminate the blue dream anemone worms first. Soon, Zhou Wen cleared the 9 blue dream anemone worms, and then slowly approached the colorful dream anemone worm. But when Zhou Wen was less than 10 meters away from the colorful dream anemone worm, the entire dream anemone worm's body suddenly exploded, and then a large number of colorful worms shot out of its body. 40 or 50 colored worms shot towards Zhou Wen like a rain of arrows. Zhou Wen did not dare to underestimate the enemy, because he had never seen such colored worms before. With a thought, the tungsten bone shield appeared in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp heads of the colored worms hit the tungsten bone shield, making a crisp sound. All the colored worms were blocked by the tungsten bone shield. After losing kinetic energy, they scattered in the water and began to twist their bodies constantly. Zhou Wen felt sick because these colored worms looked like maggots. He quickly distanced himself, calmed down a bit, and quickly swung the tungsten bone sword to kill all the colorful worms that had no attack power, and then checked the biological illustration information. Colored larvae needleworm body length, 20 centimeters. Weight, 500 grams. Food type, blood. Introduction. A parasite that likes to parasitize soft-bodied organisms. Once a creature approaches, it will detonate the body of the previous host, launch itself into the target creature, and then drill into the body through the sharp head, suck the blood and control the corpse of the creature to find the next target. This layer of parasites was also cleared, and Zhou Wen obtained another portion of cerebrospinal fluid, but after taking it this time, his intelligence did not increase again, just like those biological meats, only the first time you eat it can increase the attributes.